face. Beautiful.
One right here into the lip.
Another beautiful morning in Surf City. El Salvador beats remaining contenders for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Finals day here, and stakes are high. Chance for glory. Representing countries, of course, the teams as well. Looking for supremacy here. Who's going to emerge as the dominant nations in age group surfing? We'll find out in a few hours' time. Early morning vision on the lineup looks good. Waves are still there. That's no surprise. Here to talk you through this morning's activities, joining myself, Paul Evans, 88 world champ, Barton Lynch. Morning, mate.
Well, it is a surprise. Don't you think 9 days straight we've had waves, and it's never been under, so it's been overhead every day for 9 days, which is an astonishing thing. No wonder they call it Surf City. Great opportunities for surfing and pumping.
And in terms of like some of our main contenders coming into the event here, obviously they'll be thinking, the confident performers, they know where they are in terms of their age group, and they'll be thinking about going all the way for the win.
Yes.
But thinking about it's one thing, and making heats and building that momentum. Now for finals day, how do you think these young surfers are feeling? They're only young, and confidence will be high, but there's a lot of pressure today, there's a lot of expectation, and everything's built up towards this.
Yeah, I think by today your confidence is flowing, your form's rolling. If you're still in the event after 8 days of competition, you're in a place where you're feeling pretty good about things. Yesterday was a dramatic day, and it was full of repechage heats. So the surfers that make their way through those repechage heats, that was a big day yesterday. It's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back today, because the emotions were high. Here's the conditions: 3 to 5 feet. The swell direction southwest. 11:49 is the low. So tide going out to the middle of the day and then coming in through the afternoon. So perfect tides. Winds are beautiful, and look at the conditions out there. Zoe Seats just having a little bit of fun in a warm-up. Ripping out there, and been ripping all week. What a finishing turn. As you can see, free surfers, and here's another standout of the event so far. Your fellow countryman, Lucas Skinner.
Yeah, he's been so good throughout the week here. Let's see how he brings this performance back for finals day. Had a quick wave with his dad last night, who's heading up Team England, and he's just saying, yep, big day tomorrow. He was ready for it. Let's check out what's happening in this first heat. Lucas Saintbill, Mexico. Tiago Passeri, Argentina. Maverick Wilson of Australia. Kaisei Adachi, Japan. So this is boys under 16, repechage 9. And at this stage, BL, you're a couple of heats away from getting into those medal matches, but you've got to put that out of your mind, I guess, and concentrate on 2 waves.
The repechage is an interesting thing, because up until now, it's a backstop. You've got the second chance. You work. In theory, that side of the draw should be easier, because you're getting people as they lose out in the main round coming down to that. So it's an opportunity to build momentum in your campaign. But yesterday, penultimate day was a dramatic day. It always is a dramatic day, and you're losing so many people from the draw. When you get through that day, there's like this, it's taxing, it's emotional, and it's going to be interesting to see how people bounce back after such a dramatic day yesterday. Whether that spark's still there in the surfers in the repechage round, or whether it starts to take its toll on your energy, your focus. And while you're maintaining confidence, maybe you're just not quite as where you were a few days ago. So it's a definite long road to the same place. The final, we'll be seeing all of that today, crowning all of our champions in the under-16s, boys and girls, and under-18s, boys and girls. And Heat 1, 20 seconds off the clock already. We're underway. And look at the conditions, mate. So glassy, so beautiful early.
Yeah, it's been a feature every day. Just velvety on the face, super smooth and clean. Great vision of some free surfing waves at the top of the show there. And right now, surfers just evenly spread out on this peak. Rights and lefts have been, I guess the tide's had a lot to say with what surfers are aiming for instead of rights or lefts. That's been fluctuating a bit throughout the day, but the score's available on both.
That's the great thing about the venue. There's rights, there's lefts, there's a few peaks. We can see, the surfer in red, I believe that is, or, to the far left is actually white. You see the distance between people paddling towards this right-hander. Blue on the inside. Tiago Passeri. Red's going to get to have a look as well. They all decide not quite good enough. All four of these guys had a great day yesterday. Maverick Wilson, we called the heat when he wasn't quite looking himself and he dropped down into the repechage round. Bounced back with a win later that afternoon. So confidence is high for Team Australia. Argentina with Thiago, having a great event. Mexico, they've been good. And Japan, Kasai Adachi is a charging young man. Tall, quite, slender build, but powerful and not scared of anything.
All right, we're going to get underway here. Up and swinging. Wilson from Australia. First hit Burt, and he gets a little start.
That's that energetic thing after an emotional day, yesterday, and all the highs and the lows of the week, and the drain, the tax that has on your energy to get to day 9. That's what I kind of felt like we might see from certain people today, is that kind of lethargy almost, where you're just not feeling quite as sparky as you were a week ago after, spending 8 days in the sauna that is El Salvador.
Well, we talked about this yesterday. Surfers having to do 3 reps yesterday, surf 3 times. And, they're youngsters, so we expect them to be pretty fit. But I thought it was really interesting, that point you made about the emotional toll of getting ready to compete and having to bring that and then relax again and then do it again. I think that where the fatigue really can set in as well.
Yeah, and then the management of your hydration. We've surfed most afternoons now, and when I get in from the water, I am sweating, and I have to sit there and just sit for 10 minutes to try and calm everything down and stop the sweat from pouring out of you. So there's not many places you go surfing and come in hotter than you went out. And so that in itself is a real taxing situation. We've seen the ice baths used to great effect, so there'd be some real management of that emotional energy and the physical energy to come to this day with what you need.
Nice fade into the bowl here for Adachi, and the first hit is nice and vert and crisp until it isn't, and it's incomplete. Meanwhile, Wilson, here he goes, second wave for him, and he'll do well to stick that, so it goes up pretty late to that turn, and that board knifing out of the lip down to the flats. So good enough for a finish. We're not super far off the high tide. This tide's going to run out right now, so surf is quite close in. There are some softer ones that slip through, and there's some runners like this. Passeri, whip on the backhand, great bottom turn. Doesn't go all the way to the lip. He'll just carve one on the backhand, just slightly underneath it. So the best of that, Passeri, and the second wave of Wilson, it felt like.
Yeah, unfortunate fall for Japan. And again, it might take a couple to get that feeling today and, almost feel yourself fall on one or be behind the 8 ball and then dig deep and find the passion that isn't necessarily there just on tap because of the taxing 8 days prior to today.
Well, we were talking about how big this event is and how many days you got to come down and bring it again, and that's an issue for the surfers. Also, just in terms of that coaching staff, how do they wake themselves up on finals day? Obviously, they've lost surfers, they've been commiserating people, they're kind of managing very different emotional sets. How do you then bring it all in for finals day to try and optimize the best? Looking to do that is our Mexican Senk Beal. Here he goes, a short section, and he'll bash that hard. So there's that combo. And he's good at arriving to those lips late, those heavy sections. He's really good at making out of them.
Yeah, that was a great final turn.
Adachi will go here. And again, making room. Look at this beautiful opening section. Oh, no.
2 for 2 on the falls. 5 minutes gone. Still plenty of time. 20-minute heats today on this year of the 60th anniversary of the ISA. 1964, May of. They ran the first World Surfing Championships in Manly Beach, Australia, where I spent a lot of time as a young kid. Grew up, we were aware of that legacy that had taken place. Phyllis O'Donnell and Midget Farrelly, the winners, down there 60 years ago. And at the time, I was about 7 months old. Literally born in August the year before. So, been following this sport and syncing up with it for a long time.
14 on the clock, just over that. Couple of fours in for Wilson and Passeri. And then a number for Senk Beal. Let's see where that puts him. The two-tone combos. We've gone mid-range for Australia and Argentina. Lucas making his way back out. This one No one really getting to grips with it as yet, but let's see where the score for Mexico goes. Could be a healthy one. Passeri.
Yeah, feels like the best one, don't you think?
For sure.
Critical closeout turn.
Let's see where that goes. Meanwhile, this is a bomb here for Passeri. In his first turn, thrown plenty of spray, but it's sort of downtime really from the get-go. Now it's steeper, and he gives it a good crack there. So a couple of carves to set up, and then one to finish as well. Interesting, we're seeing a lot of surfers fade their takeoff, so maybe on this high tide, that bowl just a touch soft when they get to their feet, trying to put themselves a little deeper.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. And just, I suppose the offshore now kind of grooms that face and does, with the onshore, stuff happens quicker, doesn't it? With those side onshore winds we've had, things kind of come down in front of you. Clever little paddle here.
Adachi, here he goes. He's got another great-looking right-hander. His tactics to stick to these. And a great-looking wave for him. He'll slash to start, and then he'll make that. And need is crucial for him to make that. A couple of falls for him. Heat starting to get away in terms of time, and that'll be a score for him. Yeah,
I agree with the crucial nature of it. Great the way you saw him paying attention to the priority situation and the surfer on the other side of that peak and just making sure they were going the other way. We've seen some interferences, and he didn't want to be one of those. Sink bell of 4.6, so look at the start. 4.5, 4.53, 4.6, and Adachi's maybe a little bit lower than those other rides. And the judges holding the scale back a little bit this morning just to kind of set things up because we're expecting fireworks as the day goes on.
Yeah, mid-range numbers at the moment. We'll watch this swell continue to fill in. Priority is with Mexico right now. There's Lucas in red. Thinking about a second wave, realising quite wisely that is it. Interesting to see Adachi with a different tactics of staying wide on this ride. I'll tell you what, if he'd made those turns that he fell on, he'd be way out in front. I think he's found really good waves there. Seems to be a little steeper, and it's draining and running a bit more. And a number in for Passeri, solid 5.83 for Argentina. So the best of the action.
I'm happy to see this. Maverick Wilson. This is the 4.5 for he. Couple of nice turns on the outside, wraps it to the cuddy. Adachi on the replay, pumping, driving, comes around the section, gets a nice wrap here back to the pocket, and then the closeout turn, beautiful. Board looks so great under his feet. I really like the length of the board. And then the freeness in the rail of it.
Passeri here, heat leader with some drive and speed. First turn's a carving wrap in the pocket, then up into the lip. And arriving late, putting it down as well, and he likes it. So he's going from strength to strength here. 5.83, a point and change on everybody else for scores in thus far. And another good number for him is coming with the down-the-line speed. Didn't have to be patient and wait, and then attacked the section. Nervous moments for surfers getting ready. It's finals day. You can feel it in the air.
That's Catalina Zarate from Peru. Natural footer, great backhand in a stacked heat. Coming up next, girls 16, big set wave.
Adachi got a 7.33 for his early work, and he's on another bomb here. He's caught 4 bomb waves. He's fallen on 2, and the one he completed got a good number. Now here he goes, carving on the outside, carving through the inside. Beautiful, impeccable style. And with that carve, goes all the way back and manages to hit the rebound hard, knifing that board through. A beautiful surfer. His technique, pretty much flawless. Really cool to see him going at this. Meanwhile, Wilson, with not loads of speed, trying to get the board up. It all goes just a touch wrong on the inside.
Maverick feels a little jaded from yesterday's emotional roller coaster that he rode. It looks... couple of falls. 7.33. I did not see that coming. I've got to say, I didn't see the separation from that to the other rides. Mav on the replay here, through to the inside, and there's the fall at the end. Looking casual, not looking too stressed, but the end results on a lot of those rides would suggest there is some stress in there.
All right, the no paddle position from Senkbeil, and then straight on it. And there's a lot of dynamism in the legs here as he works that around, just always in the pocket, never getting out on the face, so never having to chop back. and keeping that board alive. Super dynamic and a good finish as well. It is a softer inside section, but crucial just to crack that turn in there. This is going to be really, really close. We've got a lot of similar kind of numbers. We've got still over 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes to go. Great first heat, this one, BL.
Really is. Thiago Passeri for Argentina, a 4.53 on the first, 5.83 on the second. So he's only ridden the 2 waves and he's completed them and looked really good on them. Look at this beautiful snap into the lip, driving out of the bottom. Another flare there. Great surfing for Mexico into the final turn. Well, if we saw a 7.33 for Adachi's 2-turn combination, I'll be very interested to see where that score goes. Big fan of Adachi's, but again, it was a 2-turn combination, right? The snap back into the pocket, into the closeout turn, and I felt like the closeout turn wasn't quite as critical as a couple of the other closeout turns we've seen on big sections coming at the surfers. I thought that ride was going to come in very similar to everything else that we've seen. The judges saw something in there that they loved. And they're looking at it in real time. They're not watching a screen as we are. They're actually watching it in real time. So
the one thing I guess also could be the angle. Those rights are running away from us. It's quite hard to see how crisp and critical those sections are. Let's have a look at it here.
Pumping from deep. It's a bigger wave. Tall. Drives back into the pocket. Pretty pedestrian type snap. Normal sort of surfing. Great last turn, of course. 7.33. This heat, we've got scores for all 4 surfers coming in.
Really entertaining. It's also great to see, first heat of the day, just see everyone getting waves. What you don't want to see is someone kind of sitting there, waiting too long, getting it wrong, maybe falling early and then being too patient. Everyone's at this. It's really entertaining. Here we go. Mexico, Senkbeil, he'll go on a great looking left again. Gives it a hit, and then that bottom turn puts him all the way back up. It's a slightly softer section, just a little shoulder. I think his last left as well, similar looking wave. Obviously the previous one was better, but not loads in front of him. So he stays in the pocket, but it's not a super critical section in terms of how much there is in front of him to aim at.
And it wasn't a big wave, was it? It was a smaller wave. And at this point in time, the early information I feel like I'm getting is that they want to see you on the biggest waves you can find. And that's maybe where this young man got his 7.33 from, considering his second score now, and I thought that was a better wave. So it's going to be interesting to see where that comes in. 6.47 for Passeri's at last. 4.53, built to a 5.83, built to a 6.47. So in theory, he won the opening exchange, or just short of winning the opening exchange from Senkbeil. So great heat for Argentina. Second score in, a little lower than the 7.33.
6.27, decent numbers though, 13.6 for him, just under 6 to go. It does feel like the right-handers have provided the choice cuts, certainly in terms of scoring so far this morning. And the technique of Adachi that we've been admiring throughout this event is still on show here, posting big numbers without really getting close to his very best surf, and I think it's fair to say as well, he's got plenty more than this.
Oh, he's got a great air game, and when the waves are big and barreling, he spends every winter in Hawaii for probably the last 3 or 4 years. See him over there on big days at sunset, Waimea, off the wall, pipeline, always out there.
So his positioning is from the very start of the heat, so a clear tactic from him to go wider. He was there right from the start on that right. So far it's paying off for him.
Yeah, and it's exactly the same lineup positioning as we had at the start of the heat, you're right. And so a very clear strategy there for Japan, and strategically working.
Goes Lucas, looking to get himself, well, his score will come in, but he won't know that. Before he left, took off on this wave. He just had 1 number locked in, and his second score is healthy.
Yep, 6.63.
It's got that 6.63 in, and talking about that right-hander, he's heading there now, so a positioning move. Let's see where this puts the other 2. Just over 4.5 to go here. There are some lines filling in down the beach. Some really good numbers so far in this one. Maverick Wilson needs to get going here.
Yeah, Mav does. Looks a little, feels a little flat. And that's exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of this heat after yesterday. An emotional, draining day of competition. Well, 8 of them, actually. It's a big deal. It's an incredible feat to still be at your best at this point in time. Speaks to physical fitness, speaks to mental strength. And it's, I've been involved in those long events, but you know, say it's a WSL window of 10 days. You don't surf every day. There's supposed to be 4 days of competition. Here it's a unique style of event where we're on our ninth day of straight of competition, and you might have got a rest for a day or two somewhere in there, but generally speaking, repertoires around surfers haven't had too many rests. And Lucas Senkbell, his repositioning would be a reaction to the scores he hears. Because, you know, you go 7-3-3, 6-2-7, and we've had some 4s and some 6s. I'm going over to where that 7 came from. So smart strategic surfing, he's in 4th priority. And that's another reason to get away from Tiago and Maverick as well. They're making their way towards those other 2 surfers as well.
Drone view there shows you maybe just a little less period in the swell on it today. Possibly a combo of swells filling in here. And hopefully that should keep things nice and peaky. Here goes Passeri on a bomb of a left from Argentina. Puts loads into that first turn. The speed is great. If he cracks this, wow, that was a big turn. If he gets one more here, this is going to be a really big number.
Oh, he's getting 2 more.
Oh,
and another.
Still swinging to an inside. So great surfing from him. Defending 2nd spot, attacking 1st here.
And I love the way he turned that. There was the potential, as we see Team Argentina. That's his dad on the far left of the screen. Doing great work with Team Argentina. And must be nervous watching your son out there, that's for sure.
2.5 to go. Here goes Senkbell from Mexico. First turn, whips one. Widens up that stance and gets loads of speed.
Worth a try.
Big rotation. Throwing it all at this. And he'll throw that away. And he'll have to think on here. He's going to need numbers, and it could get significantly more difficult. He might be chasing a Dashi's score. If Thiago gets the 7-1-4 that he needs for 1st, then it'll be a Dashi, the Japanese surfer, that everyone's chasing down for 2nd place position.
I feel like there's every chance. It's the best wave of the heat so far. Can't wait to watch it on the replay. Size is there. Not the biggest wave. Love that carve back down. Beautiful positioning for this turn. Absolutely gorgeous. This one as well. Look at this. I love that carve out of the top. Something different. Into a snap, into a float. And I love the way he was going to fall there, but he turned the fall into something positive with the claim. He didn't look like he was desperate. It was like, I've done my work. Score that. I'm not hanging in this white water. I'm going to get back out the back as quick as I can and get another one. Beautiful interpretations. The bottom turns and the style off the bottom just looks so good. And then the way he carves the rail out of the top. Something different. Look at the score, mate.
Huge number. Passeri goes excellent. 8.67. We felt that was coming. Jumps to 1st. Japan, Adachi in 2nd now. And those scores have got bigger for the likes of Senkbell, looking for 6.98. If he'd stuck that rotation, he would have been on his way to that. Maverick Wilson with priority needs to get going. He needs an excellent number here. He's only got time for 1 wave. 50 on the clock. He needs a bomb.
Yeah, it's been one of those heats where I feel like the toll had taken on him was just, you know, it stole the energy. The spark we saw early in the event is not there today. And that's not to say anything negative, because I was expecting that. You know, it's a marathon.
Might get an opportunity here. We've got energy on the outside. Adachi is the surfer in 2nd, looking to just get involved. All right, here goes Wilson, loading up the speed from the high line. He's looking to try and punt there. He knew he needed something spectacular, and you can see the frustration. He wanted a section. The wave had other ideas.
Adachi in the 2nd. Let's 3rd place take this one. Very brave. What's going to happen to the inside? Nothing really. Smart strategic surfing from the Japanese surfer, from his positioning in the lineup to leaving that ride to his opponent. Comes through the inside. That's his best chance at turning that slower starting wave into a big score. But I feel like the results are what they are. And for this young man, Passeri, what a heat. A 4.53 up to a 5.83 up to a 6.47 up to an 8.67. You can't do it any better than that. Argentina celebrating, and so they should. Good on you, Grommy.
Yeah, great performance from Thiago there. Clutch surfing, finding bombs and unleashing. He's got a lot of power and spark. The aggression, I think, for him would be the word I use. And he looks like quite an intense competitor as well. Looks like he really enjoys going out, getting scores and beating people. The squad love that. Great way to kick off finals day here. More live action from boys under 16 when we return.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to Finals Day here, Surf City, El Salvador, providing us with plenty more energy and a great first heat to really set the tone for the day. Very entertaining stuff, BL, some good competing there. And there's still a lot more to come. Let's flip over to under-16 girls right now, having a look at Zerike of Peru, Schorsch of France, Green from Canada, Borelli from Spain, who's been really impressive, Sol.
Four of the emerging nations that are really becoming powerhouse nations, all four of them. Spain, I can see on the horizon an amazing time for them. And here is their surfer up and riding.
Great looking wave for her. How's the first carve? Nice whip to it with speed, but no second section. She would have loved to keep going. But a decent opening turn as well. We just saw a couple of falls in that last heat, didn't we, to kick things off before the quality ramped up. And interesting to see that surfers that made those mistakes early on, ultimately thinking of Maverick Wilson, whether that sets your rhythm off or whatever it is, maybe it's just taking a little time off in terms of the rotation. It's easy to be wise after the event, of course. Let's check out Green here, a bomb for Canada right now. Look at this, holds a line on the bottom, maybe just a touch conservative with that first turn. And then she'll give it a little bit more on the second one. It's a runner, this one. It's Keep providing her with sections. She does a similar kind of turn for a third. Here goes France in the form of Clémence Schorsch, and this one's slopey. So she'll have to just cut this one back and be patient, perhaps lacking a little bit of speed relative to the stuff we've just seen. And a little snap down now into the lip. And that was nicely done. Good balance from her to get that done. Maybe not quite the power or the venom, but she got the completion. She went into the lip.
Yeah, the completion was the big part, wasn't it? It was the bonus section at the end there that will boost her points. It's going to be an interesting comparison because, as you said, Oshia Green for Canada, it was a little conservative, a little bit sort of the same thing over and over. Zerike.
Wow, look at this. Opens up with all that energy from the takeoff, sets up with a swoop, and then phase that bottom turn. Beautiful section. That's more like it. Cracks that. Really good. Another section. Wow. And she drops the tail there. I'll tell you, if she'd hung that, that was going excellent all day long. Here we go. It's Borelli back at this with another slash to snap, and she's got some speed onto the inside, and she'll go into the lip. Really nicely done. Releases the tail, and again, hacks it off the top. We talked about the top of the heat, how good she's been surfing. Another great wave for Sol.
What a start. All four surfers getting opportunities.
I think the marked thing there, we saw a bit of a difference, didn't we, in terms of the level of attack. And I think on finals day, the time for safety surfing's over. Some of those repechage heats, particularly through yesterday, maybe try and get through in second. Don't take too many risks. I think today on finals day, you're going to need to bring your best stuff. And those exchanges showed us exactly that. Yeah,
and there was some interesting comparisons for the judges to sort of juggle around and find the scale with. Zerike attacked that one. It was definitely the best wave, but then she fell on the last turn, so that has an impact. It's going to be interesting to see how much of an impact, because the performance was great. The wave of Canada, Oshia Green, was a beautiful, the biggest wave perhaps, cleanest, beautiful face, but the same turn a few times with a completion, really clean. This is the one. We'll see it from a different angle here. Drops in, comes off the bottom, snaps off the top. Opportunity to get a little more aggressive off the bottom as well. Drive that bottom turn so that the judges are engaged in the turn from the very start. Nice snap to finish. Clean opening ride. Kind of the recipe for your first ride. You don't want to go too hard and fall. So that's a good confidence builder. Clémence from France here. The first turn's like mid-face. Nothing really too great happening. And then the last turn. One of the better last turns of the opening exchange. Little white water on the face. This one, beautiful drive, carves back to the pocket. I like how she stays in the white water here. See how she carved it back to get deep. That's the best turn maybe of the opening exchange. With a completion here, I see excellent scores coming. The incompletion will have an impact. Judges will tell us exactly how much. And then after the 3-6-7 to start, this was a beautiful backup after everyone else had had a wave. You could have easily have been stuck out there in a lull, but not here in El Salvador. Beautiful snap there. Bit softer off the bottom and then snaps it out of the top. That time the same thing, gets stuck at the top for a little while. I'll call it complete because how far do you have to ride in that white water? Great opening exchange.
Numbers in, ZK 583, that's with the incompletion. And while we wait for that number to drop in for Spain, Borelli, let's go and hear from Camp Argentina. Pacetti is with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, great heat this morning, Paul, to start things off. Thiago, muchas felicidades, congratulations. The only excellent score of the heat, it was a really competitive one. How confident do you think you were towards the end, knowing that you had got the job done?
Oh, was a tough heat, Mitch. Thanks. Was a slow heat, really few waves enter. That last one was really good. Was like a double inside wave. And I feel great. My backside, I feel really confident. I loosened the main. But, well, heads up. Yesterday, also a tough heat on the rapid charge 8. But let's keep the ball rolling.
You lost in the main round yesterday. Heat that, from my perspective, was makeable too, Thiago. How did you rebound from that? What kind of advice did your dad give you after the loss?
Keep it simple. I think I went too big at the start of the heat. And then was like, build a home and then go big. If the conditions let you go big. Now just have breakfast, recharge the battery, and go to the final of rep charge.
I know your mom and your sister are watching back home. Anything you want to say to them?
Muchas gracias, mami, toda mi familia. La verdad que un resultado increíble, lo mejor de mi carrera y con todo para la final de repechaje.
Suerte, Thiago.
Exactly.
As we'll pick up live here goes Sol Borelli, and a bomb for her. The Spanish look at this thing, great bottom turn.
Wow.
Cracks it hard off the top. And again, whoa,
Wow.
look at the speed and the control from her. Deals well with the tricky section as it gets into whitewater. And a 4 turn will be a flick off that rail on the inside. Turn 5 is a journey to the lip, and then ultimately a successful one. She goes complete green, getting pinged out of the lip there and going down. But what a way for Borelli. She's already got that 7 locked in. Where's this going to go?
All right, well, if the last wave was 7, that's a 10 in my mind. That was one of the best waves we've seen of the under-16 girls, the entire event. Wave selection, 10 out of 10. The most beautiful right-hander we've seen this morning, without question. I feel like, the 7, to me originally felt a little bit high. But the snaps on the inside, the judges must have loved those. Catalina definitely got impacted for the fall, the 5.83. Felt like that could have had, would have definitely had a point on top of that if it was completed. So the fall had an impact. The 4.83 for Oshia coming in ahead of Clemence's, even though Clemence got that more radical finishing move. So the bigger sets are where the points are. And for Sol Borelli, that set was an absolute bomb. This could be the highest scoring wave of the whole contest so far for me. Beautiful positioning. Attacked it. Look at this wall again. Beautiful. She doesn't need to snap out of the top because the wave's got that speed line in it. And where she put herself was absolutely perfect. Gets the completion. Beautiful little turns to finish. Makes that one too, which is quite critical at the end. And for me, that was an absolute bomb. Look at this. Cooking the waves. Carves out of the top, goes wide. France, Clemence Schorsch, comes back to the pocket. Opportunity to get on the back foot and snap things a little more. Gets that last snap, gets eaten up by the whitewater. Canada, Oshia Green, a little softer off the bottom again. snaps it back to the pocket, waiting for this inside, hits it, free fall out of the lip, doesn't complete it. So that's, not going to be a big score because of the kind of softer bottom turns and then the incompletion at the end. Judges still having a think about Sol Borelli's wave. What do you think, mate?
Yeah, it's for sure it's going to be excellent. It's just how deep it goes into that range. You talked earlier about the waves and how much more, obviously, it feels obvious, but points are available on the better waves. That thing, it looked like Karama's when she paddled into it. It was an absolute bomb of a wave. The surfing was full pace, like pedal to the metal throughout. And she wasn't hammering the lip in terms of putting the board through, but actually carving off the top backhand, showing us something different rather than relying purely on geometry and just gravity to ping you down, actually off the rail, keeping that alive. Brilliant to see. Here goes La Française shorts right now. And she'll belt this. That was nice. And much crisper stuff on the backhand from her. She's missed a couple of opportunities going left. This is much better going right. And then a finish as she gets a little slide out of the tail through a lip section. Still steep through here.
Wow, great
Gets
surf.
a snap to finish. So much crisper stuff. The chance to go more vertical. I thought also you made a really interesting point about how far surfers take that carve back towards the whitewater. And there was a real difference on those lefts from surfers that went into the whitewater and it set them up that little ramp down to go crisp. And surfers didn't quite get there, went a little safe. And then the next turn was never quite there, and I thought that was really apparent. And we always think about what the surfers doing when they're going forward on the wave towards the lip, but actually it's the end of those tiny little details, and it's really interesting to see that play out.
Sets up the positioning, doesn't it? Creates how difficult or how compact you are to the pocket. 733 drops in for the last of Sol Borelli, and I'm flabbergasted. That's the word I've got to use. I'm flabbergasted that they see such little difference between the second ride and the third ride. Honestly, I thought that was an incredible right-hander. The wave selection was amazing. Those backhand speed races out of the top, perhaps I thought they were perfectly timed. And I thought it was an interpretation of that wave as we see Ryland Beavers and Team Hawaii getting ready to go in the water. But what an amazing two heats we have watched for the boys 16 and now here for the girls 16. 5.3 drops for Clemens on the right-hander. I like the idea of going to the backhand. She was able to get more snap that way.
All right, an important wave fit for Zedeke. Started off flying and has gone silent since then. Here she goes, opening up the body to clip one off the top and with flow to a steep inside. That was nice, very well done. So a smaller inside section, but the bottom turns that she sets up allows her to put that board right through the lip. A great technique from her. And a crucial wave, it's got away from her a little bit. There's been scores going around and she's not been involved, and it was crucial at this time with just 7 left to get a second score, and it's going to be a decent one for her.
Yeah, 2 points there, 447, takes her up into second place. Judges really quick with that, Canada up and riding.
Oshia Green here, trying to get out of 4th place. First carve is nice. Gives it plenty of power, and then a snap to set up. She's on a steep section here. Gets a little carve to snap. And then not particularly convincing into the lip on the end. Just kind of maybe ran out of legs there. She didn't have loads of speed for that section. And possibly, maybe didn't quite get the potential out of that ride.
No. And looking to improve on the 217. For Oshia, I see the opportunity to compress more on the bottom turn and come out of that bottom with more sear and speed, which is going to add to what happens out of the top. At the moment, out of the bottom, she's a little tall. The bottom's kind of nursed and managed, I suppose you would say, and then she kind of whips the top turn. And it just doesn't have the punctuation. 4.83 with a 4.87, so a couple of good scores still. 5.3, 4.53 for France. And I'm saying it like you now, France, mate, not France. But now I'm saying it like France because you've got me. What a heat, Sol Borelli, 2 7s. Tell me your thoughts on the 733.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go excellent myself personally. Particularly, we get feel on the live. Sometimes that changes what we got replays, particularly in slow motion, right? Slow motion generally, anytime you watch anything in slow motion, it looks better. Like usually, compared to what you saw in live vision, you give it another point and a half because you appreciate what the board's doing. You can see how steep the wave is. my first impression, particularly from the live, whenever you get that feeling just from live, you already think, well, this surely is going to go right up there through the scale.
Yes.
But yeah, 7.33 for her. So judges, basically what they're saying is she needs to actually hit that lip. And because of maybe the carving nature of those turns, I mean, what else could it be?
Well, the other thing that it could be is that we go, okay, we went 7.07 on the first, maybe we went too high. And as a total heat score, maybe we, if this one's down, that one was up, we get the balance right.
Important wave here for Zadeki. She's in second. This is an absolute bomb, and that is a hammer, and she will stick that. So, reminiscent of stuff we've been watching in the Challenger Series, actually, and those closeout lefts and people going in the lip and getting excellent numbers.
Yes.
Disappeared there, almost super lake, super critical section. Where's this going to go?
I dare say it may go higher than the 7.33, and although I don't see it that way personally, I feel like putting my judge's cap on and thinking like a judge, some of the surfing that we've seen here has been not quite as committed. That was absolute commitment. That's the one we need to see on the replay. Here it comes, jumps up, nice size wave, big set wave. Waiting for it, only one turn, throws it into the lip. Critical, deliberate, fantastic surfing from the young Peruvian. She's in second now. She's going to stay in there for sure. A 5.73 comes through. We're waiting to see if a little red dot starts spinning on our screen after the fact. Or has the 7.33 stunted the ability of this heat to kind of go where it may need to go in terms of paying respect to the surfing that we're watching? I think we all, you and I, Paulie, we felt that was super critical surfing. And from what we've watched this week and the way the big closeout turns have been rewarded, the judges super quick with that score too. I feel like maybe they're still thinking about it, and we're going to see a red circle start spinning in a minute. You were saying that she'd been slow to get going and that was her last score, so maybe not. 2 minutes 40, Solbarelli. Some poor wave selection there on a closeout, and with a couple of sevens, she did not need to go that wave.
Yeah, 2 sevens on the board, first priority, not a great use of it. Here goes Osea Green, backhand for her now. Slopey this one, but it might get steep in here. Some of these softer ones outside do give us steep, critical sections. She's going to need to hit this, and she's unable to. I think, in terms of the surfing that we've seen in this heat, Borelli and Zadeke clearly the better surfers. They've surfed the best. They've found the best waves, and that's why they're in dominant positions in this. An important priority for the French surfer Sorch right now, and she needs a number to the tune of 6.26. That's the requirement for her to attack Catalina.
And a 6.69 for Osea Green from Canada, so still alive. 2 minutes on the clock. Some interesting scores that just, even having watched the week and kind of tuning in with the way the trends of judging have been going, and when I see a score, obviously I have my own opinion, and then I try to think like a judge for commentary, so I understand how they will perceive it and where that score might come through. I feel like the 5.73 was surpassed by her first ride. So really the quantity on the first ride opposed to the quality. And then we go to the 7.33 and there was quantity and quality. And so this heat, while the result is, as you said, is exactly right, the best, the two best surfers are getting through this heat, the best performing surfers in this particular heat, not to talk generally at all, really about what we've watched. And the wave selection of Solbarelli, the placement of the turns on the right hand are clearly deserving the highest scoring wave of the heat, and that may be stunting the potential of other scores in this heat somewhat.
A bomb here for Clemence, good first turn for her. Look at this steep section, can she hit it? Goes up there and gets a completion. So 2 backhand turns. Didn't crack exactly that second turn, but she got up there. She went all the way to the lip and she completed it. 6.26 the number.
30 seconds on the clock, and exactly the type of surfing she needed to do, the type of, the backhand hits. She is looking better on the backhand. She took the early information from the scores, went to the backhand, got her highest scoring wave.
Numbers in for her, 6.57, jumps to seconds, and Catalina Zerike, who's looked great in this from the beginning with that bomb that she got, is now currently, well, she's being eliminated because we've got 1 second left. We're all out of time here. The priority for her in second is inconsequential. She's unable to ride another wave. And France right at the end of that heat. Way to keep the concentration and the clear head for Clémence, finding herself a number on a right-hander. Disappointed to see Zerike go out. I think she's a brilliant surfer. I thought she's just, in terms of technique, you mentioned what they did in this heat, but just overall the way she surfs, I think she's got something a little bit extra compared to a lot of the surfers in the field. Another really entertaining heat. Big positives as well we can take. The waves are pumping. There's big numbers available. We'll admire this work that went in from our Spaniard, who ripped this heat up and was good value for the win. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring in Shannon and Rachel for the call. Stay tuned.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's day 9 and it is finals day in Surf City, El Salvador, and we are so excited to call the action as we're now into our under 18 boys repechage round 9, heat number 1 in the water. Eden Hassan from Australia up against Simon Winter of South Africa, Hickson Falcao out of Brazil, and Rylan Beavers from Hawaii. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley to call the action. And Rachel, we might have some action right off the start of this heat as we see Hickson now up and riding for Brazil on his backhand, opts for the right to kick off his campaign, drives hard into the second turn, already capitalizing on the first, into a third now as he works his way down the line with a lot of scoring potential to kick things off.
Wow, that was a great opening wave.
Rylan Beavers answers back straight away, hard off the bottom into that lip line, keeping himself right in the pocket for those opening 2 turns, goes in for the rail grab, disappears in the foam. Won't quite make the comeback there, but he'll have plenty of time to get another one. The start of that wave was looking incredible.
Yeah, it sure was. I loved his variety and his turns too. I mean, this is finals day. This is where we're going to see all the surfers laying all their cards out on the table. You know, we've heard surfers in their post-heat interviews, and also you just know the strategy on such a 9-day event these surfers have been competing. And as you're going through, you don't want to peak too early. So you are being mindful about not using all your maneuvers, maybe not taking to the air too soon, and, you know, different tricks you might have up your sleeve. This is the day where it all comes out.
So excited. I can't wait to be able to kind of see how the day unfolds. We've got some repechage heats to finish out this morning. Then we'll be into those main event finals. And from there into the repechage finals, back into our grand finals, which will be the medal rounds. We'll be crowning gold, silver, bronze, and copper medalists today. We've got just under 17 minutes on the clock. Couple small scores at the moment that will be disappeared in no time. And we'll wait for that opening exchange to drop through between green and white. As we do, let's go down to the beach, check in with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, here with Sol Borelli, winner from the last heat. Sol, muchas felicidades. You really got to work really early there. The 2 7s on the rights, did you feel like you had done enough at the end of the heat? Kata had one wave that was incredible, and then Clémence eventually got up into second place.
Yeah, I feel pretty cool. The waves are really good, and yeah, I'm ready for the next heat, and yeah.
Do you think you'd be in the position you're in right now if it weren't for the event in Brazil last year? Remember, we had to cut the repechage rounds up until a certain point.
yeah, I think this year with the repecharge is best because, I mean, there's more opportunities and yeah, I feel that I can win and surf more and and do my best.
You are. Un mensaje para la familia en España.
Ya, hola familia, hola amigos. Bueno, nada, les quería mandar un saludo y hoy es un gran día y espero darlo todo y poder ganar. Un saludo para Connor, que se mejore, y para mis amigos de bloquetazo.
Suerte, Sol.
Thanks so much. Well done to Sol. Very happy for Team Spain to see her advancing through and kind of getting caught by the giggles as well.
That was so cute. I loved that. I mean, these competitors are really, you see this aggression and their mindsets out in the water, and then I love getting to see their personalities on the beach.
So sweet. As we've got scores that have locked in, highest of the morning, a 9.27 on the board for Hickson Falco as we take another look here, Rach.
An amazing wave, this drone angle, just looking how this wave reeled down. And what stuck out to me on the first watch is how perfectly timed every single maneuver was. It was always in the critical section, and taking a look again from this front angle on his backside, opening maneuver, lots of power, and you can see he's perfectly meeting that lip. There's lots of flow, maneuver from maneuver, links, he's going rail to rail. Not a lot of variety, but so much power and well-timed, so much flow, and obviously the judges were rewarding that.
Well, a huge score. We've got a 2.33 on the board for Eden Hassan out of New South Wales, Australia. Carves back in the section for his second wave now, setting it up with a lot of speed as he moves through each maneuver and tagging the lip line a couple times to finish on the inside section.
I think that was a really well-surfed wave, but the wave comparing directly to the one that we just watched that replay of didn't give the same opportunities. It kind of shouldered off and he had to wait for it a little bit more. Well surfed. I think being he only has a 3.3 on the board. And so getting the feet in the wax, he'll look to build that house.
A big requirement on the board now for Simon Winter, but he's just getting his campaign started. Out of Kalmaki, South Africa, drives back into the pocket. Back at home, he's surfing a lot of lefts, now favoring the rights for his opening wave that's going to have more consequence on the scoreboard for him.
I love that we're just seeing all of these surfers at their peak right now. I mean, everyone's surfing so well. We're going to continue to see these large battles of high scores in order to advance through these heats. And I think something that's interesting is, obviously we know if you get knocked in round one, you go into that repecharge round, and there is that chance that you could surf all 10 repecharge rounds back to this point. But most of these surfers, excluding Eden, got knocked in that main round heat that we had yesterday, and then they had to surf again yesterday afternoon. Eden got knocked in round 4, and so he had to surf 3 times yesterday. So they all stayed in that main round pretty much right till the very end.
Up until finals day now, finding themselves with their back against the wall. Elimination on the line now as Eden Hassan just hammers it down the way. He dropped a 5.43 on the board for his last wave. He'll now look to improve, looking for a 6.08 for this one. Simon Winter now with a 5.13 on the board for his highest score. For Ryland Beavers, his opener was that 6.67, and he's got a 4.83 on the board as well. And then for Hickson, it is a 3.83 as his backup score. But that 9.27 is going to make him pretty tough to beat out in the lineup. Simon now driving down the line. Boosts very hard off the lip. We can see that one coming. We didn't quite see the flyaway board that was going to come along with it. As Hickson is now up and riding his wave selection on point. This wave even bigger, even more consequence than we saw from that smaller wave as he gives a great salute back to the beach.
Yeah, he looks like he's feeling just confident and relaxed out there. And that is so hard to channel, but I think it comes from all of these surfers also surfing multiple times yesterday. That's when you start getting on that roll. I mean, for me, there's no other time I want to surf a heat more than after I've just won a heat. And that's what these surfers are coming from yesterday afternoon. Let's take a look at this. Like you said, Shannon, a bigger wave, so much consequence. Wraps that one all the way around, nice and critical, up to the lip. That was a strong wave. Taking a look at this other angle, you can see that he really draws that bottom turn out, wraps that first turn around, and then gets this floater to end the wave, and he is so happy with that one. I think that will be the second highest score that we see of this heat. We'll leave it to the judges, but it is Hickson who's really running away with this at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where a wave that just has that two-turn combination, but on a very big, I mean, that wave seemed maybe double the size of what his 927 came from, though that 927 was kind of similar to that wave of Nat Young that went viral just last week, where it was a smaller sized wave, but the criticalness of just squaring off the bottom, hit after hit after hit, with that flow was what brought him into that 9.27. Now the judges dropping in a great comparison to that wave, something a little bit different in a big two-turn combination, bigger wave, and it's an 8.83 on the board.
Well, I'm glad I put my neck out the line on that one, and it came through an 8.83. Wow, what a score. Really, really running away with this. I think without having the stats up, an 18.10 heat total right now is the highest of the entire event we've seen so far. I think we've only seen the highest in the 17s, but we'll double check on that and come back. Regardless, well into the excellent range, and has the entire field comboed at the moment. So now it turns into this battle for second place, but we still have 9.5 minutes on the clock. So lots can happen. All it takes is two waves, and I think these other surfers, they'd be really struggling with that mindset right now of hearing those two giant scores. And sometimes you then channel yourself into, okay, well, second is the only option, rather than like sometimes you can be telling yourself, well, he has first on lock. But look at how quick he got both of those waves back to back. All it takes is, we've seen these surfers, that 667, 543, 513, that was all excellent surfing from those surfers respectively. It was just on smaller waves. The waves didn't really provide the opportunity. So let's see if these other surfers can get into that rhythm that Hickson's just come out of the gates running with.
Well, I've just had a quick dig through the stats, and this is now the highest heat total of the entire event, an 18.10. There was already an 18-point heat total for Enara Palacios out of Spain in the under-18 girls. It has just been eclipsed. As we take a look at Rylan Beavers, up into the lip for that first maneuver, gets slightly caught up, which just keeps him behind the section to be able to tag it one more time. Hickson flies into the air, so he's now freed up, looking to start seeing, you know, can he land an air or two in this heat to warm him up for that rapid charge final that he'll no doubt be competing in.
I think it's really interesting, you know, these early heats, it's interesting where the judges have gone with this, with neither of those waves being taken to the air. I think that's something we can really expect from these boys today, is going for that air section, especially if that wind picks up like it has the past few days. And the judges yesterday rewarding good airs really, really well. And so we'll see where that fits into the scale once we get someone who lands something outrageous like that.
It's going to be interesting to see how early the wind comes up, because yesterday it was up by 8:45 a.m. and it really started to puff pretty strong. We felt that change during Dane Henry's heat, and he said just as he was hitting the rocks about to paddle out, he noticed that it was just lightly coming up. About 5 minutes later, when he was out at backline, it really started to crank through, and he took advantage of that with the airs. So it'll be interesting to see. It's only just before 8 a.m. here in El Salvador right now. And so maybe within the next hour, we start to see the conditions change. These surfers will be stoked, though, that they get some clean, glassy waves to compete in as we are about to head into our next heat, which is the under-18 girls rapid charge round with Annette Estabari from Spain, who's been a big favorite coming into this competition, has her sights set on making it into that grand final today, and her surfing could certainly take her there. Now out in the lineup, we've got 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and it's going to be exciting to see that next heat underway.
I loved that. I'd shout out to our beach marshal, Manny. He was just there tying her jersey. He was the beach marshal for our longboard event. He's the beach marshal through this entire thing. He sits out in the heat all day, making sure the surfers get their jerseys. He's the nicest person ever. And I just loved that, like, you know, obviously she's so comfortable with him, and she's like, all right, you ready to tie my jersey again? I can imagine that's something they've been doing all week. So I just loved being able to be witness to that little moment.
Yeah, Manny is the best. He's on the ground at every ISA event that runs. He knows the name of so many of the competitors, not just because he has that list in front of them, but because he's got that personal relationship with the staff as well. As Hickson throws on the brakes, looks to boost off the lip, and he'll just have to kick out of that, not quite giving him what he wanted.
I think this is really smart from him. If I could be in his ear right now, I'd say, I know I started this heat by saying the cards are all out on the table for all of these surfers, but they aren't all out on the table for Hickson right now, and he still has those 2 excellent scores. So I would now bottle up some of that energy, not really necessarily take it. He doesn't need another excellent score at the moment. He has this heat on lock.
Now, a surfer that does need an excellent score to take away a win is Rylan Beavers. Great backhand surfing, makes the finish as well. He's sitting on that 6.67. A 4.83 is his backup score, Rachel. He's in a combination situation, which means that he needs 2 fresh scores on the board to be able to equal an 18-point heat total. It would be unlikely that he's really concentrating on that at this stage, but wanting to put better pressure outside that 6-point range on Eden and on Simon. As we can see, Eden now just driving in kind of that short bottom turn to flick it up into the lip, but he'll take a fall. He'll likely be able to grab a quicker priority out the back, though, because he won't be that too far on the inside. And now the question is going to rest on the South African. Out of Kolmaki, Simon Winter. He's sitting with just a 5.13 on the board so far, and he's chasing down that 6.83 on the clock.
Yeah, it is all coming down to this second place position. And with 4 minutes 20, like you just said, it's starting to come down to not replacing the 2 waves in your score line, but getting that score requirement.
Simon Winter is on the look for barrels every opportunity he gets back at home. But today it's going to be some solid rail work that could take him through to an advancing position. But he's going to need to capitalize on an in section like that.
Yeah, that is... You have to go for it, you know, at this point needing that score, but of course you have to land it too. So I think enough time for him to get back out there, but I'm starting to get this like anxious energy for all the surfers right now because it feels like so within the grasp of white, red, and blue. And I think it is, we're going to see another major exchange as the surfers are putting the pressure on themselves. And when you're trying to process this mentally and you're thinking, okay, it's now or never. This is an elimination heat. We're not in the main round. We're in the repecharge round. It's finals day. I have to, and that's why we see so many buzzer beaters, because you see these surfers process that pressure and process that moment and then rise to the occasion. So that's what all these surfers are trying to, except for Hickson right now, are trying to contemplate. And 6s, well, actually, the requirements have just jumped up.
Well, for Rylan Beavers, finishing off that last turn, he's now got a double pair of 6.67s on the board. Has increased the requirement to a 7.91 for Eden, who's been dropping solid scores for the entire event, as well as Simon now needing that 8.21. But with 2.5 minutes on the clock, they're going to need that right wave to come through. Both of those surfers in 3rd and 4th, Eden and Simon, love grabbing a fishing pole or a golf club in their hands when they're not in the lineup. And I've got to say, they've got 2 minutes to avoid having to maybe go fishing this afternoon, to hitting the mini putt-putt that's down here at the contest site.
Gosh, that is so
this
fun.
This has been one of Rachel's favorite hobbies, little pastimes throughout the week.
First of all, I love golf. And there has been like a little net that you can really, like they have some irons. Well, they have like a 7, a P, whatever. Really fun.
Means nothing to me because I know nothing about golf.
Yeah, but there's a lot of surfers who love golf, and I know they're tuning in.
Eden and Simon being too.
Yeah, exactly. So we've had that, and when I was competing last week, in between heats, I was going and nailing these golf balls. It was so fun. And then there's the mini putt-putt course that they have built out. It's so fun in between heats here.
Could be one positive to finding yourself eliminated today's competition. As we see Hickson up and riding, he is on an absolute roll. When it comes to his rail surfing, he's landed everything he's gone for. Of course, went for some of those airs, didn't quite find the completion. But now Simon with a big ask in front of him. That wave's not going to amount to it. And it seems, Rachel, more like, I mean, there's been a couple scores out of the lefts, but those rights for the morning at least seem to have that better potential.
Well, they're just standing up and offering every single turn to be critical. where on the left, maybe you get that end section that's critical, but there has been kind of that downtime at some point on the left.
Down to that final minute on the clock. The Brazilian far and away with the lead, the highest heat total of the event, and he has dropped in that 8.9 now for his last wave, which improves on the 8.83, so that heat total is going even higher, and he is just on an absolute smoker for that leading position. Well done at the moment for our surfer Rylan Beavers, holding on to second. Let's take a look at the 8.9.
Again, 2 critical combination turns. This was very, very similar to his 8.83, obviously only coming in at 0.07 of a difference. Judges comparing it to that first one, and they liked it. Taking a look at this replay of the left, again, we were just saying there is that downtime. This is that turn. He did the most, he made the most of it. Again, a little bit of downtime, and he goes for something crazy, something fun. At that point, I think he knew, okay, this is not going to be it. Let's get back out there.
Well, just a few seconds remaining, and that will round out our Repecharge round 9, heat number 1 on the board for our under 18 boys. It is just those single heats as well in the conversation for the Repecharge today. So it'll be top 2 surfers that have advanced themselves now into that Repecharge final, as we take a look at a final wave there for Simon Winter out of South Africa, Eden Hassan from Australia, 2 outstanding surfers throughout this competition. Rachel, taking a bow out in elimination. They're going to head to the golf course right after this, and we're going to get to see more of Hickson and more of Rylan in the lineup throughout the day, trying to battle their way out of the Repecharge rounds back into the grand final. When we return, the under 18 girls hit the water.
So depending on the side of the waves, it's super raw. It just breaks like right on the dry reef, and it's super like intimidating.
Nature, you gotta be careful. You just can't take things for granted.
You can feel the energy, and it's really strong. It's probably one of the strongest places in the whole world and the whole French Polynesia.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the action. The under 18 girls Repecharge round 9 is in the water and up and riding right now. We'll catch the tail end of the opening wave for Willow Hardy. Puts on a clinical finish on the inside section. She's in the water with her teammate Milla Brown, also the Australian. Annette Estabari from Spain, now up and riding with a beautiful looking right. Would have been paying close attention to wave selection throughout that last heat, and tags the section for a 2-turn combo to get her first score on the board. All these surfers in the water up against the Olympian, the future Olympian, in Candelaria Rosano out of Nicaragua, who will be competing in the Paris 2024 Olympics for surfing to take place in Tahiti. So she's in a great position this year, having her sights set slightly farther than even just that World Junior Championship. But today she would love to walk away with that gold medal. As we take a look now at Milla Brown, up and riding for her first opportunity, uses her priority on this wave. Nice snap, drives through that first section, carves it around back into the pocket on the second, and just staying really tight on this wave as she looks down the line for that finishing opportunity. It's going to stand up and grow as this wave heads down the line. She's going to get one more opportunity, and she makes it out. That was I did not see her reappearing. That was great to see her get that finishing turn.
That's actually the best feeling, you know, especially when, let's say you're watching an event at Pipe or something too, and you're like, they're gone. There's no way. And then I actually just got the same feeling out of that.
It's so exciting in those moments where someone just fully disappears. Here, it hasn't been from really long barrels like we might see at Backdoor, where, you know, Kelly Slater gets pitted and everyone's like, nah, he's been gone for too long.
Take the camera away from the end.
Yeah. And this is what happens, literally. And then they make that reappearance. Great to see Milla getting that finishing section on. As we take a look at the opening wave, a 5-point ride has dropped in for first of Condé.
Yeah, this left offering a lot more opportunity than we saw in the lefts from the boys' heat that just took place. Gave her some nice sections to dig into. This is the first of Willow's taking a look that we caught the last little few turns on. This one giving a little bit more downtime. She's doing well to carve it out, but not really giving her that opportunity for variety. I think it was smart of her to stick with it all the way to the end, but she will look to try and find that wave that offers even more. And sometimes it's always you want to start with a 9, but sometimes it's nice to just like get all those turns in like she did.
Condé up and riding on her second wave, throws it up, gives a little claim as well. I've seen her pull that one out in the past when she made it into the finals.
Amazing.
Last year in Brazil for the World Junior Championships. Annette now up and riding. She dropped a 4.17 for that opening ride. She's now looking to put the backup score on the board or even just improve.
Yeah.
Kind of a wild section. Got a little lack of control on the finishing turn.
Yeah, I think she was looking to pull that all the way around and really add to that criticalness, but alas, wasn't able to.
Yeah, Willow having a look down the line there. Just a quick out with priority. That will hand priority to her teammate in Milla. And a decent sized set starting to come through. Maybe even the opportunity for some barrels this morning. As you can see those waves being a little bit more hollow on those sizier ones.
Yeah, these conditions have been incredible, and I can't wait to continue to see how this builds throughout today.
Well, down on the beach, Mitchell Salazar is with the winner of that last heat. Let's check in.
Yeah, Rickson Falcao here, the highest heat total of the event. Rickson, você acredita, do you believe that this might be the best wave with heats you've ever surfed? Você acredita que esta es la melhor bateria que ha surfeado você em quanto a ondas?
Sim, tá sendo início de dia perfeito, assim, do jeito que eu esperava. Tava querendo soltar meu surf desde o início do evento, não tava conseguindo. Mas eu acabei caindo para repescagem e consegui retomar a confiança. Fiz uma ótima bateria. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo no Brasil. Vamos com tudo, o dia está só começando, a gente ainda tem mais 2 baterias ainda, se tudo der certo. Se Deus quiser, bater no pódio.
It's one of them, and I definitely feel that after being in the repertoire now, that just motivates me even more to be selecting my waves a lot better. I want to say a big shout out and hello to everybody watching in Brazil, and especially to Saquarema. Mensagem para sua família que está viendo desde casa.
Queria agradecer a todo mundo que ficou aí assistindo as baterias, que falou que eu podia, falou que eu tinha chance de ganhar, me deu aquele incentivo a mais. É isso, vocês fazem total diferença na minha vida e vamos com tudo.
Obrigado.
Thanks so much. An incredibly impressive heat from Rickson, hopefully not peaking too early, dropping in that highest heat total of the entire event. Rachel, what's it like for you competing on finals day? You just had this run literally, 10 days ago when you walked away with the silver medal at the ISA World Longboard Championships. Nearly had that gold medal. It was down to that final minute where Honolulu was able to get one final opportunity and found the score. But when you're trying to pace yourself through finals day, how do you approach that?
I guess I guess you could say I peaked in so I went through the main round all the way, and I had the main round final that will take place in this event after this Repecharge Heat 9. And that was the heat that I got 2 8s on, got my highest heat total of the event, and was feeling really good. And of course, you're feeling good after that and looking to improve upon that. But you're trying to be laser focused, you're bottling up that energy, not getting too excited. And I did start this day by saying all these surfers are going to be putting all their cards out on the table, but with 2, 3, 4 heats that you could be surfing today, you do, I think, very strategically about that and what I could be throwing in. So, for me, for example, on a longboard, throwing in those flares on the nose, the soul arches, those types of things are things that I reserved for finals day and then brought those out. And that's what we're seeing with these surfers starting more to go to the air, and the surfers being so comfortable finding excellent waves. Let's see this.
And going in for really dedicated end section finishes as well. Willow with that single tag on the finish, she'll ride out complete. She's currently sitting in the lead, Rachel, with that 5.9 as the high score.
This is the closest heat, though. Everyone pretty much has something within similar range of each other. I mean, it is kind of nice when you have the high single wave score, but when you know, as Willow has the 5.9, you know there's a 5.6, a 5. It's like, okay, so we're all on the same playing field right now, and now it's about that next wave. So it's kind of like a strategy-wise, it's a wave-by-wave situation of if you're all on the same scale again, then it's kind of like you're at the start again. And okay, now let's see who can get the best next wave. And then you start to see surfers run away with it, get comfortable with their wave selection, with the timing of the heat, and that's where all the heat dynamics, the strategy plays out. That's the stuff that I love watching in heats, and I can't wait to see now how these surfers use the last 10 minutes of this heat to run away and make that stamp.
Well, momentarily, Annette Eshtabari finds herself up in the lead. We are waiting for that last wave of Willow Hardy to drop in, though, so we'll see how much of a lead that gives her, only needing that 0.60 to take first back. As we can see, an opportunity here now for Milla Brown, putting herself with some distance away from the rest of the pack, down on the right. Into that first turn for the surfer out of Newport in Sydney, New South Wales. Frothy section in front of her, does very well to navigate the end. She's only looking for a 3.87 now as scores are in across the board. Willow back into that leading position for her teammate out of Western Australia with a 4. Now Conde sitting with a 4.91 requirement as her best two scores, a 5 and a 4.47. She had to kind of have some of that downtime making it around that opening section. Went in for a first softer turn. That second, she's able to really lay it on rail and throw some spray.
Nice.
Somehow holds on to the finish as she's continuing down the line. Didn't really find her rhythm back after that last sort of stumble, but managed to complete those first couple of turns.
I think what's interesting to note, too, is that all of these surfers surfed twice yesterday, but Candy was the only one who had that main round heat yesterday, got knocked in that, had to kind of deal with those emotions and that thought process of getting knocked, and came back to make her heat that evening. But otherwise, especially specifically Milla and Willow coming from Team Australia, they got knocked really early on account to them being sick, but they have surfed the most heats out of anyone in this heat right now. And that can play in two ways. If they woke up feeling really energetic, that's great, but they could also be getting exhausted. There's a lot of things they're having to deal with. Taking a look at this replay, unfortunately missing kind of an opening section opportunity. There's a lot of patience there. And now she's going to wait to get this set up. That was a beautiful turn. Foamy, so not easy to navigate through that one. And then just holds on to it there. Little lack of control, but that's okay. And that is where that turn will go incomplete. Taking a look at this, another wave of Milla. Wraps it around, again, foamy section, so it means the set kind of just washed through before, but she did well to really put it on rail. Sometimes on those foamy sections, why we point that out is that it's harder to really dig that rail in and drive through when there's foam, there's bumps. It's a little bit harder to read all the nuances of the wave that is important to that timing. So both of those surfers did well to navigate that.
Down to 8 minutes on the clock. We've got a 5-point ride that's dropped in for Rossano up in that leading position. Her younger sister, Maxima, was also competing in the event this week in the under 16s. And so that was really exciting to see, as we can see surfers getting ready to paddle out. For the next, we'll be back into the main event finals on that side of the draw. These surfers having yet to fall into repechage, so that'll be non-elimination. But in the water at the moment, Annette up and riding. She's sitting in third, chasing a 5.74 now to take herself into an advancing spot. That wave's not going to do it. She could feel it after that first turn, so a smart decision to kick out quickly, especially as she'll now find herself down into fourth, waiting for just her last score to come in. But for the rest of the field, all scores are in. Rach and Milla Brown from Australia on that big frothy section on the right. She's been able to grab the second, or actually the leading score of the event, of this heat, with a 5.93 on the board now. Just betters the 5.9 of Willow Hardy. And now it's Milla in that first place. Candelaria down into second. Willow chasing a 4.10 to take away an advancing spot. And she's holding on to priority. So she's got some control as Annette takes off on this one. Under fourth priority, she's just going to luck into this wave on the paddle back out. 2-turn, goes up for that second section. Kind of similar, just the opposite direction to that 4.17 she had earlier, but goes incomplete.
Yeah, she's got a little bit stuck up there, lost all her speed, and then when you're not driving through that end section as the lip is kind of coming all down around you, that's where it eats you up, exactly like we just saw there. So needed to come in with a bit more speed to project through forward, and those are the things, as she's paddling out right now, I think are replaying in her mind. Okay, how did that go? Let's shake that off. We're not going to do that again. We're going to try not to do that again. Let's go get another opportunity. There's plenty of time. But, you know, there's 2 Australians in this heat. And so they're also going to be trying to use this strategy, hoping that both of them can advance.
That's right. And there's a lot on the line when it comes to the team medals this week. We've been talking about that throughout the week. And coming into finals day, Team Australia had a very significant jump on the rest of the field. They were over 2,000 points ahead in the team standings.
Wow.
Coming in today, between them and the team sitting in that second place position, which means that even though it's still so early in the day, sometimes, you know, at a lot of events, we have to wait till that finals, those final heats of the day to figure out who could win. Right now, if the Australian team finishes out in first and in third in this heat, at least, they could both take the advancing positions and really secure it. But with Milla and Willow in first and third, if the heat were to finish like this, Team Australia would already clinch that gold medal.
Oh my gosh, that's something you're trying to not think about too much out there, but it would be on their minds.
Up and riding now. Cande goes down. That's going to hurt her chances to improve, but that wave didn't seem to have a lot of quality anyways.
It'll hurt her chances, but also just kind of looked like it hurt. Like her back leg came off and it's like the splits, you know?
Yeah. Unfortunate to take a slip like that, especially with a lot in front of you. And like you were saying, you know, it is really interesting to kind of start picking apart who has had a stronger run through the event. Cande being that surfer to really make it through in the main rounds up until yesterday, and now being knocked into the rapid charge, she's going to have to battle back in that position. Where for Milla, for Willow, they're probably just so thankful to be feeling healthy again, to be able to start peaking late in the event like this with a big opportunity in front of them. For Annette as well, who had a lot of, I think, that expectation resting on her shoulders for Team Spain. She's put together such incredible results within her past as well, competing here at the World Juniors, that the surfer out of the Basque Country would really want to be able to take that statement, especially as a surfer from that region out of Spain and out of that European contingency. That's a very likely, you know, future qualifier to the WCT, to taking that Spanish surfing to the next level behind her older sister, Janire.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And I guess those things do add pressure onto your shoulders. But something when I'm feeling like nervous before a heat, my dad always tells me pressure is a privilege. And that means it's because you've done great things before. And so those expectations are on you because you've earned them to be on you. And reframing that and not going, well, I'm nervous, people are expecting great things. How do I manage that? You go, well, people are expecting great things because I can do great things. And all of these surfers are mentally battling that right now. They have their expectations on themselves. They have those team expectations, Australia, Spain, like you were just describing. And Willow getting knocked in round 2, Milla getting knocked in round 3, Annette getting knocked in round 4, and Cande getting knocked in round 5. A lot of different situations here and scenarios. All of these surfers would have spun their situation in their mind to sound like an advantage. And that's what you do. You know, you're going, for Willow, she's surfed so many heats this week, but she's going, I've surfed so many heats, so I know what it's like out there. I am well primed. I am confident in my strategy. I've surfed so many heats and now won or made it through so many things that I'm good for today. Where Candy's going to go, I have surfed the least amount of heats, so I am the freshest. You know, it's all about that spinning of it.
It's a great way to look at it, and it's certainly what's going through each of their minds. But we're down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. This heat has gone by pretty quickly. At the moment, it's Milla holding on to the lead, also by only surfing 2 waves, the fewest waves ridden in this heat by anyone, and both of them enough to keep her in that leading position.
Yeah, this is where it's getting down to that wire of no longer, there's no time to replace the 2 waves in your scoreline. Willow and Annette are looking for those requirements. Candy's going to look to try and get above that 5.0.
Willow sitting with that first priority for a while now. She's been holding on to that control position for wave selection, but she just hasn't liked what she's seen. Even having a look there, you could see at those waves, not putting any dedicated paddle in, which in any way would risk her having a priority change, but just kind of eyeing up, now looking to move herself across to a different peak as well.
And what's interesting, you can see Candy following her. And although Candy's in 3rd priority, so Willow has any choice that she has. If I was in Candy's position, I'd be doing the same exact thing, because she's going to go over there and try and sell her on a wave and try and just put that pressure on and get in her mind in the best way that she can. Normally, someone in 3rd priority, you don't see them following the person in 1st, but this is heat strategy, and this is exactly what it takes to make it through. It's not, I have said many times throughout this, it's not always the best surfer. It's the person who strategizes the heat the best and executes that the best.
For Willow now, with 45 seconds on the clock, she's been just changing her positioning, trying to hope for a wave. She only needs a 4.1, and she's been in these situations before for the Irukandji's team, competing in El Salvador specifically on her way towards finals day, but now she's only got 30 seconds to make a difference. Also, Annette sitting down the line, she's in that 4th priority. You can even see that Milla Brown in the lead is kind of sitting there to apply a bit of pressure on Annette specifically. Willow now with a potential opportunity, a big size wave. She's going to swing it. Oh, she's going to paddle under this one. 10 seconds on the clock. She may have enough time down the line. Milla's going to take an opportunity here. She was sitting in a great position for this wave just to lock into a couple more turns. She'll be holding on to that leading spot and looking to maybe improve on it here. The question will be, does her teammate get a final opportunity to take off on a wave before the buzzer would sound? And it looks like Willow is still sitting out the back. That is so unfortunate, because she put herself in the position controlling priority, and the surfer out of Margaret River will not be able to get herself an advancing position. Annette Eshtabari as well surfing this wave, and I believe this was up after the buzzer would have sounded, but an incredible performance on the end.
Look at that reaction. She's going, there it was. Finally, after 20 minutes, I get it 5 seconds later than I needed to. That frustration is exactly how it goes sometimes.
Well, very well surfed for both of these young women throughout today's competition and throughout the entire week. We're going to see more of them in the future, but it's Milla Brown from Australia and Candelaria Rosano out of Nicaragua advancing through into the Rapid Charge final. More action when we return. Paul and Barton on the call, and we're heading into those main event heats, which means they're non-elimination, and those surfers, even if they lose out, will have another chance in the Repo Finals. We'll be back right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a very warm welcome back to Finals Day, Surf City, El Salvador. We'll keep rolling. And we'll see plenty of good opportunity come through with some big numbers going down as well. High stakes, incredible surfing, and a shot at going all the way through today. Gold medals, team victories as well. Let's have a look at some outstanding surfers. Lucas Skinner of England, Alex Owen from New Zealand, Dylan Donegan from Spain, who for me, along with Lucas, has been probably one of the outstanding surfers in the draw here, and also Romeo Chavez, who's been absolutely ripping. Cannot wait to see these four go at it. It would be a shame to lose two of them, which is the good news to that is we're not going to, because they will go to repechage, BL.
Yes,
and let's see
mate.
a bomb for Donegan right now as he'll wrap. So really different looking wave, a big peak, big A-frame, and he'll go on the right on it, and it will slope away. So just wetting the rail, just kind of sharpen up the blade almost with that kind of surfing. It probably won't be a huge number, but already tapping into the juice here.
And the blade did look sharp, beautiful wrapping cutbacks. Lucas Skinner, runner-up in the 16s last year, so back to try and go one spot better. Alexis Owen has had a great event for New Zealand in the main round. Romeo Chavez for Colombia also. Incredible performances, and to stay in this main round, what a gift that is to come to finals day in the main round and have that backstop of the repechage.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if you're the likes of Alexis or Romy, you're coming up against someone like Lucas, who's kind of been like stealing a lot of headlines and a lot of highlight reel stuff throughout the event. Does that change anything in your own mindset? Do you think this is a big opportunity to take down kind of someone with a bit of a target on their back? You know, former silver medalist last time out.
100% you do, and I think that's the way you look at it, is you go, you know what, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, as they say, right? And you get the opportunity to prove a point, and you can use that to motivate you. That, you know, there's always those guys who are sort of have the media spotlight. They might have sponsors that are able to give them that media spotlight. They may have had previous performances, whatever it is that puts them in that spotlight. You're in that position where you go, you know, I'm going to take this guy out. And, you know, sometimes you have to use that motivation to drive yourself and your performance to another level. And, you know, Romeo and Alexis in this heat, now in third and fourth, without a start. Lucas Skinner as well, 283 for Dylan.
Let's go down and hear from Team Australia, a very happy Team Australia with Mitchell Salazar.
Mila Coco Brown right here, guys. Congratulations, Mila. Super efficient in that heat. You only really needed 2 waves to make it out of it.
Yeah, it was a bit slow and I was struggling to find a good one, so I was just patient until a good one came.
What's it like having Dan Ross in your team, too, a guy who was very successful on both the QS and the Championship Tour? What's the biggest key advice that he's given you so far this week?
Probably just to have fun and just enjoy the atmosphere of it all and, yeah, have fun with your mates.
Do you realize what just happened right there with your heat win and with Willow getting third in the heat?
Did we win gold?
You just did. Congratulations. So Team Australia is your team world champion here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. A massive moment. How proud do you feel about yourself right now after being able to accomplish that for the team?
Oh, so proud, and yeah, everyone did so good this week. Everyone had a lot of fun, and yeah, it was a massive goal of ours, so stoked to accomplish it.
Anything you want to say back home with this victory?
Just thanks heaps, guys, for watching, and glad I'm doing you all proud.
Team Australia, your team world champion, guys.
Amazing news that. Thanks so much, Mitch. Well done to the Aussies. They've been brilliant throughout the event here. They've got more yet to give. Of course, several more heats to go before we crown champions. We're taking out the team event. Here's Chavez, and he's been sticking to these lefts all event, and that's part of the reason why he's so sparky and sharp. Good hit from him into the lip.
Single hit, won't go too hard, but at least it's a ride on the board. And Team Australia, we picked it early. The team that they brought to this games was the best team that we've seen from them for a long time. Incredible talent across both genders and all the divisions, all still in great form. Congratulations to Mila and Willow Hardy. Willow's had a great event. Alexis Owen on a beauty here.
Yeah, great way for him. Wow, that was a great first turn. Put loads into that, and the timing was sweet. Timing's a little off there, but he's good enough just to clean that up and tidy it. And he'll swoop again. Quite an unusual technique. He's got that really upright torso. Almost the head goes back slightly compared to most surfers that try and engage and lean forward a bit, but it works for him.
Yeah, it keeps him balanced. Unfortunately, lost the balance out of the top on the second turn, but a beautiful wave. Feel like that is the best wave of the heat so far, the 283. Otherwise of Dylan Donegan. Just a couple of cutbacks, nothing sort of critical into the lip like we saw Alexis get. the Kiwi doing his country proud, and a great event for all of these guys. You know, we said it earlier, being in the main draw still at this point in the event, finals day, you've done a lot of things right for a lot of days in a row.
Something that we haven't seen for several heats is Lucas Skinner without numbers on the board with over 5 minutes gone. So he's been getting those blistering starts, building his platform early, and his confidence has been growing from there. So far in this one, that's not been the story as we check out Courtney. Instructions there with Eden Waller from Team USA. Another great looking matchup there. Ziggy McKenzie outstanding from Australia. Tia Zabrowski of France as well. She's been incredible. Louise Leprant, stylish and sharp. And it's getting down to that where every heat really is a banger at this level, finals day.
Well, it's been that way for a few days, hasn't it? We've seen incredible performances from the best young surfers in the world. 440 grommets representing 54 nations from around the world. At the World Junior Surfing Championships, there's that score, 483. Good scale set for this one.
It's a little sleepy in terms of waves, isn't it? Just hasn't been loads in terms of just what we've seen from the opening couple of exchanges here. Most of the heats they've come out with, we've got at least 3, maybe 4 surfers getting involved in the first couple of sets. So far, this one a little bit tentative, nervy, quiet. Chavez with the best of it, just that one turn. Maybe feeling better of these guys, and maybe at some stage some of those nerves start to creep in. You maybe start to second guess yourself. Let's see.
But you would, you know, all 4 surfers in the water at the same time making equal opportunity, and it comes down to your judgment calls of where to sit, what to paddle for, what to do. So very even playing field, nothing really established yet.
Owen goes to left here, opens up the body, and a whip in the pocket with some authority. And again, go down there, and he really needed to make that count. All right, live action. Here goes Skinner of England with speed. Off the top, whips that turn, and then straight into the bottom. And a dynamic finish for him. Blew out the tail a little too much, and he went incomplete.
Yeah, it looked like he started a rotation like halfway down the face in the white water. I don't think that was the plan. So some nerves early for England.
It's got so much extra in his surfing, it feels, but that was just a little too much extra.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go to the air, was what I thought what might happen. You know, as it turned out, the 5.33 surpasses Romeo Chavez's 4.83, so the Kiwi up into the lead, backs it up with a 2.6 there. That was going to be a second score of consequence if he completed that. So a big mistake, 12 minutes on the clock. Donegan.
Here goes Dylan, out of the Canary Islands from Lanzarote. On the north coast of that island, loads of good waves there. Some fun long lefts and some slabs too. He's found himself a good bit of energy here. Just clips that through the corner, so running out of room in terms of a right that was kind of heading towards him, but joining up the dots reasonably well. Nothing like the type of surfing that we've seen from him in terms of the amount of authority he was able to impose. He really just had to kind of make, a couple of redirects with the board, but he's got plenty more in the tank.
Yeah, 11.5. The start of the wave went flat, didn't it? So he just got the wrap, and then the closeout section came to him super fast, so he didn't really get to punctuate that. Just got a speed line off the top. Nervous dad there, Ben Skinner, Skin Dog, coaching England, working with his son, and feeling the pressure there. You can see the breath, the pumps of the fist. Halfway mark, so still plenty of time. Only one ride being considered, that of Dylan Donegan before. Beautiful style.
Yeah, we always say, you know, it's much harder, particularly for the parents when they're watching on any sport, when you're watching your kids in a coaching role. Maybe something slightly different because it's maybe slightly less of the emotion involved with that, of course, but doing double duty, being both the parent and the coach. Got a bit on there, Skin Dog.
And very delicate. You know, it's a delicate situation. And coaching itself is a delicate situation because you're coaching, you know, kids, essentially, boys and girls. Here's the replay. Cuts back and see, he didn't even hit that high. There was the opportunity and the time to hit that whitewater high and make more of that. Maybe the opportunity to hit that last section a little higher too.
5.83 for that, puts him in the lead.
Yep, well, that feels right. The 5.33 of Alexis Owen, the right-hander, had some difficult moments on it, so the scale being kept there. point from Romeo Chavez. When you think about Romeo's, it was a one-turn forehand re-entry on a closeout, so big points for that, really. The 5.83, 3 turns, only a point more. So an interesting comparison there. And that's, you know, the judges are in that situation. I mean, the coaches are in that situation where, you know, you've got your country, teammates, pride on the line, but there's a fine line between, you know, in how you manage a child, how you push them, what you say, and how that whole process goes. It's a delicate situation, and the coaching staff for all of these teams, that's the hardest job to me. The surfing, you know, once you get in the water, you're out in the water. For me, I'd always want, the minute I dived in, you take a deep breath and go, oh, this is better. Okay, I mean, now we're doing it. We're not waiting anymore. We're not thinking about it anymore. We're just doing it. For the coaches, they never get to do it. They just get to watch. And I was thinking yesterday afternoon, it's easy from the beach, isn't it? All of it's easy from the beach or the booth or whatever. But, you know, when you're out in the lineup, you and I have had a few surfs, and they're interesting waves. Some waves here will, with the energy of that Pacific Ocean coming straight at you, will chip up on little bits of reef and give you ins. Others will back off, and it's a really different type of a lineup and different ocean to what I'm used to.
Unlocking a great right-hander here, Chavez. And he stings that first turn high in the pocket. The bottom turn's clean and sharp. And then as this rolls through to an inside, it goes slopey and then gets steep quick. And he gets up but doesn't crucially get down, and if he'd made that, that was going to be massive, and he won't get scored on the last turn. The first one was decent. All right, can Lucas Skinner get something going here? First turn, the wrap off the top, the setup now, steep section draining out, and he drifts that tail out, and this time gets it done.
He liked the feeling. I liked it too. Beautiful timing. Just held the board up and came down with the lip. Dad loved it. He's still clapping. The team are whistling. A lot riding on this young man's shoulders. The pride of England. A great future ahead of him, regardless of what happens in this heat. He's a superstar in the making. Has some incredible airs, and we have not seen him use them this event. And with 7 minutes on the clock, 1 score to drop, it's going to match. Well, I feel like it might be the best wave of the heat, actually. That final turn was beautiful. Here we go.
Owen here from behind a section on a left, off the bottom, squares into it and just whips one. Doesn't go all the way to the lip. And he'll cut down again in the pocket there. And then realise not a lot of action on the inside. Number in for Lucas. 7-5 for him. England go to the lead in this one. The 7.5 after, by his own standards, bit of a slow start. He had that mistake as well. But right now, this is more true to the form that we've seen from him throughout this event, and he'll be looking to work on that too.
Yeah, and really when you think about it, there was a first snap that was really not so committed because he was looking at the end section as where the commitment needed to be. So 7.5 for that final turn, essentially. So big points on offer for a big closeout turn. It was beautifully timed, beautifully placed. Donegan having a look at this one.
Here goes the Spaniard. Look at this, right stretching out. And that's very nicely done. It's smooth and powerful and concise. And again, that rail just cutting the water. And then a foam climb to set him up for, from his point of view, some work done on the inside. He'll hope, and that was a good crack, and he'll get a finish here, and he'll just bank this one. And you think about the 5.83 he's already got, that'll be another good number for him. It'll be, for the moment, certainly, you would think enough for first, but we've still got 6 minutes to go.
And we have seen some passionate performances this week, haven't we? Here we go, Skinner again.
All right, left-handed now for Lucas. What's he got here? Off the bottom, whips one into the lip, cracks that hard, and then recovers by bending the knees, getting low to the board and getting out in front of the white water, keeps the speed up to make sure he gets that completion. And his 2.67 will be toast.
It's toast. Only a 1 turn, though, so you can't go too far with that. 5.83s, 5.33s, maybe somewhere.
Chavez got that mid-range jump at the beginning, didn't he? It was forehand, so maybe a little bit more on it for the backhand turn, but similar kind of thing, maybe a bit better.
And maybe a bigger wave for Lucas Skinner and a bit better turn. So, yeah, I imagine it's better than that 4.83 from Romeo Chavez. 1 forehand re-entry on a bit smaller wave.
Number comes in quick, 5.27.
Good judging.
So Skinner in the lead here. Now that requirement for Dylan Donegan, we went for his last 6.95 to get first. Those two were the best of the action after, from their own point of view, just slightly sluggish starts. Now it's much more business as usual with two surfers for me that have been just unbelievable throughout this event. I feel like Dylan Donegan still hasn't really flared up in this heat. He's surf waves well, a little bit within his own ability, but this is great backhand stuff from the English surfer.
Nice snap into the pocket. Can't go too high with that because it's one turn. You know, what if he does two of those? And so it needs to be considered in the context. Beautiful snaps here. Nothing quite as dramatic on this wave as a big closeout turn, but at the same time, the way he climbs this next one, fades it down. Look at that bottom turn to top turn snap. That little combo there was beautiful. Pumps across the flats, gets the last turn in, likes it, gives it a claim. And I believe this to be the most passionate surfing we have most probably ever seen. Nice snap there. Well, see, it kind of got caught and stuck a little bit at the top there. Beautiful closeout turn. High score, 7 plus for one turn of 7.5. So Romeo Chavez up and riding.
Live action here from the Colombian, and he'll wrap that first one all the way back, swooping again. And then it'll get a little small in here. It's just nice stuff, but it's pretty lateral. And really, he'll want to find some lip. He'll do so here, and he'll lay back that. So very well done to keep the speed up, keep the composure as well. And after maybe not putting loads of points in the early section of the wave, the finish is dynamic. It's the best turn on the wave. We're waiting for numbers.
Yeah.
Well, the numbers, maybe one's been sucked back on our score screen. Anyway, in the meantime, time will tick on. 3 to go. As we see Lucas Skinner leading this one at the moment. We are still waiting for Dylan, right? That right-hander. Still waiting for that score to
still
come
waiting
in.
for that. There it comes in, a 6.83 with the 5.83 takes him into the lead, and Romeo Chavez drops a second score, 5.10 into a 5.83, 2 scores in a row that get him up into second place.
Well, we had a number for Lucas's left, didn't we? We had that 5 come in.
Well, and then it dropped like it was being reconsidered by our judges because we've still got the 267 there. We've got a spinning red wheel on our score sheet here that tells us that there's waves being considered. And there is the score. A 5.47 drops in. Goes up a little bit on the original score that dropped.
So a bit of action, bit of movement on the scoreboard. England leading this one from Spain, currently 2:20 on the clock. Chavez now, he's in the hunt for 6.83, so he'll need to bring his best by the tune of a point from that one-turn banger that opened up this heat. He'll probably stick to that left. Let's see. It's been working for him all event. Owen, the Kiwi, looking to get involved as well. 7.33 is a taller order for him. Good news is first prio. This is Donegan here, with a great entry into this wave. And a first turn with so much spray and speed. It's really crisp. Pretty much textbook stuff really from him. Really like the technique that he's shown us, and he's got an inside. And he'll go up and just tag that. Didn't need to do too much.
Oh, watch out.
With speed, Lucas Skinner loading up here. Let's be patient for that first ramp. Then he'll find a section.
Wow, 1 minute 30. But he's in the lead. The 5.47 has him in the lead. Takes that pressure off. That's not going to be a score. We knew what he was going to do from the very moment he got up. You could see the legs wider than normal, the pumping, the driving. There was a section he thought he was going to hit. It didn't come to fruition. He had to keep pumping into the closeout. Fell on that one. 6.83 and a 7.33 for this man, caught behind. And that caught behind's really going to impact. And he's going to cut out of this one. Still a minute, still time. The body language didn't feel positive. He's the only guy without 2 scores. All the others, a lot of 5s in there, which are great scores anyway. And here is Romeo.
Chavez, 6.83, the requirement for him. Under 50 seconds. First turn's great. Keeps the speed up. And then a little clip into whitewater. Because it was whitewater rather than lip, it'll get a little tangled, a lot tangled. It'll go down. That won't be the number he was looking for. He started off really well. That setup energy for the first turn. You're thinking if he gets involved in that second section, you know, a high 6, it's going to be... Anyway, it's all academic. That won't be it. 30 seconds. It looked like Lucas Skinner came in, didn't it? It looked like we saw quick vision of him just proning in on the whitewater. So he'll feel his business is concluded in this heat. We'll count down now. It's Owen. Is he back in the lineup looking for a wave? He is. We're going to count down. There's Lucas Skinner bringing that in. A 7.5 and a 5.47. Again, decent numbers for him. All right, here goes Owen. He'll just get up, I think, before the horn. And that one will stretch away. He had to go something else, the right call just to go, but it's not been his heat, really. Meanwhile, Chavez. And I think that was after the horn anyway. As it is, he'll go incomplete down on the inside. So our 2 surfers out of Europe, as we mentioned, outstanding surfers from this event. We'll keep alive in another strong performance.
And the Kiwi and the Colombian through to the repechage round, so we don't lose them to this event. And on finals day, repechage round or main round, doesn't matter. Same. Those guys will get another chance with the experience of this heat. Going to benefit them in that repechage round coming up.
Sun's out for finals day in El Salvador. Another blistering performance from Lucas Skinner of England. Look forward to seeing him surf again. We'll be right back after the break.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to finals day from Surf City, El Salvador. Having a look at the American Waller, absolutely flying down the line on a right-hander. Another one that's resembling lowers as she goes off the bottom hard with a crisp swoop and cuts that down. Stay in the pocket, and it'll shoulder off here and get small. If she gets a finish, it won't be a particularly dramatic one, but she'll just stick with this here and try and eke every last opportunity. And a little slide on the end. Something of an afterthought. Good carving work done out the back. Having a look at Louise Lepront here. And she's up on the backhand. Patient for her for the first section. It's a little slopey. She does pretty well to deal with that first snap. And then that whitewash from the bomb that just broke undoes it. Here goes Zabrowski of France. Cuts down on the backhand her first turn. And then she'll go into the lip here and spank hard. But getting there late and going incomplete. So an error from her early on. Eden Waller with that long wave puts her way down the point here. 17.5 to go. We're looking for an involvement from Ziggy McKenzie. Paul Evans alongside Barton Lynch. So much talent out in the water right now, mate.
It's, what a day it's been already, and deciding our champions. The people that don't advance through this heat will go into the repechage round. So they've got nothing to lose, really. And all that represents at this point in time is one extra heat. And you might even want that. So it's all up for these 4 young ladies. Looking forward to hearing from Lucas Skinner. Was not one of his best performances. A little scrappy around the edges, but the one big closeout entry, enough to consolidate his advancement.
Yeah, official results of that one. Donegan got the win, didn't he? He got that number towards the end of the heat, so no interview for Lucas Skinner. He can conserve that little bit of extra energy. We'll be hearing shortly
Donegan
from
on that
Spaniards.
last right-hander.
Yeah, got that number. And we'll see surfers in 3rd and 4th go repechage, as you mentioned. A paddle here from Zabrowski, not going to get on there, so she's just hunting an opportunity. She really wants. You feel with her that passion that she shows. You can see her sort of feeling that fall on that left, and she just wanted to wash it off straight away.
Yeah, I feel that too. I get that sense. Eden Waller on that first triple overhead. Right, look at the size of this one. Like you said, when she's at the bottom of this, it's a beautiful big wall, drives off the bottom, carves, fades it back to stay tight to get as much out of the waves in that critical section as she can. As you said in the live call, went a little flat here. She just kind of continues because there's one last closeout re-entry in here, pumps it at the bottom of the wave to try and get speed into it. So for Eden, a nice completion. Lapront.
Here goes the South African on her left here, being patient, mid-face right now, waiting to unload. She's going to need to do something here. She's gone a long way into the lip. And how often have we seen that when surfers wait and kind of miss the whole entire section, then they slightly overdo it when they get through to the midsection before it hits the inside, and incompletion from her.
Yeah, the pressure mounts. You realise you're missing opportunities, and the earlier you can get your turns in, the bigger the score's going to be, because you're risking more by doing the turns at the beginning of the wave rather than at the end of the wave. The end of the wave you fall, well, it's over, isn't it? So pressure mounts as you're riding that wave, and as you miss the opportunities to hit it, by the time you get to the end, it's mounting, and you've got to throw something big. Talk about throwing something big. Eden Waller has done that on her opening ride. Great wave selection.
6.83 for the bomb for the American. And that carving, sharp carving out the back with speed as well, crucial throughout. And linking it up seamlessly. There's no flaws at all in her style or technique. She's a really natural looking surfer. And she goes at it to the tune of 6.83, which puts her in a pretty decent place in this one. There's nothing else of real quality to talk about from what we've seen in the opening exchange. We've lost 5.5 minutes off the clock. And you're really waiting for surfers like Ziggy McKenzie and Tia Zabrowski, two outstanding performers, to fire up here. Ziggy's been so impressive throughout the rounds. We talked about the talent that Australia's brought, I think, in terms of style as well. She has been incredible in terms of her performances. She's having to be a little patient here, though.
And the Australian team confirming their victory in the team championship. Feels early to have done that, but speaks to the quantity of people still in the event for Australia. What a victory for them. It's been 9 years. So, you know, in the 10th year, they're potentially going to go a decade without winning, which for Australia, after so many years of dominance in the sport of competitive surfing, it's a decade, and a big win for them here. So congratulations to the whole team, the coaching staff, and for those two girls, Willow Hardy getting the 3rd place, which consolidated alongside the victory.
Yeah, but even in that interview when we kind of confirmed that victory, and something that we've come to expect from the Australians, they're so competitive, they won't be kind of celebrating now. It'll really about going all the way, getting those gold medals, winning their divisions. They'll keep that intensity up. 13 on the clock here. Let's go down and hear from Dylan Donegan, winner of the last heat with Mitchell Salazar.
And our first finalist, too. Congratulations, Dylan. You're going to be the highest seed moving into the boys U16 final. Your first appearance in a final here at the ISA. The way you've been able to keep your composure throughout the week has been very impressive. Where would you say you get that from?
I don't know. I guess my dad, before I came, he just told me, just don't go with pressure. Just go for a heat. If it's a final, it's a heat. It's like round 1. So just do your best in every heat, every wave. And yeah, I don't know, it's been going perfect.
Hanzo de Rosola is right here to your side too. What about his leadership so far? He's made the finals twice in a row, and now being the team captain, what kind of advice has he been giving you throughout the week?
Yeah, seeing Hans in Brazil was really inspiring. How he was just calm before every single heat. So I guess I just took that from him as well, and he's just been giving the best advice to all of us. So it's been great.
How's the gold medal sound?
I don't know. I'm just gonna try and win a heat again.
You got 2 waves to do it. Anything you want to say back home before the final?
Sí. Nada, gracias a todos los que me estáis apoyando, mi madre, mi padre, mi hermano, bueno, todos los que estáis ahí. Gracias a todos los que me apoyan, todos los mensajes. Y ahora a la final vamos a por todas y a volver con el oro.
Suerte, Dylan.
Strong Spanish squad in full voice there, supporting their surfer. He's making it to our first final. Of course, he can't win the event in that final, though, Barton, because there's another final after that, right?
No, that's main round. So he's through to the actual final.
Okay.
And then we go with Lucas Skinner. And then the third and fourth go to the repechage finals. So, and those two surfers from the repechage final will match up with Dylan Donegan and Lucas Skinner. And those two guys have been two of the standouts. So fantastic to see them make the way, and great advice from his father. They are just heats, and every one of them, final or not, is another heat. Needs to be treated the same way. Saw some great rides during the interview. A 4.07 drops for LaPront, the last of her. A couple of small scores at the moment. But look at Eden Waller, 6.83 on the first. I thought the left was actually better than the right myself. Sharp, positive turns. Ziggy McKenzie up and riding.
A bomb here for the Aussie, and a great line through it as well. Just cut her momentum down the line so it got steep and bowly like this, and swooping around. Got a 6.6 prior to this for the right-hander, and then a strong finish as well. So good surfing from her.
The 6.6 was a one-turn closeout re-entry. Yep, so big scores for one-turn closeout. That was a nice ride as well. It's going to back her up. Eden Waller in the lead at the moment, but Tia Zabrowski drops a 6-point ride as well.
Everyone getting involved here, aren't they, in terms of Tia with the 6. We're also getting it. Ziggy's also already got the 6.6. Can he get another good number? So it's just Louise LaPront that needs to fire up a bit here. We watched that left. It's just maybe had a good finish on the end, a touch sluggish through the opening section, and make the comparison with the speed that Ziggy had and just how steep the section was as well. And that allows the judges to differentiate. Eden Waller's looked really sharp in this though, with a pair of 6s already. It's still almost half the heat to go. Expect her to improve here. And this has been an entertaining matchup. So, numbering for Ziggy, 5.07 for that left. Puts her in second place. Tia drops to third, 5.68 is her requirement. The French surfer with priority.
Just over the halfway mark, 9 minutes remaining. So 2 scores for both Ziggy and Eden. Eden's on her way to a third.
Look at this bomb here. All this section loaded up in front of Eden Waller. And just flicks one off the top, setting up with loads of speed. This is a steep section, and that's very
beautiful.
good surfing.
That's what she needed to do at the end. Nothing really very spectacular had happened before that. The only chance of improving was something big on the end section, and it was a beautifully timed closeout re-entry. Powerful surfing from the young lady. We'll have a look. She jumps up in the whitewater, fades it back into the pocket to give the wave time to stand up. Gets a little snap, and she's still waiting for it to stand up. Pumps through this inside section, puts the hand on the wave face, drives the bottom turn into a snap, and then this is the money. Beautiful closeout turn into the shore, does the jump, and that last turn was maybe her best of the heat so far. Cuts back, just waiting, driving, twitching the board, building speed with her feet and her ankles and her knees, and into the last closeout turn. Be interesting to see. It feels like it's sort of in the same range as the other scores. The 6.5 had some beautiful turns on it as well. A little fall at the end of that.
Look at this set shaping up here from above. We're watching this swell fill in. Got a nice angle on it today. We're seeing lots of peaks. These teepees coming through, maybe just prior to a little bit of a wind switch right now. It looks really soft the way that lip line is. It just looks dreamy to surf. Obviously, if you're in a heat, you'll be feeling all the nerves as well, and with everything at stake here on finals day, but just the chance to go out there and perform in conditions that offer so much in terms of the repertoire. We've seen surfers doing good rail work, going into the lip closeouts. There's good points to be made when you don't have a lot of room to move if you got the speed. Dane Henry coming up next from Australia, the strong Aussie team. He's been unbelievable throughout this event.
He would be, in my mind, the standout of the event so far. Scored a 10, thrown some massive airs, some beautiful turns on the wave face. That's going to be a great heat coming up. And now in the girls under 16s, watching the best young surfers in the world. Future champions, Tia Zabrowski, having a look.
She'll use priority here. And a bit of an extra paddle just to make sure she got on. It's super steep, and just the way she didn't quite catch that wave as early as she wanted, it held her up a touch. By the time she got there, too deep, too late
And I suppose what we see there, I'm questioning the wave selection firstly, but then I'm trying to understand why you would go that wave with priority. You need a score, so you've got to improve on the 2.43, but you still got 6 minutes. She has heard the scores for some of the bigger closeout single turns and recognises that she doesn't need a good wave. She just needs a big, good section. Do one big closeout turn and you'll get a score that will be something you can keep. So at the same time, though, I wasn't really feeling that even from the paddle. I'm thinking, why are you going a one with all white water all over the face of it and it's going to close out? But earlier indications for her have been that one turn's going to score, and we saw the 6.6 be that for Ziggy McKenzie.
Likes to have the high wave count, doesn't she, Tia? And just keen to get involved there. So maybe slightly overplaying her hand by going that wave, and now she'll dip down to 4th priority. She's a surfer capable of getting scores on waves that are turned down by her competitors. She's going to have to do that, or she's going to have to hope that rotation moves through with sets. She'll get back up and have first dibs. Let's see all of that to unfold in what is now quite a tense and well set up heat for a final 5 minutes.
And we can see her paddling away, getting on the outside of the other surfers, trying to maximise her positioning in the lineup to take advantage of opportunities from 4th priority. Good move. I can see a surfer recognising, and it's a surfer in 2nd place, recognising the danger that Tia Zabrowski represents in terms of performance. Well, she doesn't need much to score massive from the judges because she is an incredible talent, only 13 years old, so plenty of time left in this division. And Ziggy McKenzie just repositioning with the 2nd priority closer to her. Smart strategic surfing from the Australian. Eden Waller been out in front from the very start, and Louise Lapront really needing to use the 1st priority she has now, turn it into something of consequence to get into the action.
Yeah, interested just on that priority. You see, it looks now like Tia's covering Ziggy, but what it is because Ziggy's turned around and wants to head towards these sets, that gives the opportunity for Tia to get herself back on the peak. She tried to get away, realised she didn't. She almost just slipstreams a free ride back to the peak with Ziggy, but this is Louise Lapront. Good first turn from her. It's really smooth and polished, but it is a smaller section in here. What's she going to do with it? A little poke up over a whitewater section for a float, and then a snap on the backhand to finish, which will probably be deemed incomplete.
Yeah, but showing us the type of performance and the reasons why she is still in this main round. Round 6. Ladies paddling. Uh-oh, what goes on here? Ziggy McKenzie.
So Ziggy's up and going here on a right-hander. It's got a steep face on it, but she got that slightly wrong that first turn. Second one, she recovers and pulls it down, and then goes up for, they feel like kind of quite late decisions, those turns. She's going up kind of neutral and just redirecting the board, trying to play a bit of defense in terms of a 2nd place position. Her low score's the 5.07.
Smaller wave. She felt like she had to go. She did have to go, really, because Tia was going to go it if Ziggy didn't. Eden having a look with 1st priority here.
Eden Waller, the heat leader, on a right-hander. Drifts out the tail. That was sick. And again, a snap off the top, just kind of forcing the issue. There's not much available here. Tried desperately to get down the line to link that up. Meanwhile, 2:45 going on the clock. A set out the back. Zabrowski with priority, and she's got a bit of fire going as well. I think she'll be keen to unleash some of that energy right here. Here she goes, a right-hander for Tia out of France, off the bottom, hard off the top. Great spray from her, and then straight with the speed and snaps it with some aggression. This is the wave she's been waiting for, and again she'll tag that finish, and there's the passion.
The passion we have seen this week has surpassed any event I've ever seen. The claims, the shout-outs, the screaming, the yelling, and the passion from the surfers in the water has been worn on the sleeve, as they say. We've seen so much of it. That was a smaller wave, only looking for the 5.68. The surfing done on it was really nice. How was that first turn of Eden Waller's too? Snaps in the pocket. Behind the whitewater for a little bit, drives the bottom turn from there, gets into the pocket tight, close out section ahead, beautiful little snap out of the top, throws the double fist pump because she's got a 2nd score on the board. This turn, the turn of the heat so far most probably, beautiful one turn. There wasn't a closeout section on it, So she pumps over onto the shoulder, cuts out, wondering how the judges will score that first turn as opposed to the way they have scored the closeout turns.
And the bit is maybe crucial as well. You think Ziggy McKenzie's the surfer potentially in trouble from Tia. She's sitting in second. There were two ways in a similar part of the reef that they caught, right? They were right-handers, maybe a little bit more size, but not significantly on Tia's. The inside was softer from Tia, but just that opening section, a dramatic difference I feel like on that first turn, and maybe that's what the judges will use. Maybe that will be important in the way they assign these numbers.
Yeah, 5-1-3 for Ziggy, and there was some mistimed opportunities on that wave for her. A little bit of a stumble on the last turn as well. She did improve on the 5.07, but there was a more authoritative feeling to the French woman's performance. It was a little more desperate, and timing was perfect, looked calm under pressure. Judges considering the score still.
I mean,
30 seconds, mate.
We could just be projecting this, but it just felt like there was a little bit of anger, but positive anger there from Tia, and it really felt like we kind of knew something was coming. And when you anticipate that and then it does come, it almost feels like a payoff.
Yes.
Let's see how the judges go towards scoring that. 20 on the clock. She'll go again. Here's Zabrowski on the inside. She'll try and get anything she can here. Gives that pretty good crack. She'll get tangled and tumble. That won't add anything significant. We're waiting for score for Louise Lapront as well as Tia's wave, which the judges will take their time with. It'll be a good score from the point of view of an improvement for Louise, but she'll remain out of contention.
Oh, Mackenzie, is this after the heat? Look at the sections. Look at the surfing. That was her best ride. Was she up in time? And if so, that, in my mind, surpasses the waves of Zabrowski's.
Fast, long, critical surfing.
Critical. Big
Ziggy
set
McKenzie,
wave.
Yeah, we didn't see the takeoff, did we? We picked it up. So a number for Tia, 7.13, goes to second.
And Mackenzie's was in time. The judges considering it now.
Score coming in. Her requirement, 6.54. Here we go.
Oh, she gets it in my mind. Beautiful first. Oh, carved down. But this turn's the money turn. Big critical into the section. Was that the best turn of the heat?
We'll find out soon.
I'm asking, mate. I'm not. Come on, give it to me. The first turn looked better in real time than it did on the replay. It was more a carved down. But that turn there was spectacular. Looking for a 6.54 to overtake Tia Zabrowski from France.
We said we were going to get drama. We talked about the talent in the water.
We sure did.
We talked about the competitive intensity, the nous, how good the wave selection's been, how critical the surfing's been as well. And it's all going to come down to this last number from the judges. And look at these nervous moments. There's Zabrowski, the youngster out of France. She can't bear it. She's down there on the rocks waiting for her fate to be decided by our panel. She will have a number to come in. It'll be a throwaway. She went incomplete. It's this number for Ziggy McKenzie for that roping right-hander with the strong finish.
It's a 6.54, so you need a judge to go over. Two judges, really, when you take off the high and low to go over 6.5. I feel like it was critical. That last section was the most throaty, real section of the entire heat.
She needed 6.54. She gets 6.57. Ziggy McKenzie jumps to second right at the very last milliseconds of that heat, up just before the horn. There's the celebration from her on the rocks, and it'll be disappointment for Zabrowski, who'll stay alive, though. She'll go to repechage, but she maintains pretty high standards for herself, so she'll be disappointed not to get the victory there. We'll see more of her surfing, but what a brilliant heat, BL.
And Eden Waller in the lead from the start. Congratulations to her, but big congratulations to all four ladies. That was a beautiful heat, and so glad that they get, third and fourth gets to go to the repechage. Look at that bottom turn. Great heat, girls.
Brilliant surfing from the young American. We'll go to break here. More live action continues. Don't take your eyes off it. It's scintillating. We'll bring in Shannon and Rachel for the call when we come back.
So depending on the side of the waves, it's super raw. It just breaks like right on the dry reef, and it's super like intimidating.
Nature, you got to be careful. You just can't take things for granted.
You can feel the energy, and it's really strong. It's probably one of the strongest places in the whole world and the whole French Polynesia.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Well, we're back. It's finals day at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. 9 days of competition. We're in the final one, and everyone has been putting in some time in the jerseys, some time in the free surfs, and some time trying to stay cool here because El Salvador is always very, very warm. That last heat was won by Eden Walla of the USA. Ziggy McKenzie gets the score on her final exchange to nearly take out the leading position, and it's Tia Zabrowski who goes down in third. She'll be heading to the repos, but she's also in the main round for the under-18 girls, so she'll actually be surfing the heat after this 20-minute quick change around. As we take a look at our current heat in the lineup for the under-18 boys, round 6, this is the main round. It's non-elimination, same as we just saw for the under-16s. We're into that same round now for the under-18s. It's just the single heat. Top 2 surfers are going to go straight to the grand final. Bottom 2 surfers will have to then surf in the repechage final with an opportunity to battle back to basically have the chance to resurf this heat right here. As we can see, those surfers in the lineup, 2 Australians, Dane Henry and Fletcher Kelleher, up against Brazil's Luan Ferreira and Japan's Iko Watanabe. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley to call the action, and Rachel, looks like we're going to have a scratch to get into that first wave for Luan, just a little too deep.
Yeah, just a little too far out, scratching into it. Couldn't quite get it. But we know that there is plenty of action to be had out there, that the waves have been consistent, and we've seen lots of waves ridden. So that has kept these heats very entertaining. It doesn't look like the wind is quite picking up yet. So, I know the surfers would be hoping that that continues to stay off for as long as possible. I think looking at the conditions, the sun is coming up. It is getting hotter out there, so we probably would expect it to pick up at some point. It's just like not a matter of if, but when usually with these things.
16 minutes on the clock, 20 minutes for these heats. We'll be going up to 25 minutes when we hit our repechage final rounds, which is the repechage final just after this round finishes, and then into 30 minutes for the grand finals for those medal matches to be able to see who takes out the big victory with that gold medal. Just kind of starting to get within the grasp of each of these surfers. As we can see the surfers in the lineup putting themselves in position, let's go check in with Eden Walla out with a big win.
Our first finalist, and it's going to be the high seed for you in the final in the girls U16. Eden, 2 years in a row now that you've made it to this point right here. Your confidence seems like it's at a sky high right now. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, well, it's for sure a little nerve-wracking before every heat, but I'm just trying to keep believing in myself.
And it was the quick start that kept you in the lead the entire rest of the heat, but Tia had a score at the end, and Ziggy Aloha was able to get the wave to put her up in a second. How cool was it to be able to share that moment with all the other surfers? It's a great time to be a girl in surfing.
For sure, yeah, it's really progressing girls surfing right now, and it was really nerve-wracking in the last few minutes in that heat because I knew I wasn't leading by a bunch, but I'm stoked to have made it.
And you decided to stick with the Subdriver 2.0. You've been riding the driver every now and then out here, though. Seems like this is the board that you're going to keep on ice.
Yeah, this is a super fun board. This is kind of my regular board at home, and I just feel really confident on it, and it for sure works really good out here.
Everybody watching at home in California and within the United States, you want to say a message to them before you hit the water for the final?
Yeah, just thank you to all my family for watching. I know my grandparents are watching, so thank you for watching, and just thanks to all my sponsors for believing in me.
Congrats and good luck.
Thanks so much. Great to check in with Eden into the finals for the under-16 girls, alongside Ziggy McKenzie in that second place position. All other surfers will have to battle through the repechage rounds in just a few moments. As we take a look now at a paddle for Fletcher Kelleher of Australia, up and riding on the opening wave of this heat. Quiet first 6 minutes as he was waiting out this one. Gets that first turn, has to pull himself out because he knows there's not a lot of scoring potential. Luan Ferreira goes in for a huge single backhand re-entry, and he'll go down after making that one. So he'll put a first score on the board for Brazil.
Yeah, finally. I mean, I just got done, the commentator's curse, you know. I just got done saying it's been very active, all of these heats.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we saw almost 7 minutes go past without any waves ridden.
Tia Zabrowski just took out a third-place finish in her under-16s main round. She's now putting a new jersey on because she's competing in the main round for the under-18 girls. The only surfer in the draw amongst the many that did double time between the under-16s and the under-18s on the boys and girls to be in the draw on finals day, competing in both divisions and still in the main rounds, which means she gets to surf the repos now for the under-16s. And a little positioning out the back, Rach.
Yeah, well, with priority still not established, this is where it's all about that direct positioning. Now, we do see sometimes, I don't expect anything to be called for that, but when there is non-priority and you do some sort of block and then choose not to take it for yourself, at least in, let's say, WSL rulebook, we do see then consequences for that.
Well, we're seeing that play out right now. First priority has just been awarded to the surfer in white, Iko Watanabe out of Japan. And Dane Henry for Australia now finds himself with second priority as the surfer with that inside position pulling a block.
Yeah, so that was a rule introduced not too long ago, but specifically for that reason where, you know, Dane was getting Dane was being aggressive in saying, no, I'm going to take this wave, and White pulls off, and then at the last minute, right when White finally pulls off, he goes, I don't want it. I think that was probably a good call from Dane in terms of he's looking at that wave and going, actually, this isn't standing up to what I want it to be, but all in the same breath, maybe White was in a better position for that takeoff and to line up down the line. But in these non-priority situations, things can get really aggressive, and lots of blocking and just not taking off on waves can happen. As we take a look at the replay of the first of Fletcher, nice opening turn, but this wave then just didn't really amount to much. He was trying to be patient, stall, and he was looking down the line and not seeing much opportunity. This one and done. Big opening turn, though. At first I was like, oh, I don't know if that was complete, but I think it was, he rode out of it enough, and then you kind of see him get bumped off. So the judges do deem that complete, but because it was just the one wave, or sorry, it was just the one turn on the wave, not going to go much higher because we know there's so much more opportunity out there.
A 4.83 is the first score of Luan. Fletcher with a 2.83 on the board, and there you can see Vahidi getting ready to paddle out for Team Hawaii. She'll be coming up in the main round, and great support system down on the beach. Coach Shane Dorian there, and a really solid pack of athletes that were trying to get themselves another gold medal here this week, but it's already Team Australia with two of their surfers left in the main round here. And we saw the strength of the girls divisions competing earlier this morning with Milla and Willow, able to secure themselves already today, early in the morning on finals day with that gold medal. Cannot be eclipsed by any of the other teams in the scores, as they had so many surfers left in the draw coming in today. So huge congratulations to the Irukandjis. And now we'll see if their two surfers can maintain some advancing positions here. As we take a look at Iko, up and riding for Team Japan. Sharp opening turn, lays it into the rail on the second, and this wave starts to stand up for him on the inside. He goes big for a finish. Great bit of variety, controlled maneuvers all the way down the line.
That was a really, really nice opening wave. He had flair. I love his relaxed body positioning on that. And the wave just kept offering opportunity without him having to force anything. You saw him stall and take his time on things. And that was a really nice dance with the wave. Let's take another look at it. So coming around that first section, releases the fins there, adds a bit of flair with that upper body, carves it all the way around, banks off the whitewash. So now we've seen 2 different turns, 3 different turns there, and then this final finishing maneuver with power and speed. All 4 maneuvers were differed from each other. So the judges are going to like that from a variety sense. And I really liked this third turn. Just add some power and flair and drive, and how he connected that straight into that final turn. Really beautiful. Judges will like that. I expect that to be the highest single wave score of the heat so far. That's not saying a whole lot, saying that only 2 waves have been ridden within all this time, only 8.5 minutes remaining. This is where you start getting stressed if you have no scores on your scoreline.
Yeah, this is a kind of a wild moment. It was really consistent through the morning. We've got that tide draining out, which will be around halfway kind of through the day, midday. But it's still a long time until that moment, and that's when we've typically been seeing the lulls. This may be that reflection of the fact that we were expecting that swell yesterday that kind of grew to be peaking yesterday as well. And while it was looking still really fun and consistent this morning, it's just starting to slow down enough. So we'll see how that plays out when it comes to some competitive strategy throughout today on finals day. That score is dropped in now for Eco. It's a 6.50. It takes him into that leading position. Well and truly the best wave of this heat so far. Fletcher now with a chance to get a backup score on the board and improve on the 2.83. Doing well with his first 2 turns. Adding a bit of variety in as well. Goes really hard off the bottom and connects it seamlessly into each of these top turns down the line. Solid surfing and a good performance so far from the surfer out of Freshwater Beach. Now Dane Hingry out of Fingal Head in northern New South Wales gets a little caught on that last turn, but he's looking to put his first score on the board. He's been boosting some big airs throughout all of competition, so no surprise to see him add that into that kind of choreographed nature of his surfing in that first wave of the heat to be able to put even just that smaller size air on the board.
Yeah, I like that he didn't ignore all the other opportunity on the waves just to line up for that one maneuver there. He just added it into the end as a flair and a variety.
Let's take a look at the replay here. So we missed the outside section for Dane.
Carves it all the way around. He's being a little bit patient with the start of this as he's waiting for that wave to start lining up and running down on that reef, but looking really calm, cool, collected on his feet. A lot calmer than maybe you'd expect for the first wave ridden with only 7 minutes remaining. That's where falling is not an option for him at this point if he wants to advance to this heat. So he did really good to hang on to that. However, the judges will notice that wobble. This is where he starts getting that speed, adds that in, and there was no chance that he was falling on that. He left it to, he didn't leave that up to question, is what the saying I was looking for. Really nicely surfed. Not going to be a massive score, but going to finally put something on the board that he can continue to build upon.
Well, in the context of things, he's now dropped the second highest of the heat of 5.83, adding in a little bit more variety for the panel and sets him up in second. We are waiting, though, for that last wave of Fletcher as well, and that was some powerful rail surfing.
I'm excited to see where the judges go with that. That's going, for me, that was the best wave of the heat so far. And the judges think so too.
Well, it's similar to the style of that early wave we saw go to the 9-point ride out of the rapid charge round for the under 18 boys, where that sort of basics of solid rail work and really squaring off seamlessly between turns gets an excellent score.
Well, he started it off reading it so well. He kind of came from the left over, and that's what's allowed him to stay right in the pocket on every single one of these maneuvers and kicking out clean. He had so much power, speed, was in the pocket, was critical. I mean, and that's what the judges are looking for. If you give it to them, they go excellent.
And 8.5 on the board now for Fletcher for Team Australia. And that sets up our surfer in the blue with first priority, but we'll take a look at the battle between two teammates as Fletcher uses his priority over Dane on this wave, looking to now put a solid backup score on the board, kind of similar to the waves that we saw in that back and forth between Hickson Falco in that earlier heat for the under 18 boys. As the one's now up and riding, the Brazilian, that was a wild looking opening turn, now sets himself up down the line. This wave continues to grow for him as well. And it's nice when those rights have that opportunity to really stand up and give something substantial on the finishing section. Capitalizes on it. And this heat, though it took a long time to get the ball rolling, we've got 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes on the clock, and it is rolling.
It is. Wow. Even we've talked about the teammate dynamics in these heats where we see two from the same team. And it's something that comes, you have to play your individual game, and there it is. Fletcher gets an 8.5 and goes, I'm on this next one as well. And this will definitely go into a score line. Two nice combination turns.
A 6.93 on the board now has Fletcher in a substantial leading position as we wait to see the score drop for Last of Luan. Rach, what are your thoughts?
I thought he was going to dig the outside rail there, and he didn't. And then on this next turn, too, the way he flattens his board out and wraps it all the way around, again, I thought he was going to dig the outside rail, but he did really well to ride out of it clean. A lot bumpier of a right has me thinking, look at this angle now. The wind is starting to pick up. So when you're in that heat where all these conditions start changing, this is where the ability as a surfer to adapt is crucial.
Super, super crucial as we're waiting for scores to drop now for Last of Luan. He was a member of Team Brazil last year when they walked away with that gold medal, that team championship at home. As we take a look now at Fletcher, just finding so much rhythm out in the lineup. That was an unmakeable section, and he made it.
Well, this is the thing that sometimes you start seeing the surfers when they get into the rhythm, they're really into rhythm. And as a competitor against Fletcher right now, that's really frustrating because you're looking at, if you're Luan with a 4.83 and he's finally just gotten his second wave, he's going, gosh, how does Fletcher keep finding wave after wave? He's just taking off on them and getting these amazing waves and scores. And what we've seen is it's all about wave selection too, and he's now in rhythm. So he is really feeling good. He has a great chance going into that medal match. That will be, these surfers have the ability to go straight into non-elimination heat. So the surfers that get third and fourth here will just have to surf again, which means another opportunity of getting knocked out prior to that medal match. So here, if they make it through, they're straight into medal match, and that's actually really, really nice feeling.
Really incredible, especially wanting to, secure another medal to go home for their country. Each of these teams represented in this specific heat, Australia, Japan, Brazil, have had those big gold medals brought home across the different age divisions here at the World Junior Championships, and they would like to continue to add to the history and the legacy that their nations have created in the past. Scores in for Last of Luan, it's a 7.03, takes him into that that second place position. Now puts more decent requirements, but still not too big on Eco in third, needing a 5.37, and Dane in fourth, needing a 6.04. So priority sitting with the surfer in white. We're down to that final minute, Rachel, and it's looking favorable for Fletcher and for Luan to find themselves with that finals opportunity now to make it into the gold medal heat. But will there be a wave and an opportunity for Eco or for Dane on the finish?
Well, I know Fletcher and Luan's family at home are hoping not. I kind of do hope, just to see the action and the excitement. This is sport. This is finals day. And let's see what these surfers can make of it. Our two surfers who need scores are paddling.
All right, here we go. Eco has first priority on this wave. He only needs a 5.37. He's been dropping scores like that the entire week. Incredible rail surfing as he lays through those first two turns, lines it up for a third, gets a drift out of the tail as well. This wave continues to offer him more scoring potential as he books it down the line, looking to just continue building on the score line. And he's got all of that energy, all of that excitement, and well deserved after surfing like that.
Wow, that is some passion. I loved seeing that. Unfortunately for Dane, this is after the buzzer.
Unfortunately for Dane, this will not be a counting wave. He's just going to get started anyways. He was doing that in his heats yesterday where he was opening with a big air. Now he's still going to have the chance to battle back through the repechage final. And now we're going to see that Luan Ferreira out of Brazil is also going to have to go through the repo final, because Iko Watanabe out of Japan, taking a moment to just realize all the effort in that final second, got him the score that he needed. Rachel, a 6.17 takes Iko into second behind Fletcher Kelleher.
It actually kind of makes me emotional looking at this emotion from him. He sees that he's in the final, he's in the medal match, and to see all that passion from him, and for him now being able to just soak this in, and that is the best feeling as a competitor.
What an incredible moment. He's going to have an opportunity to put a gold medal on the board for the under-18 boys and find himself a great chance. Coming up later today, Fletcher Kelleher with some solid rail surfing takes away the win. He's into the finals. When we return, we're into the under-18 girls in the lineup.
right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
We're here on finals day at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. The sun is shining and we're just starting to see very light puffs of wind, but it's remained pretty calm compared to the early starts we've seen the rest of the week. Sarah Freyer for the USA just out the gates with a quick in and out for that opening ride. We'll see Zoe Zietz having a look now, representing Netherlands out of the island of Kauai in Hawaii, and she's just going to go for that quick wrap to start. Tia Zabrowski for France in the lineup, as well as Vahidi Enzo from Hawaii. As we can see, the Irukandjis heading up the beach with a great, brilliant surfed match for Fletcher Kelleher. Took away the win, but Dane Henry now is going to have to reset knowing he's got that repechage final coming up.
Yeah, it was a really slow heat to get started. I mean, I was just about to say, it's great to see that the girls' heat right now is getting started quite quick. We saw the first wave only ridden with basically 13 minutes to go in that last heat, but none of these waves have been substantial. So that wave selection is getting tougher. I would love to know what that conversation looks like between Dane and Fletcher right now. As we know, Fletcher had that priority, used it on Dane, and the heat maybe would have turned out a lot differently had Dane been able to take off on that wave. So always an interesting dynamic here when surfing is an individual sport, but with the ISAs, it also joins in that team aspect, which is so much fun, so great, but sometimes hard to, I guess when you're not used to it, it adds these different dynamics. I mean, I think they're great friends, so I don't think there's any love lost there, but it does kind of add a dynamic that these surfers aren't used to having to deal with and thinking not just about yourself in a heat.
It's really, I mean, outside of maybe a board riders battle where you're getting multiple board riders teams together and you might end up with surfers from the same teams competing against each other. But even then, you're typically looking at a different surfer per team out in the draw. You might have some of that dynamic come in, but that's really the only case outside of the ISAs where you're also thinking about a team instead of just that individual result. We can see Romeo Chavez for Team Colombia. He'll be paddling out next. That'll be the repechage final on the under 16 boys side of the draw. Those 4 surfers out of New Zealand, Argentina, and Japan as well will be looking to keep themselves in the top 2, bottom 2 eliminated. Top 2 will be advancing into the grand final, and they'll be able to walk away with some sort of medal of those 4 available today.
Now, looking in this heat, one thing that I am kind of stoked on is the fact that they all have stood up on a wave besides for white. But that does mean priority is established, so we can kind of already get into the nitty-gritties of strategy, priority usage, patience, all of those things, rather than with at this point and no one's caught a wave and everyone's still kind of really focused on not just where they're sitting, but where they're sitting in relation to everyone else. One priority is established. It doesn't matter where anyone else is sitting. It just matters where you're sitting. And now we can see those. Like, I feel like now once that happens, you're in the nitty-gritty of the heat, and now we're going. It's happening.
We get to see all those dynamics unfold, which, you know, there's so much more to competitive surfing than there is to free surfing. So many different things that come in behind the scenes, and we've seen the evolution of that as well since the inception of competitive surfing, since the inaugural World Championships 60 years ago. This month in Manly, Australia was the very first ISA, or the very first world champions being crowned under the International Surfing Federation in Midget Fairley and Phyllis O'Donnell. And it's pretty wild to think of how far competitive surfing has come in those 60 years.
Absolutely. We're in the Olympics. Who would have ever thought? The Duke thought.
Certainly, yeah,
The
only,
Duke thought.
really only the Duke and Fernando. Those two had the dream. Everyone else was like, yeah, right. We're
Everyone else
surfers.
is
Why
like,
would we
"It's
be
not
going to the
happening."
Olympics?
It's happening, and some of the surfers we've even seen in the draw in this juniors event have surfed in that World Surfing Games and are qualified for the Olympics as well. So that has been exciting to see those performances.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. We had other surfers in the draw that were maybe representing their countries through the World Surfing Games that just didn't quite find themselves with that qualification. But also, we're talking now about the next generation. The surfers in the lineup, the youngest out here right now in the under 18 girls division is 13-year-old Tia Zabrowski. She took out that loss a few minutes ago, literally, 23 minutes ago, in her under 16s main round heat. She's going to have to paddle back out to surf the repecharge of that to try and find herself into the grand final and keep her dream of winning 2 gold medals this week alive. But to think of, the future generations, the level of surfing that they're putting forward, we're going to be seeing names like Tia, names like Zoe Zietz competing in the Olympics in years to come.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would be so scared to be Tia's competitor, knowing that not just her dominance. I mean, day one, she was like, I have a chance at 2 gold medals, so that's what I'm going to do. Like, simple as that. So I'm going to take them home. And the fact that she came into finals day, both in the main rounds for both of those, not on the tip of being 16 years old in the U16 division, but as a 13-year-old who still has many years in the under 16s division, but it is here that the under 18 division we are watching now.
Vahidi Enso now up and riding out of Honolulu in Hawaii. Beautiful carve to start off. She's got such a nice style every time she stands up on a wave. That power of the likes of a Carissa Moore coming through within her surfing as well. Up and riding now, Tia on her second wave. She dropped that 0.5 for a quick start. Up into the lip, she's going to put that single turn, and she makes it around the section, has to kind of push and put a little bit more force into this next opportunity as that wave got a bit soft, but just tags it easily for the finish.
Yeah, both not going to be huge scores, but we're kind of now back into that same scenario as the boys' heat that we just saw take place, where it still has to get going. There's still so much to happen, and that means just inevitably the last 10 minutes are going to be busier because we see, I guess, the surfers' standards of waves lower a bit too, as they just know they have to get busier. When you have 20 minutes in front of you, you can sit there, be patient, but with 10 minutes remaining, and if you still need 2 scores, which pretty much all of these surfers do, that's when you start seeing those, okay, let's just get busy and let's make something of this wave. And that's when we see great surfing, because you're not just taking off on a wave, a great wave, and surfing it well. You're taking off on maybe a mediocre wave and surfing it amazing.
As we take a look now at Vi up and riding on her second, so we're still waiting for her last score to drop, but she's going to get that campaign started, and she'll be taking out the leading position with the 2 best scores.
That would feel good now, to have 2 under your feet that will have decent scores for you, that will put you in the lead momentarily, and now you can start working on top of that.
We've got our surfer in the blue jersey having a paddle there, Zoe Zietz, another one of the competitors that did that time in the jersey in both divisions and did very well coming into competition yesterday. Now today she finds herself just competing in the upper division of the 18s. And she's got a kind of a frothy wave in front of her. There's a lot of chatter on the surface of it. She goes in for a huge blowtail on the finish and can't maintain control. But that wave looked a little bit challenging because it was so bumpy throughout, those first couple of turns. We'll have scores to come through across the board. As we wait for those, Rachel, let's take a moment to check in with Fletcher Kelleher, your finalist for the under 16 boys.
Yeah, Fletch, congratulations. A big performance on your behalf. Seems like activity was your friend in that heat. You were the busiest surfer out of them all, and that got you the win.
Yeah. The start of the heat, no one really got any waves, and then we kind of had a flurry, and I was lucky to get that 8.5 at the start, and that kind of just gave me confidence to get it back up, and I just tried blocking from getting away. I don't even know. I'm just stoked I got through.
And a good amount of waves, but quality waves out there on finals day too. How exciting is that to be able to compete in an event that has perfect waves out there, really to determine a gold medal too?
Yeah, it's one thing to compete in an event with like shitty waves, like back in Australia, like not really at Snapper, but here it's like it's pumping every day. So yeah, we're stoked, and I don't know, like I just want to get out there again.
You're part of a great program from Surfing Australia too. I believe you're a recipient of actually a program of theirs. Anything you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, that's really good. There's a program at HBC for like, I think it's like 6 or 8 of us, and they kind of take us on 3 trips among the year, Bells, Margies, and just Snapper. Get us like prepared for the CTs if we get there one day. And yeah, there's a lot of good coaches there, and they have a lot of support, so we're stoked.
I have a good feeling you'll be there one day. Anything you want to say back home before the final?
Yeah, thanks to my brother. He's probably up watching right now. It's Mother's Day yesterday in Oz, so happy Mother's Day, Mum, and to all my family and all my friends back at Freshie.
Best of luck.
Great to hear from Fletcher, and very interesting, to get more insights on the development programs that Surfing Australia is running, especially in taking those junior surfers to the CT location specifically, Rachel.
Yeah, they do a really great job at the High Performance Center there in Casuarina in northern New South Wales. It's an amazing center. They have so much technology there for their youth to build upon, their surfing and also just technique. They have also trampolines and foam pits and stuff, I guess.
It's a pretty fun location to spend an afternoon
just
at.
Fun.
And they've got some great accommodation as well. So they're able to have surfers from different parts of Australia. Australia is such a large continent country in its own that a lot of these surfers are traveling from other areas. They have the opportunity to sleep and actually stay on the ground with a great chef there to prepare meals for them and get all that training done as well. Now Tia, up and riding, goes in for a big kind of foam climb hit for that single turn. Just manages to hold on, gets back up to her feet. So that's going to be completed. Rachel, she's got a 5 on the board now as we've got 7.5 minutes on the clock. Vahiti's top 2 scores in. A 4.9 was her last wave. A 5.73 was her opener. Has her sitting in the lead. We got a 3.33 on the board now for Zoe Zietz. And Sarah Freyer out of Huntington Beach, California, sitting with only that 0.77 on the board.
Well, I expect that to be the best of the heat so far. That was an amazing turn. I can't believe she stuck onto that. And I know we were talking before that she's 13 years old, and that does have an impact on, I guess, just being young. But why it has an impact is she has less heat experience just because she has had less years of her life to surf heats. She is smaller, which means less power. So it's not just about being young. The maturity, the ability of that she has into reading a wave, the way she structures her heats, the confidence she has is so dynamic and intricate for a 13-year-old, and that's what makes her young age impressive.
Absolutely. We've got that score to drop for Tia. She did find herself with that copper medal right here at La Bocana in the under-16s division back in 2022. So she's had the opportunity now for the last 3 years to compete for Team France.
Oh, no.
As we see Sarah just go up for that single re-entry, and this heat starting to kind of work against her at this stage, Rachel. She's got a pretty challenging, walkway ahead of her.
Yeah, that is, she has to now get the ground moving. That was just a bit mistimed. She'd be getting frustrated, and you can see her paddling now away from the rest of the group and trying to separate herself. Maybe she'll start doing exactly what we were talking about before, getting busy and trying to turn what would be a 4 into a 6 into a 7, and that is done by exceptional surfing on a mediocre wave.
5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Zoe Zietz for the Netherlands is sitting with first priority as a 4.10 drops in for that single turn of Tia Zabrowski. A decent score given the context of the heat. Has her sitting in that second place position, and now those big requirements are on the board. A 5.77 for Zoe and that 8.13 for Sarah to be able to get the advancing positions. Non-elimination as we're in a main event heat right now, and so each of these surfers can go to the repos to battle back. But Zoe Zietz does not want to have to do that. Unfortunately, it looks like she wasn't going to pull off that second turn. Sarah now on the inside, freed up with lower priority, and goes well vertical on that finishing maneuver.
Gosh, I was looking at that going, oh no, mistimed again. And the speed and projection she got off the bottom of that wave was so impressive.
Zoe now on the inside, taking a spin on this wave, really frothy, does very well to get that vertical section for the start. Couple quick tags to end off on the inside section, kicks off right before the rocks. So we're now seeing that third and fourth place surfers start to battle back into position. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Our heat leader, Vahiti, being one of the older surfers in the draw right now as a 16-year-old. Sarah being just that year older as a 17-year-old. So we could still see each of these surfers competing for their teams come next year's event as well. Each of them a long road to qualify for the crew out of the Netherlands. But now Vahidi setting herself up with that long drawn out bottom turn into that first snap, gets a second snap off the lip, just that kind of project her down the line sort of surfing. As she's standing tall here now, a little bit of downtime. She just works that board back into the foam. Really smooth through the downtime and a great use of that rail-to-rail surfing rather than that pumping and kind of slapping of the board on the face of the wave.
Wow, that looked like free surfing to me in the highest compliment, where she looked so relaxed. And you know, when there's a difference of surfing exactly to a criteria and trying to force the issue of what the judges might be looking for, and then surfing to what the wave is providing and taking your time and not trying to rush 5 turns into something. That was just, when that happens, it's then pleasing and satisfying to the eye to watch, and that's what that wave was. And the judges would have looked at that and gone, but they still have to compare it to the criteria and then put a score to it.
That's right. You know, Barton was giving a great breakdown yesterday of just how much that you want to evoke that emotion in the judging panel. They're also surfers themselves. We see them out free surfing every day after the competition ends. They're actually probably the most consistent staff team to get out and get some waves.
I loved that high line at the very start, just set the rest of the wave up for her. That was so beautiful. Second turn there, doesn't wrap it quite all the way around, and here she does. And then this wave offers a little opportunity on the inside for her to just finish it out. But it was those opening 2 turns, and more specifically what stood out to me, although it's not where she's going to get her points from, was that moment of kind of high line where she went back up and then re-drove around the section. Was just so beautiful.
And it does give you that free surfing kind of feeling, which is always so nice to see. Sarah now chasing herself with a 4.14 requirement. She's got the opportunity here to build on that score line. Great bit of surfing. She's added some variety in the turns at the back half in comparison to what she had at the start of this wave. Little floater kind of to finish on the rocks. And for Sarah, she dropped in that 4.97 on the board for her last wave, which was after a couple of attempts. So she's going to put herself with that much smaller requirement on the board, where up until that moment she was chasing an 8-point ride. Score in for Tia, that last one we know was that 4.1, and we've got a 4.2 on the board for last of Zietz out of the Netherlands, representing the Netherlands proudly, but out of the island of Kauai. The niece of Sebastian Zietz, who is a longtime championship tour competitor, and for the whole Zietz clan and the family to see this next generation of Zoe and her brother as well starting to compete at a high level has been very exciting. But now we're waiting to see where that score will drop. The good news for Vahidi right now is that regardless, she's still in that leading position. So even if there's a change at the finish of this heat for that second, she would be that surfer still potentially in an advancing position. Zoe now up and riding, throws it hard for that opening turn and has a bit of a stumble, unfortunately. She's also down into 4th as we have had a situation change. Last of Sarah, a 4.23, gets her the advancing spot. She's surfing a heat where she was completely out of the conversation for so long, Rachel.
Yeah, well, she surfed a 4-minute heat.
That's right. And now a 7.17's on the board for Vahidi. It's the highest score of the heat. Well deserved, as it takes her into that leading position. And Sarah in second, 20 seconds on the clock to see if the young Tia Zabrowski will be able to get another opportunity. She's chasing a 4.2 on the board. I can't even see where she's sitting on the screen right now. That might be her kind of right in the middle of that pack who took the set on the head, unfortunately, with 5 seconds remaining. And for Tia, she has those goals set on, making it into the finals across both divisions. She still has that opportunity because this is non-elimination, Rach.
Yeah, she has made the road a little bit more difficult to herself, more heats to then surf today to reach those goals. But she's young, she's sprightly, and I expect the energy, she'll be able to keep that up.
Well, in the under 18s, it's the 2 surfers with more experience. Behind them, in Vahidi Enzo out of Hawaii and Sarah Freyer from the USA walking away with the top 2 positions. They're heading straight into the finals, which means Hawaii and USA have got more medals they'll be carrying home at the end of this event, as Vi is just stuck on that inside section, showing how challenging it is, especially as that tide is sucking and drawing out.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. I know all the surfers are coming in with little cuts on their feet exactly because of that situation. She just like rolled across the rocks there. That didn't look fun or comfortable.
Yeah, pretty wild. Well, Tia Zabrowski and Zoe Zietz will be heading into the repecharge round final. They're going to have more opportunity to battle back. When we return, it's going to be Paul Evans, Barton Lynch on the call, and we're into those repo finals for the under 16s.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a very warm welcome back to finals day action here, Surf City, El Salvador. We've had about a zillion heats over the last 9 days or so. There's only a few left, crucial ones as well. Having a look at Romeo Chavez, a Colombian, great technique, and he absolutely leathers that section off the bottom hard into the lip. Very nice aggressive surfing to kick this off. He's taking on Kaisei Adachi of Japan, Alexis Owen from New Zealand, Thiago Passeri from Argentina. And 25 minutes have extended the clock time a bit here, BL.
Yes, which is a great thing. And Alexis Owen, the Kiwi, up and riding, Paulie.
Here he goes. Meaty section. First turn's a wrap to snap. And then you go into the lip. Very nice. Does well to recover that on the flats, and then some speed generated for another turn. So muscular, aggressive surfing here. And again, there's that passion.
Yeah, could have got another turn in there if you could withhold it. The Japanese surfer flying along this one.
So a real contrast in technique. He's light on his feet. He's just gliding across this, but he hasn't done many turns until the end section. And he eventually gets there. But Owen able to tee off on that thing multiple times at the top of the reef. By contrast, Adachi just going a long way. They finish almost exactly the same position. And you look at the fire in the belly of the Kiwi. You reckon he'll be good for a quick paddle back for Pryo. Let's have another look.
Carves the first turn back. Up into the lip. Free falls down. It just stays open. Couple of turns, staged to bottom turns to try and get into the lip. He gets it again. And here, there's another turn on this one. I don't know about the celebration at that point. I'd be finishing that ride before I celebrate. But we've seen a lot of celebrations this year and a lot of animation from the young kids getting so psyched.
Yeah, he even went the headbutt, didn't he? He sort of headbutted the lip as he kicked out. Amazing passion from him. A good ride. Let's see where that goes with the panel. Chavez wasting no time at all. Trying to lock in a second number. He's got the 5-5 in already. This was his second wave.
Beautiful bottom turn. Snaps out of the top. Close out 2 turns. Beautifully placed. But if you compare it to the right-hander of the Kiwi, it's got to be restrained in its scoring, because that right-hander looked like one of the most beautiful waves on the planet. Looked like a right-hand point peeling along. And it'd be interesting to see where the score comes in for the Kiwi. 5.53 and a 5.5 early start. early lead and 2 scores that will set him up in a position where with 20 minutes to go, which is the length of the heat he's ordinarily used to competing in, we will see him settle back with the priority and look for much better waves.
Couple of mid-range numbers for Colombia, 5.5s. He was patient in his last heat and it cost him. That's why he's here in repechage, so a clear tactic to stay busy, as is Alexis Owen, who's got another runner here. That first section opened up for him and he did a turn, pretty steep and vertical one, and then by the time he'd recovered that, the wave ran away. So 2 numbers to come for him. The first will be superior number, but the second one, reasonable backup score to throw up as well. And being able to do that in the first 5 minutes of a heat will set up your platform. Let's see how high that first number goes, as we'll watch a dash sheet, a quick in and out. Let's get down and hear from Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Vi Inso Red here into the final, Vi. Congratulations. You stuck to the left once again. It seems like a dreamy day out there at La Bocana.
Yeah, yesterday I thought there was going to be lefts, and all of a sudden the wind came on and was pretty much all right. So I was just going to look to the ocean earlier before my heat and see what was working. And I don't know, the lefts were there. I started off on the lefts and then went over to the right, and then the set was coming, so I went left again.
It's worked out. Preparation changed at all on finals day in comparison to any other day? We're on day 9, so maybe a bit different.
I am just jittering with excitement. I can't believe I'm now in the finals. This is like a dream come true, and I'm just excited. I just eating, drinking, water, trying to stay hydrated, and I mean the team environment here. I think it's what pushes me to keep on doing best. And I mean I'm here to represent Hawaii overall, and this is just why I'm here.
What about sharing this moment with your mom, too? I mean, that must be really cool having her with the team.
I mean, my mom, she's the best. And 2 years ago when I came here, I came all alone, and the team support was amazing. And then this year I was like, Mom, you have to come. This is like an event no other. It's a stage where everyone is representing their own countries and being proud from where they come from and just sharing the love for the ocean. And so to have my mom here, sharing what I love to do and what my ohana loves to do, what our ancestors have done for ages, it's just a special moment.
Beautiful insight. Anything you want to say back home? It's a Sunday over there in Honolulu.
Good morning, guys. I know it's early, but aloha, lauia'oi. I miss you guys and love you guys.
Good luck.
Thanks, Mitch. A classy surfer. And she is absolutely delighted. Great interview there. Really cool insights from her. You can see how much it means to her. And she's buzzing here with the performance, with the energy. Let's get caught up with scores, though, and a solid number in. Excellent for the Kiwi, Alexis Owen, 817 button.
Yeah, critical surfing. A little bit late to a couple of those turns maybe, but it was a pitching wave, so he had to free fall and drop out of the lip on both of the hits of the lip. And they got to the end of it and just exploded with excitement. He knew it was a big score. There might have been another turn on there that might have added a little bit to that, but the 817, it's that keeper, an excellent score, and will set him up. But there's a lot of time, 25 minutes now, so extra 5 minutes for these guys. Japan.
Yeah, foamy wave here for him. The first turn's reasonable. Not loads of authority. This is just flicking his board, really, at the moment. And then he'll wrap that one down and look for an inside section. He'll want a lip to hit, really, here for the amount of distance he's covered. Another snap into the lip, and then realizing he's just running out of wave there. So a little bit of a diversion in terms of riding that wave all that way. And even from the beginning, I mean, it's easy to second guess when we've seen what happened. But as he paddled into it, he saw that foam and chop on the face. It didn't look like being that good a number.
Yeah, I agree. Most probably could have cut out, not bothered taking it so far to the inside. It was a frothy wave. It looked like an odd choice of waves, really, with so much time on the clock.
He looks like one of those surfers as well that really flourishes and thrives when he's on that clean face and he's cutting that water with that beautiful style that he has. Those sort of short chop turns, not his strength. He doesn't need to do that. He's so beautiful when he's got room to express himself, and we want to see him get a proper quality wave.
Yeah, and even on that one, his airs are amazing. So there's, something along the way there to boost that average wave into a better score. Most probably would have been better off just going for an air, and even if you didn't make it, at least you're still out the back and you're not burning time paddling.
4.57 for Japan. Third place at the moment. That big number sits heavy at the top of the scoreboard. 817. His 3.33 is the backup. Here's Chavez in second position. Got a couple of fives in. He's sticking to the lefts. He likes them. He's lining up here. Tags that one. And then he'll need to try and get around a section, which he won't do. Passeri, oof, okay, so that was technical tight surfing for him. He had a big left coming towards him, actually, possibly even bigger than the right he was riding. In a difficult angle. He's already got the 4-2-3 and he needed a backup. Pretty careful to make sure he got that finished.
Well, really, in reality, he needs the 4s of Kaisai and Thiago irrelevant when you look at the 5-5-3 and the 5-5 for second place. Those 4s, really, you're starting your heat again, but they've been used to 20-minute heats, 25, an extra 5. There's still 15 minutes, essentially 14 and a half in this heat. So a lot of time to go, but the lead that's been created by the Kiwi solid, he'll be looking to improve on the 3.33. This ride, you look, he just clawed his way over the lip there so he didn't get sucked back. Nice cut back from Passeri. This is what we missed, the earlier part of that ride, and here's the section where he caught it up. So 2 snaps to a big inside hit. Feels like the second best wave of the heat to me.
Yeah, I think that'll be well rewarded. Good number in, 5.77 for him. So sluggish opening and the big dramatic finish and a decent payoff in points for him. And it puts him now in a bit of position to really go looking and thinking about his, like exactly as you mentioned, Chavez with those mid-5s in contention. He's slightly better there.
Yep,
give him a little bit more confidence as well to kick on with. Yeah,
that's what he needed, and I loved, see how compressed and focused he was on the, coming out of that whitewater, so determined. He's a competitor, mate, Passeri. You can see it in him. He loves being out there and competing and the opportunity to show his dad what he's capable of, who is the coach.
Heat leader Owen here, and he's got a meaty section. Doesn't quite, so by contrast, whereas Passeri went all the way and really took on that oncoming section, he got a little bit before it, so not quite getting hold of that as much as he could have. He does have that 8 in, but he'll get a 4, maybe a chance to go slightly higher with that.
Yeah, I feel the same way as you. It was a bit of a letdown. With the 8, you may as well just go for it. There it is, it's a 4. You were spot on, Paulie. And there was points left on that wave. If he would have connected with the lip instead of taking the soft option of the early layback and getting away from the lip, could have gone higher.
Ooh, Passeri, what's he got here? Off the bottom, swoops back, loads of spray and authority and speed from him. And then tightens up the bottom turn. That was really nice. Just mixed up that rail line, didn't he? And tightened it up to finish, got the board going all the way back to the whitewater. And then just because of the position where he put himself so far back deep in the pocket, sets up that last section, and he meets it, and he meets it with speed. Very well finished.
Looking for the 5.26. My gut feeling tells me he gets that, and he will go into second place. Well, he's gone into first place, 7.33. Judges quick with the scores right now.
The Argentinian squad will be delighted with that action. So we see Lele Asuna there watching on, supporting Thiago Passeri, the young Argentinian who now in this heat getting into that good, close to excellent range with the 7.33. Great surfing from him. Those set-up turns can go a couple of ways. You can be a little sticky and lose your speed and make it hard for yourself to go into the inside, or they can give you sort of an advantage in terms of positioning. Definitely felt like the latter there from Passeri, who's got a good read. And we know we talk obviously about manoeuvres because that's what stands out from a wave, but it's a lot of that in-between work as well that sets up the manoeuvres you're going to do. And it seems like Passeri's really good at that.
It keeps the engagement with the judges. The thing with he brings, Passeri, is this constant intensity. It never wavers. It's just professional, controlled and managed, but at the same time passionate. And he's got this really lovely balance to his surfing and his competing. Third and fourth now with first and second priority. 10 minutes, 11 minutes on the clock. Here goes Colombia.
Sticking with the less again, into the lips. This turn we've seen him do a number of times, and it will get slopey here. And already you're thinking this is not what he needs to really unlock here. He needs to show us something different. He'll go to inside, he'll try and rally for a finish, and he'll get the little reverse done as he just blows out the tail, which is neat and tidy and nice, but it's not a massive air done out the back in the critical section. It is just a little sign off. It's skillful, it's very well done, it's nimble. Just thinking of numbers with surfers ahead of you with 7s and 8s thrown in. He needs to mix up what he's doing here.
Yeah, and the taper on the left isn't always the most exciting finish. He made the most of that finish, right? Couldn't have done better with the finish. It was beautiful surfing throughout. 5.63 comes through. He does improve, but really it's still irrelevant. in the context of the heat. He needs to go 6 or above. He's looking for a 6.55 into second. You say you're Alexis Owen and you turn that 4 into a 6, all of a sudden he needs an 8.55. So he needs 2 rides really.
If you're Romeo Chavez right now, do you start thinking about going right?
100%. I've already gone right. In my mind, you know, those first couple of lefts, mid-range 5s, that kind of feels like where the tapering lefts live. And the big rights, the biggest scores today have been out of the big rights, the big walls on those rights. The backhand is going to be a point of difference because he's against 3 regular footers. So I would have already most probably gone right after the first couple.
I feel like this next set, we really need to see the best of Adachi. We haven't seen much of him in this heat. I think he's got excellent numbers, easy within his surfing, and he's got first priority now, and he can choose. He can afford to choose something of quality here. He's got time, doesn't need to panic. He can get a good wave and then go to work on those 4s as well. Sitting with priority, a very different question asked of him from trying to rally around and scrap something wide, which we've seen him do, sitting wider on that right. He needs to find a bomb here. I'd like to see him ride one of these high quality waves because he's got the surfing to match those numbers up there in the excellent range.
Absolutely, he's waving his hands now. He wants information. The information he's going to hear is that he hasn't really got a score yet. He needs 2 scores. He's got time, but this next priority will be critically important, the use of it. We saw Chavez, use his priority and incrementally improve, marginally improve, not really enough to warrant losing the priority 4. Let's see if the Japanese competitor can make more of his priority, and it's at that critical time with both 3rd and 4th needing 2 rides. Needs to happen pretty soon to make sure you can do that.
From above, picking up lines here out of the Pacific. Adachi first priority, heading a little wide and outside, trying to put himself on one of these bowling, running, steep right-handers. 8 on the clock here at the moment. Argentina, New Zealand leading this. And just a non-committed paddle from Adachi. Just thought about that wave, having a look at it. There's one behind. He might be wide on this as we see a bomb all the way on the outside. Meanwhile, here goes Passeri on a bomb left, your heat leader. Great energy as he just engages that rail and buries it to the stringer for his first turn. Swooping back again, and he'll load up into the bowl here. And even those whipping turns with loads of spray. Sets himself up, got there quite late on the end, so a little bit of a mistake in terms of hitting that last section. That was a chance to get some solid work done. That was the first genuine lip on that wave. It was a bomb, but to that slopey nature that you talked about, I think that's what we saw there. All right, here we go. Adachi, important wave. He waited with priority for this. What's he going to do? First turn is a setup. He'll want a lip on the inside here. This one's shouldering, though, rather than doubling up.
Got to go to the air, Paulie. Something like that.
See what he does here. Here goes Adachi. He'll just tag it. And again, he'll go in. So he'll get 2 hits to finish. And still swinging through to the inside and gets the tail tap release, slides out the fins. Not sure if that'll be judged a completion. He's gone a long way here. 7.45 the requirement.
Oh, I don't think he gets it. It was the sort of wave that you never looked at and wanted to ride yourself. There was a part of you going, wow, I wonder if that's a priority wave. And when all that, at the takeoff it was nice and clean, wasn't it? But then when all that white water started coming across the face, made it difficult to really lay the rail. Got those nice hits on the inside when it stood up. But again, I don't know that it reaches where he needs it to reach at this point in time. He's a great surfer. I was thinking midway that, hey, you may as well just go for something crazy and see if you can't boost it into a big score rather than conservatively surf it to the end.
Still looking to see if we get some big airs here on finals day. At the moment, it is pretty clean in terms of that wind. Might get a little kick up. That could change things.
Well, the wind has stayed off longer than it has nearly every other day. So beautiful conditions still for finals day. 6 minutes on the clock. Second place is the Kiwi. Having a look at this one. Second priority, he's going to use it.
Yeah, he likes to look at this. Here he goes.
Uh-oh.
Owen, and a little look around, and that's because he saw that section. He actually looked left because he knew this first section was going to tumble and he wasn't going to be able to do anything. Eventually,
get out of there,
come
mate.
round for a slice and putting a bit of body into those turns.
There was never going to be, from the moment of confusion on the takeoff and then getting stuck behind that white water, it was never going to be. Leaves the door open for his opponents. He's vulnerable. That 4-point ride needs to be replaced with his priority then. He didn't replace it. So he's putting some pressure on himself at this point in time.
Still, he does have that 8 locked in, which is a big number, but let's see where we go towards comebacks from the likes of Chavez with priority and from Adachi, who's got nothing of major quality on the board as yet. Adachi's number is the 4-7, so he improved his backup on the last one, but nothing like the order of magnitude he needed. He'll get back with a couple of minutes, and this is how you can follow along on social. Get involved with ISAsurfing.
And for the first day, we're down to one podium today, finals day. So you're seeing all the action here live. Colombian surfing, Surf City, El Salvador. Great place, great part of the world. Can you believe how consistent the surf has been, mate?
It's not, no.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing, isn't it, really? Hasn't been under sort of 3 to 5, you know, solid 3 to 4. It's very smallest 3 to 5 in an old school scale. Overhead waves every single day for 9 days straight.
Yeah, well, you see numbers on forecasts and you're thinking they're talking faces. This is more like that kind of Hawaiian scale where you measure the backs because it's actually bigger. You come down and you go, oh, it's going to be 3 foot, 3 to 5, and it's 6 foot, bigger ones. It's been really solid relentlessly. It's been incredible to watch these juniors have this platform and really have equal opportunities in heats. Not a great wave there for Chavez. Meanwhile, your heat leader, Argentina, look at this. Snaps out the fins, but just goes flat on that and spins out. So
may as well.
Yeah, why not? He's got the lead. He's trying to improve on a 5.17, so forcing the issue. Here goes Chavez, sticking to the left. He's been consistent with his tactics. We'll give him that. What can he do towards getting a 6.55? He hammers that hard, but arriving late with that, trying to force that back foot for something really dynamic and impressive. It's the right idea, not the right execution, though.
Yeah, and lost the priority on the wave before it, and that loss of priority put some pressure on him, and he wanted to urgently react and somehow try and fix the mistake he'd just made. Forced that last turn and the pressure came to bear. First priority again with Kaisai. You can see him sitting and sticking to where he's been sitting, that wider peak. Second priority with Alexis Owen from Dunedin on the South Island of New Zealand. Like if this place is hot for me and I live in Hawaii, I'm used to some heat. Imagine coming from Dunedin in the far south of New Zealand to the El Salvadorian heat. He's done amazing to handle that and to find himself where he is. Repechage, so third and fourth out of this heat, 2 minutes 30, and out of the event, 2 minutes 25.
Yeah, well, he's 2 minutes or so away from getting himself in the final. He's in second place right now. And this priority from Adachi, he needs to use it better. He used it and only added tiny points to his total, and he'll go here. 2 on the clock. Adachi 7.45. All right, here we go. He knifes in to the opening section. First wrap with some whip now. What's the wave going to do for him here? This is crucial midsection of the wave. Loads up, cleans up the rails, goes into the lip, tags it with some speed. It's nicely done. Is it the kind of dynamic surfing to get a 7? Meanwhile, there's another great carving wrap for Passeri. He's enjoying himself here. He doesn't get another section and he's out. Meanwhile, Owen, bang, big backhand hit. Loads of spray and power. There's another. Just forcing that tail and fins through the lip line, or get one more as well. Great rhythm to that. Wanted to improve on the 4 for a while. Looks like he will do there.
Yeah, we didn't even see the start, but what we saw will improve on the 4. So that's exactly what he needed to do. The pressure was on, really, in a lot of ways, because he could have been taken with a less score than he'd already had. There's the first snap, drops down the face, drives off the bottom into the pocket. Beautiful snap there. And again, oh yeah, he's consolidated on the 8. He may very well go to the lead. Needed a 4.93. I think the Kiwi goes to the lead after this one. Great surfing under pressure. The 8 you would think would take off the pressure, but that 4 brought it back where you just had a couple of 6s really as your heat total. That's going to change the scenario completely and consolidate and mean that the Kiwi will keep moving on.
Yeah. Brilliant surfing there, and just sticking really to his game plan of trying to find the meatier sections and show his power. You know, thinking full surfers in the water, what's your point of difference? How are you going to impress the panel? And pushing so hard, and you can't deny the spray that he's displacing here, and it gives you that visual impact. So after getting that excellent number for his very first ride, he's been chasing a legit backup, and in the final minute, he'll get one. We expect this guy, Passeri, surf great out here. Probably drop to second when that number comes through. Feels likely. Let's see. Counting down final 10. Don't think we'll get any more waves ridden.
Nope, but what a great heat it was for Argentina and New Zealand.
A job well done. Argentina be absolutely stoked to get through to the main final by way of the repechage final. That's why we're seeing celebrations down here. Thiago Passeri, he's a lively competitor. He's got some aggression. But you have to say, after not a great showing in the heat prior to this that sent him to repechage, the Kiwi Owen with excellent surfing, squaring up hard on a powerful wave. We talked about how hard it is to hit this thing, give it the full treatment. There is obviously a tendency to pull your turns, go a little safe. He didn't do that there, and waiting for a long time to try and get a proper backup.
Adachi got a 5.27, doesn't change anything. Japanese surfer on his way in. Great event for Romeo Chavez and Kasai Adachi.
Well, a brilliant clutch performance right at the end of the heat to get the win here. Solid stuff, gets another 8 for this, so going excellent twice. So what a way to get yourself into the final, to come with confidence. Really good to see New Zealand represented as well in our under-16 boys final. Brilliant surfing from Owen. And you can see how much it meant to him as he brought that in. Really quality conditions in the water here at Surf City, El Salvador, being matched by the performances of the best juniors on the planet. We'll go to a quick commercial break real soon. When we come back, more live action.
On the side of the waves, it's super raw. You know, it just breaks like right on the dry reef, and it's super like intimidating.
Nature, you got to be careful. You know, you just can't take things for granted.
You can feel the energy, and it's really strong. It's probably one of the strongest places in the whole world and the whole French Polynesia.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know?
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Exciting times in El Salvador. High stakes will keep rolling. Repechage final for the under-16 girls live action. Borelli, the Spaniard, a great surfer. And she finds herself on a right-hander with some size on the initial section. What's she going to do to make sense of the inside? Little snap there in the white water. The style's really nice. It's pretty cruisy. I'm not sure exactly how hard she was hitting that out the back. Meanwhile, Zabrowski, first turn for her. And that one will close out and run away. So Tia will be on the hunt for plenty more. Also out in the water, Louise Lepront from South Africa. Clémence Schoch of France as well. So 4 surfers here looking to try and get themselves in the final. But
3 Europeans up against the South African. And Tia Zabrowski there, I thought she was going to hit that closeout section, but it did look extremely difficult to make, and at a point in having to manage your energy, perhaps the cutout was a long-term thinking and the right idea in that moment, because chances of making it with what was going to happen were very slim.
yeah, it's also testament maybe to that different feel you get in the water from what we see on screen. We're watching like a 2D sort of rendition of what's really going on. It might be one of those where you feel your speed's going down, but you feel the speed of that section's picking up.
Good call.
But she knows how to read water, does Tia, and she'll be looking to get back out there with still plenty of time. They've extended to 25, so a little bit more on the clock. Chances maybe for another rep, another set. You know what? We saw an electrifying, brilliant, and excellent performance from Team New Zealand in the last heat. Let's go and hear from that man, the winner, Owen. He's with Mitch.
Absolutely right, Alexis Owen. More than 16 points right there. It's an excellent heat. Best news about it, though, you're into your first final here at the ISA. Congratulations. Everything that went wrong in the previous heat went right here.
Yeah, I just had to wash that last one off. It was a bit of a shocker, but just feeling real good out there, so it's going real well.
Just behind the scenes right now, the entirety of your team is right here supporting you. An emotional moment, I would have to say, but just having these people behind you, how special is that for yourself?
Yeah, man, it's amazing just to know that the country's all watching and just feeling that the whole team's energy just helps me surf. It's a great feeling, thank you.
And the whole country is watching. Anything you want to say back home before your final?
I just want to say a big thank you for everyone who supported and is going to support me, and make sure you watch. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it, guys. ISAsurfing from New Zealand moving through.
Great scenes here, love that. Team New Zealand congratulating their man. And what a way to get yourself in the final, going excellent twice, and even just adding that little bit of time with that 4 for a while, and just a little question, maybe a little nagging doubt. Be able to answer emphatically. His back wasn't against the wall because he already had the 8, but you know, you've been asked a question. What a way to come back and reply.
Incredible. It was powerful, wasn't it? The right-hander for the 817 was incredible wave, surfed to its potential, perhaps a premature celebration with another turn left, but he was just so excited that he couldn't contain himself. The wave was still nearly head high, he was celebrating. And I thought, oh, you left some points on there. I hope that doesn't come back to bite you. The 4 left it open for quite some time because really with the 8 it was an average of 6 and that wasn't enough. But then right towards the end, steely nerve drops into that left-hander, gets an 8.4, excellent twice in the heat, and takes the win for the Kiwis, and it was an emotional win. Great to see the celebrations, the whole team with him.
South African priority here for Louise. She'll use it. Great first turn for her. Really nice looking wave. And then all the way back, hits that white water. And then again, just engaging the rail. Nice rhythm through the midsection of the wave. It will get small and a little slopey in there. She might try and find herself a lip now, and she'll get that snap done. And that's good surfing, just cleaning up on that inside. Some nice work done out the back. Judges will look at those little increments of detail. I think we talked about it last time when we were in here about the difference between going all the way back and hitting that little white water. And you've got to think it's this level, it is those minute differences. They could be crucial. Number in, decent mid-range one, 517.
Best wave of the heat so far, and on some extremely shallow reef on the inside there, was unable to duck dive, had to bail the board to try and protect it and herself. Sol Borelli with the 4-point ride. This one just getting going. 6 minutes has passed. And Sol having a look at another first priority, Clemence Schorsch from France. We saw her get a buzzer beater to advance through to this repechage final.
Yeah, that was a crucial wave for her, wasn't it? Right at the end of the heat. She didn't have loads of, I'm going to say energy, just in terms of her surfing on the wave. Looked a little bit lacking throughout that heat. And when that's happening, you know, obviously several things can happen, particularly for a youngster. But to be able to just stay in the moment, stay positive, look for an opportunity, and then getting herself that right-hander and cracking it, and got herself through here. And a chance, if she gets in the top 2, she'll be in the final.
And for France, they've got 2 ladies in this repechage, girls under 16, so that speaks volumes for the future of ladies surfing in France. Can't believe I keep saying France, you've got me. You've turned me into a pommy out of an Australian. And then let's be clear about the repechage round and the main round. At a point, they're like 2 different competitions running simultaneously. And as you lose in the main round, you go to the repechage round. And if you keep advancing there, at the final of the repechage round, which is where we are, you jump back into the main round. So that's what Alexis Owen just did, into the main final there. So that's the way it works.
In a more regular format, you'd call this a second semi, essentially.
Exactly right.
The top 2 in this.
The main round, heat round before the final, would be 1 semi, and then the repechage final would be the second semi, correct?
The only difference is here, 2 of the surfers in this have already surfed that first semi. They're the ones that got 3rd and 4th. That's why they're here. So it's just another shot at them, for them, to get in that final. At the moment, it's the South African, the best of the action. It's just kind of a little quiet here, so maybe a few extra nerves for surfers like Tia and for Clemence. The 2 French surfers haven't really got anything on the board to get excited about. Clemence hasn't gone a wave yet, actually, so she has first priority.
And some of these repechage heats were 15 minutes at a point. The main round was always 20. Now we're at 25. So surfers used to being on the hustle and surfing in shorter heats. So that kind of sets you up in a good position, even if you haven't had a start, as Clemence hasn't, and Tia's start's quite small. You would still be confident. You go, well, that's, you know, still got 15 minutes on the clock, so I've got plenty of time. This one looks a little straight. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Priority wave, though. Oh!
Wow, you have to admire the aggression and the audacity on the young French surfer Clémence Schorsch there, going into the lip really late on a powerful section. Just the bounce, the blow up of that white water, it's a lot of power there. And she took it on, back to self.
She surely did. And an interesting wave to select with priority. And I think it was just the weight, the time spent waiting that put pressure on her. It was a mistake with wave selection.
All right, Lepront here. She's got herself a nice steep opening section. Look at this. And she whips that board up. And disappears. If she stuck that even with one turn, that was going to be a solid score for her. It won't be. It'll be incomplete. Borelli here, the Spaniards. What she got left now. And then off the bottom is Patient. A little wobble from some chatter. And cleans things up with a turn into the lip again. Put that up, and a similar sort of thing just going the other way, where you see a surfer hanging the lip for a while and then suddenly fall. And as they go down quite quick with gravity, whitewater's coming up the other way, and the result is an incompletion.
Yeah, and if that's all it is, it's a good result, because it can end up, very bad with that, the wave forcing the board up underneath you. You connect with that board as you're getting, gravity's pulling you down as the wave's pushing the board up. You collide, and all sorts of things can happen at that moment. They're calling it 4 to 6 feet. And ordinarily, the conditions are talked about, as you said earlier, on the wave face, much bigger than 4 to 6 foot here, and a 2 mile per hour west-southwest wind, gentle offshore, groomed surface, coming in for 11:49 high tide.
Yeah, incredible conditions for finals day, offering the best surfers in this whole event the chance to bring their best surf in.
Let's call it low tide instead. Yeah, for a low tide.
Low water will be just before midday here, so getting down towards that, about an hour away from it still. 14.5 to go in this. Not loads of quality to bring you. The 517 for the South African is the best of it, Louise Lepront, and then the small throwaway number for her as she went down. That one turn, that could have gone right up the scale, though. It was lively and aggressive. Similar story for one of our French surfers, the one in white, as she went ultra late and radical into a heavy section.
It was ambitious, wasn't
like
it?
You said, though, it looked like the kind of wave you take when you don't have priority. It looked like I might as well give it a go. It didn't feel like the kind of wave to when you got choice of everything out there in the lineup. Didn't look like one of the better ones, but, obviously maybe some nerves as well at this stage.
Yeah, and the time was ticking. She just wanted to get started. You could tell in the wide shot it was really walled up. It was always going to close out. There was always one turn in it, but we have seen single turns if they're big enough, and she definitely went for it.
All right, here goes Tia. One or two French surfers in the water. It's a little sluggish to open up now. It'll get steep, smaller, but it's nice and steep. And what she got, she's patient, and she'll attack that. And goes up pretty early. And because she gets there a little bit early and realizes I need to add a bit, she gets a little release. So just putting a little extra into it. Meanwhile, here goes her compatriot, Shorts, on a bomb here. And she'll need to come around a big section. It'll just drop around her and catch her. And can she come around? This thing's going to bowl. She just can't quite get there.
Just got stuck again. Wave selection really hurting Clements at this point in time. Needs to settle things down. Still plenty of time for 2 waves. So, she just looks a little bit rattled at this point in time. Much smaller wave here. Tiny one, really, by comparison. Starts to stand up. Really nothing done yet, so a lot of time spent waiting for that closeout turn. See what the judges think about that. 2-3-3 on the first.
We talk about surfing up the potential of a wave. On that wave for Tia, it did feel like that's what she did. Certainly with that last turn. Let's see where it goes. It will count for her. It'll be her best score. She's going to improve on a 2-3-3. Let's see where this puts her. We're gone halfway in this heat, though. She would have kind of expected, as she built that plan, that strategy in her mind, of having much better numbers on the board at this stage. I think we can say that about everyone here. This one, been a bit of a slow burner in the first half. Let's see if we get a change. We are getting down towards that lower stage of the tide. Sometimes we've seen some lulls. I mean, it's pretty standard with any kind of swell at any location. You get some heats with a few more sets coming through, but when it is relatively low scoring, that means basically this one's still wide open.
Yeah, and it's one of the great things about this location is the consistency. We really haven't seen anybody get skunked. If they've been skunked, it's due to positioning and choices and maybe their responsibility, because all of the heats that we've watched have had enough surf for everyone. But then again, you just got to put yourself in the right place at the right time. to take advantage of the consistency. Highest score of the heat so far for the one turn.
Yeah, good number in for Zabrowski, 6.5 for her. So really surfing up potential that wave. It was soft and small when she paddled in, and she was super patient. Just waited for that section to stand up. She's always looking down the line. Don't forget, of course, right now, it's all about the juniors here in El Salvador. We're heading over to Copenhagen, Denmark in September. That'll be autumn time in Europe. ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Beautiful part of the world over there in Scandinavia. An island nation with a bunch of cool little things to visit as well. And from time to time, some pump and surf too. Here goes Clemence again on a right-hander that's nice and steep. And flicks that first one. The speed really allowed her to get some spray. And then whips that one around on the backhand. It'll get another turn for her here. And she'll kick out on a slopier section on the inside, maybe just slightly in front of it in terms of where she's doing her turns.
Looking for a 5.5. I thought it was good. I mean, it's definitely the best wave that she's ridden. The rhythm and the flow and the speed starting to show, and definitely a confidence builder, and will be a score that will, start to have her threaten and challenge for advancement.
She needed to get herself involved in the heat. She just had ones prior to that, and that'll be the wave that'll do it.
I'm thinking about the 6.5, which really was one turn on a sort of smaller wave. Big score for that situation. So, I expect that this score could be something of value and perhaps beat the 5.17 that we've already seen. You don't look so convinced. Let's see what the other judges feel.
Under 10 minutes to go in this now. We have a surfer from France, Tia Zabrowski, leading this one with that 6.5. Her backup is a low number, though. It's the surfer from Spain, Borelli, with work done early on, and we have not seen much of her since then. Just the two ways ridden for salt. Good enough for second at the moment. Waiting for a number right now for Clemence. She's on your screen, paddling back out.
Should be excited to hear what it is and know what the strategy needs to be. There it is, a 4, a flat 4. Little flatter in the surfing, I suppose, yeah.
Just your impression, and particularly, even if you compare different sort of wave, but compare with the 6.5, it's a lot more authority, wasn't it? A bit more on edge from Tia, even with that one turn into the lip versus slightly lateral stuff and slightly out on the face as well. Let's check out Team Hawaii in the form of Ryland Beavers, getting ready with the squad. Jason Shibata, Shane Dorian. And it'll be a tough heat. Look at the names in that. Some outstanding performers. Obviously, this is finals day here. We've got the cream of the crop and looking to go for glory medal matches. Team Australia have already won the whole thing. We talked about that earlier. They'll be just putting those celebrations, just hitting the pause button for now, because they got some heats to surf.
Yeah, no, it's a job not done. That's one part of the job done, and there's 4 other parts with the divisional winners. And interesting, we always know there's gold, silver and bronze in the Olympics, but because we surf 4 people heats, the copper was introduced to give a medal to the 4th place. Really lovely part of the ISA and their innovating of surfing. Clemence needs the 2.5 now, and Louise is only looking for a 1.33 with that 5.17.
This is nervy. 8 on the clock. Here goes Lepront. Nice looking wave. Look at this thing stretched out in front of her. Beautiful line through this here from Louise Lepront. That was great. Really good float. The lip line float from her. And then is patient here for a finish. If she can get this done. Looked like she made room to get that little 2-turn combo on the end of finish. So won't score for the action on the end. You know what? By then there was less energy there, but the work done before that combo to go into that float on the backhand, technical stuff, and something we haven't seen a lot of, something different, BL.
Yeah, I really liked it. It's going to combo up with that 5.17 and see her go through to an advancing position. There's no doubt about that, unless there's a ride that the judges see before they drop her score. But that was definitely better than the 4-point ride. First nice wrap, and then that lip hit to float in the middle. Unfortunate about the mistake at the end, and there might have been an earlier bottom turn that kind of made things fit together towards the end of the ride, but the points will come from the early work.
Quality picking up here, under 7 minutes to go. We've still got pretty modest numbers though. Surfers in first and second place on the 2s for now, but we reckon that'll change when the score comes in for Louise Lepront of South Africa. Will threaten, and the number comes in. Guess what? She goes straight to first, 6.83. So the best of this heat so far, and I think that's fair rewards for the variety she showed, the type of surfing, It's really nice to see something different go down as well. And she's been good value for the lead in this.
Especially in comparison to the 6.5. Had to be, in my mind, had to be better than the 6.5 on the open face, and the judges agreed, 6.83.
All right, here goes Schorsch here on a softer looking way, but there's a steep opening section, and she'll chop that down because it's just going soft here. Now it gets steep, and that's better from her, so just opening up a bit, and putting a bit more into that last hit. You think about down the line speed though, there wasn't tons of it.
And only needing a 4.84 for advancement. You know, a similar ride really to the 4, it felt like, didn't it? It was, again, the first turn went a little wide and was just a snap or a carve back into the pocket. Nothing too spectacular. Got the completion. That was important.
5 minutes and 40 seconds to go here. Repechage final under 16 girls. First and second will go into the final. At the moment, it's South Africa. And one of our French surfers at the moment. First priorities with the Spaniard, Sol Borelli, has been so quiet in this. Just 2 waves ridden. Tia also just riding 2 waves thus far in 19.5 minutes. Not enough, really. They'll need to get much busier. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Lepront, from wide, finds an opportunity. She's in flow here. There's a nice turn from her. Gets that hung up appeal for the section, which then you get the little airdrop down, which just adds a little extra. It makes the wave look steeper. Doesn't get another section though.
You see that rock in front of her? Good thing she didn't have time to do a re-entry, because it could have got ugly towards the end there. Jumps over the back, and that won't change anything.
Number in is a 4.03 for Louise. She'll stay in the lead though. 12 points, decent stuff from her. Let's have a look at Borelli with priority and what's going through her mind right now. Be under 5 minutes to go. She's not shown us much in this so far.
A 4.83 actually for Clemens Schorsch. That's a good score. Gets her up into third. Only looking for the 4.01. Tia Zabrowski needs that second score. Plenty of time really with the 4.5 on the clock. First priority was Sol Borelli on a closeout, essentially. Big mistake there from 4th place. Things not going her way. The Spanish lady adheres. Tia Zabrowski looking to improve on the 2.33.
Opens up with the first snap, Tia, and then Mr. Whitewater looking down the line. She'll be patient here. She's signaling some intent. Here's a steep section. There's a late hit, technical hit, and she got most of the work done. But the problem is you get that side wave come from behind and rocks her off. So she's on her way for sure to improving on the 2.33. And that Whitewater is difficult, and that's why if you leave everything to that last turn, you're making yourself sometimes a bit of a hostage to fortune.
And I feel like the big scores for the 1 turns that she has been receiving have kind of made her think about just finding waves that have got 1 turn rather than looking for the best waves. What a combination there. She needs a 4.01, getting it.
Late charge combo, backhand. So Clemence, after a slow, sluggish start, small numbers, mistakes, wipeouts, building here and building well. And she's keeping ahead in the game. It's exactly what happened in her last heat.
It was, yeah, the buzzer beater at the end, and she's on the charge right now, building momentum. 4th place needs this ride.
Borelli, what's she got? She used priority with a terrible choice before, but that is a great backhand whip of a turn, and she'll feel a lot better now, and it's a case of getting back out and getting involved. Here's your heat leader. There's a nice looking right for her. She'll open up just tentatively with a swoop while this thing gets steep, and it'll go all the way onto the reef here. You can see it shaping up. She goes past Zabrowski and then puts in, well, a committed turn where she went to the lip and almost tried to carve it around and release that tail. It'll be incomplete. She'll be down on the inside. She'll have some paddling to do with 2.5.
Wow, this is an exciting finish to this heat. Rides from all of the girls.
Right. First of all, let's talk about Borelli. She had priority for ages. She only rode 2 waves, and she just eventually blew a takeoff. She must have just got so inside her own head, got a bit lost and confused. That not only did she fall, but it took her ages to fall off, so it took her to the inside. When she popped out, she was wide on that right, and she got that opportunity. Let's think about 1 turns and the commitment that she showed. Speaking of commitment and backhand maneuvers, Clemence Schorsch of France, a 5.63. Look at her scores going up. A 1, a 0.73, and then a 4. improves that with a 4.83, improves that with a 5.63. Right now she's in second, and right now she's heading to the final.
1 minute 45, and it's amazing what confidence can do. The heat before, the buzzer beater, gave her the confidence that, hey, I can be behind, but I can work my way back into it. It's exactly what she's done here. Sol Borelli actually overtakes Tia Zabrowski with her last ride. Louise Lapront, we don't think that score comes in 1-7. That wasn't changing anything. Borelli now looking for a 5-4 for advancement, and Zabrowski a 3.96. Where is Zabrowski in this paddle?
Yeah.
Where will she come in with the priority? With 1 minute and 10 seconds, if she's down that priority roster, the other girls will have the opportunity to take control and shut her out.
Looks like she'll get second priority. She might not even wait for that, though. She had a look at a wave. Meanwhile, all right, here goes Borelli. And she'll lose the takeoff. Those fins just spinning out on a steep section.
Didn't need that. That was never going to be. Mistake there. Zabrowski first with Clemence Schorsch in advancing position over her fellow French countryman, and will have to use that priority in the dying 40 seconds of the heat to try and take control. Will Zabrowski get another chance, or will her teammate be able to shut her out with the priority?
Let's see how that goes. 30 on the clock. I've seen closer cover in terms of priority situations.
Yes, mate.
She's
Definitely.
not super close to her, is she? She's outside of her as well.
On the inside paddling, 15 seconds on the clock. Doesn't really need this.
The last chance there for Borelli, you would think, and not the wave she was after either, so she'll go down. Meanwhile, here goes Clermont, so rather than covering, she'll just surf here. And the first turn on a steep section was a touch sticky, you'd probably say, but
time is up, mate.
And we're all out of time here, so you have to say, in terms of the performance from her, we've got no other scores to come in. Louise Lapront was kind of almost in her own heat there.
Yeah.
Found good waves, surfed them really well, didn't make a lot of mistakes, used her priority well, surfed well, she didn't have it. But the comeback once again, showing the tenacity of Clemence Schorsch, who's through to the final for France.
Fantastic competitive effort, great strategy, great surfing, and again, confidence boost into the final. She knows she can do it, South Africa and France.
So an entertaining one that really fired up towards the end. It was sluggish at the start, but it's about getting the work done, if possible, getting it done early and just finding that rhythm and flow, and that seems to make things a lot easier in terms of opportunities that come through. Well done to South Africa and also France, heading through to the final under 16 girls. We're going to get a quick commercial break here. When we come back, more live action from finals day. Shannon and Rachel with the call. We'll be right back.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Back to the action here on day 9 of competition. It is finals day, and we've got our under 18 boys hitting the lineup now. It's the Repicharge final here, Repicharge round 10. Just a lot of heats on the calendar for the Repicharge side of the draw, and we're now going to take a look at some action. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley as we see Dane Henry start out with a big floater on this opening ride.
That was a beautiful opening turn. Let's see what he can make for the rest of this. Looking so strong. Oh my gosh, what a way to start the heat.
Our surfer in white, Rylan Beavers, gets a piece of the action as well for Hawaii.
Beautiful opening carve. These lefts haven't been offering as much opportunity today, and it doesn't really wind down like we just saw Dane's, but two beautiful turns to start out. So we'll see where that compares with the right versus the left. And strong ways to start the heat, 25 minutes in this heat. So that 5 minutes makes a huge difference in how these surfers get to, the time they get to take, how patient they get to be, everything.
6.33 on the board for Dane Henry of Australia to open up. Now waiting for first of Ryland, and there it is, a 4.17. So Dane gets the better of the exchange between those two. Leaves the Brazilians looking for their first rides. Luan Ferreira, having taken out, kind of an exiting position from the main round, finds himself now in the repechage. But it was Rickson Falcao for Brazil in the green jersey who had the highest heat total of the event early this morning, Rachel, winning his repechage round, setting himself up in that rolling position to try and keep himself moving towards the grand final. We've got a paddle now, and we'll decide to go with blue. Dane Henry, quick up and out. And down the line, Ryland Beavers with a backhand attack on a couple carves down the line. This wave's a little bit slopier. It's going to stand up with a good wall on his final opportunity now in front of him, and he's going to put a lot of effort into this wave. Drops the score for the Kauaian.
A little bit more quality over quantity, or sorry, quantity over quality with that wave. Oh, as we see Rickson frustrated to get into that one, or not to get into that one, but that wave for Ryland just offering a lot of opportunity. He was able to build the number count of turns that he was able to do across it, but nothing overly critical, not a really big wave, so probably won't be too big of a score.
21 minutes remaining on the clock. We're pretty close now to seeing our first finals being run as we have a paddle for blue under third priority. With green not having priority yet, it allows him to take off on this wave. And nice two-turn combination. Just slides that tail around. That was an exciting finish.
A good comparable wave to Dane's, I think, too, in terms of that two-turn combination and that flare on the finishing maneuver. So what the judges are going to do now is compare that wave, rewatch the replay of, okay, what did Dane's look like? We gave that a 6.33. Where does that compare on the scale? But that was an excellent wave. Well read, too, the way he came off the bottom. Did a nice fade at the beginning. You can see he kind of goes left, angles left, stalls, gives him the opportunity to be in the critical position straight into that stalled floater. Beautiful and really technical as we look at the replay of Dane's here. So a speed floater to make it around, wrapping it all the way back, trying to keep that energy up, and it was that was so critical, really extending that back foot. So we'll see where that last wave of our surfer in green comes through, as in comparison. Both had really critical finishing maneuvers, extending that body, and it looks like a score for Ryland.
Scores are in for Ryland. A 6.50 for the Hawaiian sets him up in that leading position. We're now waiting for the last score of green, as that will be his opening ride. Surfers getting ready to go for the next repechage round. It'll be the under 18 girls in the lineup. Conde getting a little tie to her jersey there, as well as Zoe. And they'll be in the water against Tia and Mila, so that's going to be a great heat. All of these surfers having already competed today, and they'll be just about set to hit the lineup.
What do you think she was listening to? If you were her, what would you be listening to?
Gosh, I don't know. You know me.
Pick something.
No,
Nope,
I can't. I just can't even. This is like literally my worst nightmare as a person, is to be asked a question on the spot like that. It's
I knew
like,
that.
Hey, what's your favorite? Who's the most inspirational person you could ever think of? What's your favorite song of all time? But Rachel, I know you would have an answer for that question.
I do have an answer, because last week it was Stop by the Spice Girls. That was like, it differed on playlists, sometimes early 2000s playlists, sometimes, I don't know, super, lots of just fun, happy, lighthearted is usually the playlist, the go-to playlist. My Spotify calls it Sunshine Pop.
That pretty much describes you to a T as well.
I think I'm revealing too much about myself here. Let's get back to the heat.
Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside the silver medalist, reigning silver medalist for the ISA World Longboard Championships. It was your second silver medal as well within your career, the first over a decade before, so tying it all together.
Yeah, I was super happy to be here. I mean, we had it here at El Sunzal just last week, and it was an amazing event. The waves were incredible. I love competing here in El Salvador, and so it's been really fun now having that experience already happen, to be sitting here in the booth and sitting on the sidelines talking to these surfers, kind of knowing exactly what they're going through, as it was just my reality last week surfing on behalf of Team USA. And this finals day, for me, the anticipation, the laser focus that you're trying to take in with you, it's these surfers are trying to manage all their expectations.
As Hickson is up and riding, he's dropped a 6.4 for his first wave. He's now hammering it down the line, kind of similar to that big score that we saw drop in his early heat this morning as far as the size of that wave, the way that it held that really critical section all the way down. He's now going to drop a second score on the board, and we've got 6s for the best waves for each of our top 3 surfers at the moment. The 6.5 of Ryland, the 6.33 then of Dane, and a 6.4 for Hickson. Luan now getting set on his opening ride.
Wow.
He's been more quiet through this heat. Goes up for a massive backhand re-entry to start. Quick snap there to reset and to acknowledge that wave's not going to have much, so he's going to get out of it. Ryland now up and riding. Driving back, kicking off the foam, and setting himself up with some really nice flow within his surfing. That's been one of those things as we're coming towards finals day, and he's driving down the line in that ending section. The flow within everyone's surfing is really starting to come across in that crisp nature today.
It is, and this is the day that they need to peak. This is when it's all on the line. These surfers are trying to make it into the medal round directly through first or second position in this heat. Situations like that, paddling for a wave, using that first priority, no one else is out the back, so Dane will maintain onto first priority, but it does get frustrating when you identify a wave as scoring potential and one that you actually want to turn around and go for and that you don't catch. So I understand his frustration there.
Yeah, just wanting to try and get himself a good piece of that set as well, noting that we might have a bit of a lull now that we saw some action within that last one. Well, we still got 15 minutes on the clock. At the moment, it's Hickson sitting in the leading position with a 7.9. As we wait for the next scores to come through, let's go down to the beach to check in with Lulu Laprante. She's found herself in the finals.
Yeah, Louise, congratulations into your first final here at the ISA. It must be a big moment for yourself, but you had a big comeback there in the back end of the heat. Seems like you stuck to the rights. Was that the plan from the beginning?
Yeah, I like the rights better. I'm stronger on my backhand, and the rights were just giving me what I needed, so I got it done.
Has the equipment changed at all throughout this week? It seems like a different board right here for finals day.
No, it's the same board. In my heat before, I actually dinged it pretty badly, but thanks to my brother, he gave it a new look, and I rode it, got through it.
Well, it seems like it's been working so far, and Smith Shapes too. Graham also a big part of your program. How proud are you to be able to represent a brand that really aligns with South Africa?
I'm very proud. I mean, it's the best boards in the business, so riding them is just an honor.
All right, into your first final. You got the camera in front of you. Say a message back home before you get out there.
Thank you, guys. Love you so much, and let's get it done.
Best of luck and congratulations.
A huge result for Lulu Laprante, advancing through into the finals here for the under-16 girls division. That'll be a huge result for the South Africans and for her with a long future of competitive surfing now beginning.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the best feeling to be going into that medal match. Obviously, everyone wants gold, but even just to know that you have secured yourself an opportunity to stand on that podium this afternoon, to wear your flag, to represent your country on that stage, it's an amazing feeling.
Current situation out in the lineup, Hickson Falco for Team Brazil sits in the leading position with a 7.9 and a 6.4 on the board. Ryland Beavers now finds himself in second for Hawaii. He dropped a 5.57 for that last wave, has the requirements in the 5-point range for the Australian Dane Henry to get himself a spot into the finals. He's only sitting really on that single score of a 6.33 at the moment. And then for Luan Ferreira, he's sitting in probably the worst position of all, having waited a long time with priority to get his opening ride. It's only dropped through as a 3.93, unable to capitalize on it really, and now he's chasing an excellent score to get himself that advancing top 2 position. It's an elimination round right now And so it will be those top 2 surfers heading into the final. And our heat leader, Hickson, now up and riding and just bogs the second turn, unfortunately. But he's already sitting on such a high heat total that it will be a challenge for the rest of the crew to catch up to him.
Yeah, well, 12 minutes remaining. It's a challenge, but there is plenty of time to do it. We saw Sarah from Team USA make it through her heat earlier, basically surfing a 4-minute heat. She caught her first scoreable wave with 4 minutes to go, and then she paddled back out and took off on the last wave with like 30 seconds to go and advanced. So 12 minutes in that span of time, that's 3 heats for Sarah.
Great way to look at it, taking that positive spin. Sarah could do it day after day, heat after heat, and we could certainly see some big changes. You can note with this camera angle just how low that tide is getting. It is about 11 a.m., so we'll have that low tide kind of bottoming out over the next hour and then starting to push as those finals are out in the lineup. Luan now up and riding, uses his second priority on this wave, takes to the air, could see that coming. He got a lot of height out of it, but needs to keep that board glued to his feet.
I'd say that's some good technical observation.
Thank you. I'm doing my best. Big score required for him as well as an 8.14. Rachel, would you say that sort of game plan now is a good one to be able to take to those big explosive maneuvers?
Well, I think what the judges have been showing and what you do as a competitor is you look at what is getting excellent scores. What type of maneuvers is an excellent score? A 4-turn combination? Is it one big air? Let's see what Hickson does here.
Looking to improve on a 6.40. Big blowtail for the first turn. And capitalizes on the second. He's asking the question.
Well, thinking back to his last heat where he got that incredible heat total in the 18s. He got a 9.23 and an 8 point something from memory. That it was similar surfing to that 2-turn, 3-turn combinations. That was just really clean power surfing. And so that's exactly what I was alluding to before. As a surfer, you know what you did on a wave and what they reward. And so in his heat this morning, he goes, okay, that's the surfing that they're looking for those excellent scores. That's the scale set. I'm going to try and emulate that. Obviously, different things impact it. Wave selection, wave size, throughout the day as conditions change too, that the scale does slide back and forth a little bit depending on what's on offer. But that's why I think Hickson felt so good about that, because it resembled a lot of what he was doing this morning to earn those excellent scores.
That is so true. So that score still to drop for Hickson in that leading position, hoping to improve that situation as well and really get himself out of any kind of need to be looking for improvement. Dane Henry now up and riding, only his second ride, so he's been a little more selective. Into the first carve, launches a quick little air, pops off the tail, but can't find himself the finish. He's only needing a 5.75 at the moment, Rach.
This is when you can't be falling. You can't be. I mean, he has plenty of time to go and recuperate, but from a feeling strong out there in arguably the most difficult heats of the event, doing little things like that can be just quite frustrating. But like we keep talking about, 9 minutes remaining. Dane was the only one to go excellent yesterday out of this field of surfers, or out of his field of surfers that he was competing against directly. So, again, he'd be thinking of using that confidence from yesterday.
Hickson now up and riding again, driving down the line, and he's going to launch into the air, and he lands it as well. So he's building from strength to strength. He dropped a 6.73 Rach for his last wave, which was enough to improve on his 6.4 before. Puts the requirements now on Ryland in that excellent range, as we see Dane up and riding. And he launches off of the lip. He's going to answer back with a 2-turn combination, a shorter, more compact wave for Dane in comparison to that of Hickson, with a little bit more length and downtime in the middle section. We'll see where the judges go with those two.
Yeah, I love that we have that back-to-back and we can see where that scale sits, where the judges go with that. I'm glad I am not a judge. I'm glad to be sitting here and just purely entertained, because that's what this surfing is. Let's take a look at this replay of Dane all the way from the beginning. Nice opening carve and then straight into that what I love about that, not a lot of height, but he went straight from his bottom turn up and directly into that. Here we see Hickson winding up. You know that's his intention. So much speed out of that. So for him, being able to line up, race down the line, and get that speed allowed him to get that height, that full rotation. Dane going straight from that bottom turn into that air was impressive.
As Luan is answering back now with that rail surfing power turns, as he blasts the tail out, he's been needing this wave throughout the entire heat, sitting only on that 3.93. Goes incomplete on the finish, got a lot of really solid maneuvers done on his backhand on his way to that ending section. He's currently chasing an 8.14, but we're waiting for the score to drop in for last of Dane as we take a look at the replay here for Luan.
Yeah, he had impeccable timing on this wave, staying critical in the pocket. This next turn here, hooks it around. That was so nice. That's what stuck in my head. Unfortunately, coming unstuck here, that would have been really nice for his scoreline had he finished that out. Obviously, will go into his scoreline. His lowest is a 2.57. But it again, when I'm talking about this is where you can't be falling, it's in those moments all these little extra points matter. And judges won't necessarily deduct points for that fall, but they don't add to his score. And when you're against people with this type of talent and these types of scores already on the board, you need to, it's like you're collecting, I don't know, something into a basket, flowers into a basket, and you're trying to get as many as you can.
It's like, okay, it's one of those things where you're in that, you know those like skydiving simulators, and they throw the cash into it, and you're trying to grab the cash and just get as much as you possibly can on your way down. Hickson up into the air again. He'll go incomplete on that, but we do have the scores in, Rachel, as I'm now imagining these guys in one of those simulators trying to grab some cash. They've grabbed a lot of cash within this heat so far. We got equal scores that have dropped in for that last aerial exchange. A 7.27 on the board for both Hickson and for Dane. The averages of those scores coming out equal, looking a little different on those highs and those lows as we take a look at Dane now up and riding once again. But he's into that advancing position, and he's going to make a mistake on that final turn. That's going to hurt his situation, looking to make the question into the excellent range on those certain fourth place surfers. But wow, things are really heating up out here with 5 minutes to go.
I knew they would be with these surfers and what they have been showing us, not even on finals day, and getting to see them now at their peak. It's a true pleasure to watch all this action.
Ryland now driving down the line. The Kauaian surfer into a great looking re-entry to start. Now wraps it around, cuts it a little short because he can see that this section is winding up with some speed, and he wants to make sure to capitalize on those final couple turns. He's going to stay on his feet for that one, and he throws the claim, chasing a 7.11.
That was a great wave. I think it will. I really liked that. Looking for 7.11, not the highest of single wave score. The 7.9s, the 7.27s from memory are the, well, the 7.9 was just that combination, but wasn't going to the air, was more of that rail surfing, so more comparable to what we just saw from Ryland. We'll see where the judges go with that, but a really well surfed wave. Even if he replaces his 6.5, it lowers that requirement as well.
4 minutes remaining on the clock. Score to come through now for Ryland Beavers. And Luan dropped in a 6.57 for his last wave. So that gets him back into the conversation, chasing now a 7.04. Still a big requirement, but more than capable of trying to chase up to that advancing position alongside of his teammate in Hickson. 2 Brazilians in the lineup, Australia and Hawaii as well. Team Australia already out of the results of the girls under 18s repecharge round, getting a first for Milla Brown, getting a 3rd place finish for Willow Hardy, secured Team Australia with the gold medal team's victory already so early in the morning, meaning that they can't be eclipsed no matter what the finishing results are. And really, again, you know, the ISA is a team's event. That showcasing how strong Team Australia is to be able to clinch that win so early in the day.
Yeah, and the Australians would be so stoked with that, but it is still about this individual race towards that medal match right now.
Scores are in. It's a 7.4 for Ryland And that now takes him into the advancing position over Dane. He needed that lower 7-point ride, so he's gotten that requirement by a bit. And now Dane Henry chasing a 6.64. Dane being the only surfer in competition to drop that perfect 10 on the board. And here we go with him up and riding. He's setting it up down the line. He wants to look for something that will add a little bit of fun, but also with a lot of consequence on it, tags the first section, throws that tail so high on the finishing air.
Only needing a 6.54. The only downside about that wave was the beginning was not super substantial, but he finished the wave off strong, taking another look at a different angle, stalls it back, gets a little foam climb. Here he's just kind of waiting for this wave to stand up, wraps it all the way around, just killing time, stalling, waiting for this. Nice turn, releases the fins, and then gets this final maneuver. Doesn't get a lot of air, but does wrap it all the way around. So he's feeling really good about that, only looking for a 6.54.
Rylan Beaver's now up and riding, and he's looking to improve on a 6.5 to make the question harder on Dane and Luan. That wave's not going to do it. Score still to come in for that last wave of Dane Henry on the screen there with the paddle. Priority now sitting with Luan Ferreira out of Brazil in that red jersey on the inside. He did well to get that 6.57 on the board, but up until that moment had a really slow start to his heat. And now he's going to lose priority with that last paddle. It's going to hand priority to his teammate in Hickson. Score still to drop for last of Dane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the beginning half of that wave affects the later half of that wave, because he did so much work on the back half.
Scores are in. It's a 7.70. It's the highest of the turn to air combinations that we've seen in this heat as well. Takes him back into second, now pushes the requirements to a 7.58 for Rylan, to an 8.4 for Luan. And this heat it's been so awesome to watch, because it was kind of slow from the start. Everyone trying to just build on to kind of some of those average range scores. And now we're seeing everybody really start to find that rhythm and push each other wave after wave.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. That's what happens, is great surfing pushes you to be a better surfer too. And that's why sometimes you start seeing this energy build to this peak from all the surfers. You hear the score, and then you get one, and then you feel really good. I mean, for the boys as well, I don't think I've ever seen so many claims in my life in an event. The amount of claims that I see from these boys is astounding to me, but it's great surfing, so it is valid.
It certainly is surfing with a lot of passion and emotion, as well as we see Rylan take to the air.
That was it.
That was a challenging slip as well, as we've only got 5 seconds remaining on the clock. That would be his last attempt. He knew he needed to go big. As we take a look now at Luan up and riding, throws the stall after the opening couple turns and sets himself up with a huge air. I mean, he's got so much height that he's trying to manage. And as the clock rounds out, Rachel, it looks very favorable for Hickson Falco and for Dane Henry. Both of them posting such huge numbers consistently throughout the event, as we see Dane go flying past.
Yeah, I think obviously both needing, Rylan and Luan both needing scores, and both of those waves going incomplete. I think it's safe to say that they won't be the scores, and unfortunately bowing out right before that medal match. An fantastic result nonetheless. Finals day in that heat. Repecharge 10. This is actually the Repecharge final, as we call it. So that is an amazing result from these surfers. Everyone should be proud.
Well, Hickson Falco and Dane Henry will join Fletcher Kelleher and Iko Watanabe in the grand final for the boys under 18s. We're going to see a brand new gold medalist in that round as well, compared to what we saw in last year's event. So very exciting to see a new gold medalist crowned. More action when we return into the final Repecharge final of the day. It'll be the under 18 girls.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action as we're on finals day for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. A long walk up the rocks today for our finalists because that tide is drawing out to dead low and we're getting that much closer to crowning some champions. The last heat was really exciting with Hickson, Falco, and Dane Henry taking out the win. There, Ryland Beavers for Hawaii unfortunately falls out in that third place position, just being shy of his advancing position by about 1 point in his heat totals, and Luan Ferreira as well from Brazil falling short. So those two out of the competition, but Rach, they put together some exceptional surfing this week.
They did a result that you can be so proud of, finishing in that 5th and 6th position for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. 5th and 6th in the world.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Incredible, considering that there were so many surfers at the beginning of the draw. Now up and riding, Zoe Zietz out of the Netherlands on her forehand. Really smooth and stylish young surfer coming out of the island of Kauai, driving through those first couple of turns, looking to see if this wave offers her something more in that vertical conversation. But she'll kick out on the inside section, gets those first few turns connected together. That's going to be really feeling good for her, especially considering the field that she's up against in Tia Zabrowski for Team France, Mila Brown for Australia, and Candelaria Rosano for Nicaragua. Quick paddle there for Mila. She's unable to get into it, and we still have no priority established yet between 3 of our 4 surfers.
Finally, a 25-minute heat for these surfers as well. None of them have surfed a heat so long throughout this entire week. The longest they would have surfed is that 20-minute heat. So that would feel really good for them to all of a sudden you just feel like you have so much time. You can relax, you can be patient. It still at the end of the day comes down to 2 waves though. So having that time to be selective as compared to, let's say, their 15-minute heats, you know, and how much action we could see like we did in the last 5 minutes of a heat. So much opportunity here. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. Tia, this is her 4th heat of the day. Incredible effort just in terms of energy. I mean, great surfing from her, but in terms of energy as well, being able to be right back out there and looking to make a medal final.
Yeah, it's a huge day of surfing specifically for Tia, having been in the main event for both the under 16s and the under 18 girls. And then falling into the rapid charge on both. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make that advancement through the under 16s rapid charge round, so she's out of the draw there. But she will be looking to get herself the spot now into the under 18s final as just 13 years old. She's got a big opportunity in front of her to continue that campaign. 22 minutes on the clock, a really quiet start to this with a 4-point ride now on the board for Zoe Zietz out of the Netherlands. She's only 15 years old, so those two surfing between the 2 divisions. And it looks like we've got a clean-looking line starting to come through here, Rach.
Ooh.
And it's going to be Mila has another look, decides not to go.
I mean, we couldn't see down the line. Maybe that was a really good decision. But just the wave was looking really pretty, glassy, sunny. The sun was sparkling off of it. Not so foamy like this one coming through.
Here we go with opening ride now for Candelaria Rosano, the Olympian for Nicaragua. Just holds on to that opening turn, looking to pump her way down the line to put on a finish here through the inside section. Driving, trying to gain a little speed, and that wave is not going to reform for her. She's put together a really incredible couple years of competitive surfing. Of course, last year she finaled in the under 18s division at the World Juniors, walked away with that bronze medal, but she also has competed very well at the World Surfing Games over the last couple of years and has earned herself the universality spot for the Olympic Games for Paris 2024. And she'll have that opportunity to be competing later this year in Tahiti. That's actually really just around the corner. It's not that far away. Everyone's starting to post their pictures from those warm-up trips. as we see Tia now up and riding. Into that first turn, looking really smooth, setting herself up with some speed down the line, and she's going to tag the next section. She'll ride out of it, and she'll put her first score on the board, Rach.
That was a great opening wave. Really, really great. She'd be feeling good with that. Looking at green now.
Milla Brown with a massive re-entry. Nearly had the finish. She would have hit the flats with so much speed and kind of power to try and compress and hold on to it. So unfortunately incomplete, but that would have been a huge score.
She had 3/4 of the turn completed. I thought she was going to be able to ride out of it. So much speed, so much power in that section. And she's not a very big girl, so that is extremely just technical and amazing, powerful surfing from her.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock. We've got a 4 and a 2.93 on the board. The 107 for Milla is just going to be that throwaway for a huge section that she charged. The important score now to come through is that opening wave of Tia.
It is, and I think it'll be a good score. You know, she hasn't advanced through a heat yet today. She's had a couple of losses, getting knocked out just 25 minutes ago, and so she's looking to reset.
Zoe now with a huge section in front of her. Beautiful carve to start off with. Keeps that wingspan wide, those knees bent as she goes up into a big section.
Oh, similar to what we just saw again before from our surfer in green, Milla, getting so close to coming down and riding out of it, but just getting bucked off at the end.
Unfortunate finish to what started out looking like a really great bit of wave selection.
Yeah, that left, it stood up. The left has been the one that's more hit or miss in how it stands up and really offers those critical sections. It can run, but it's usually a lot more shouldery, and so you see the maneuvers that the surfers do on those waves a bit more repetitive, less critical as what we're seeing them do on the rights. But that wave, that came out of nowhere, and in terms of, that's like the wave that you go, okay, look at this. This is what happens with coaches when they say, okay, look at this left. All the other lefts haven't been great. Let's watch this left come in. See, it's not going to be great. And then it is, you're watching it, you go, okay, well, that was a good one. So maybe just keep your eye on the lefts.
So maybe just keep going for exactly that same wave every time and just learn how to figure out that in section as well.
Yeah.
Still waiting for the score for first of Tia. Zoe drops in a 3.23, so that has her sitting up in the leading position. Seems like we're finally getting that extra pulse in the action, Rachel, as we had a couple slow heats. That tide is just getting close to bottoming out. And we've got 25 minutes on the clock for each of these Repicharge finals. When we now head into the next heat, which will be the under 16 boys final, we're going to have up to 30 minutes on the clock for each of those to finish out the afternoon, which is going to be great to have those extra 5 minutes on the clock, especially considering, you know, if we've got that slight decrease in the swell today, maybe not so much in the size, but just in that energy as it would have pulsed yesterday.
Yeah, and looking really clean out there. Let's see what White does on this left.
Candy now up and riding, so into that first opening hook, looking to build on the 2.93. She's going to draw it out for a second snap and tag in the foam as well to finish. And she's going to be unable to ride out complete from that last combination.
I think it's really interesting how much incomplete surfing we're seeing at the moment on those end sections. These girls may be feeling a bit nervous or maybe feeling like they need to go really big above and beyond because they're in this Repicharge final here, that they have to be landing something big, going for the eights. But really, it's our surfer in blue with just a 4 and a 3.23 that is winning the heat. So not much is required at the moment. These girls can just needs to start building the house and don't need to go for 9s. Let's go for 7s, because at the moment that would run away with the heat.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. As we can see surfers for the next heat, that's Lucas Skinner for Team England. He'll be in the water with 3 other young men looking to find themselves that initial gold medal in competition this week.
And Lucas, we know, has been in this position before. He got just in Brazil last year, got the silver medal finish. So of course he is looking to improve upon what he's already done. He really wants that gold.
We'll be seeing a new gold medalist in that contingency as well, as Hans Odriozola took out the win last year for Team Spain in that incredible battle with Lucas. And it was really down to the final exchange, everyone waiting on the sand for scores to drop. It was a really impressive heat of surfers pushing each other so that the performances continued to rise as we see in and out.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was, but if it was on the takeoff, I think they'll be right back out there. And for me, that's always me trying to spin the positive. You know, something like that goes not to plan. And you say, okay, I'm actually, you know what, that's fine that I fell there because I'm right back out in the lineup. I have another opportunity.
Well, 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach quickly to check in with Rickson Falcao before he heads out for the final.
And he's been surfing incredible so far. Rickson, uma bateria muito disputada, very competitive. Muito parabéns.
Cara, só tenho a agradecer a todo mundo que está aqui comigo, principalmente o Paulo, o Guga, toda a comissão técnica que está aqui dando todo o suporte possível. Sem eles não seria possível. Foi um campeonato de altos e baixos, mas pô, tô amarradão, tô na final. O objetivo, se Deus quiser, é ser campeão, conseguir fazer uma bateria ali sólida, conseguir soltar meu surf. E é isso, é BRA, porra! Vamos!
Really wants to thank his team, especially Paulo, the head coach right here, but really an event with a lot of highs, a lot of lows, and now he has a chance to become the champion, and one of the very few that we've seen here in the U18s for Brazil. Leo Neves, also from Saquarema. Leo Neves também de Saquarema. I think he's sending you some braves from te está mandando ondas de arriba.
Porra. Cara, Léo foi o meu coach, foi o cara que me ensinou, pô. Foi pouco tempo de treinamento, mas eu aprendi quase tudo com ele. Tô muito amarradão, emocionado. Consegui achar as ondas boas ali, com certeza foi o Léo que tava mandando as vibes positivas, a galera de Saquarema, só agradecer e vamos com tudo.
Leo was a legend, a big inspiration to me. He's sending me a ton of vibes, and really, if it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't be in this position. Boa sorte. Obrigado.
Well, Rickson Falcao taking out a huge victory in that last heat. He's through into the finals with an opportunity to walk away with a gold medal. As we take a look now at Rosano, and she is up and riding with a great looking opportunity in front of her to make a difference in this heat, looking for a big score, and she's going to be able to ride out complete on that end section. That was something that you could tell she was holding a lot of expectation for.
Yeah, and that's just it. You're wanting to finally complete a wave, and already going off the back of the energy of maybe she would have just heard that 617 announced right before taking off, and so to follow that up is really great.
Yeah, so this is the 6.17, just in so quickly, and we're just checking it out now here once again.
For me, it was all about this second turn and this end section maneuver, and the fact that it was just finished out clean, and that whitewash converging together too, not making that easy, very technical, very difficult. Looking at it from the drone angle, coming off her backhand, wrapping it around. This second turn, she really releases the fins, drags it all out on the bottom turn. And what I love from the drone angle is watching their bottom turns. You see how far in front of the face they go, and that's them working on their timing of the wave and stalling on that wave.
Zoe now up and riding with a huge section, and she just comes off the lip with so much speed. She can't quite engage that rail and those fins to pull off the bottom turn.
And it was a really great turn at the top of the section, unfortunately not completing it out. And still small scores on, not super small, but not super big, you know. It's really anyone's heat at the moment. And it is Candelaria, what we were talking about right before that post-heat interview. It's when you start separating yourself a little bit, going into those 6s and 7s is when you start feeling that confidence, okay, I'm now starting to take control of that heat. And because of that, we may see her getting into that rhythm and then building upon that.
Down to 12 minutes remaining on the clock, and it's Rosano sitting in that leading position with a 6.17 for that last wave and a 3.63 on the board. Now Zoe needs a 5.81 to take herself into the winning position, and Tia just sitting with a small requirement because she has the strength of that 5.5 for our surfer out of France. She's chasing only the 1.73. And then for Milla out of Sydney in Australia, she hasn't had really even the start to this heat, chasing that 6.16 because she only has that one takeoff now. As we take a look at Tia, a young surfer growing up in so many different countries and locations around the world from a full sporting family. has allowed her the opportunity to hone in skills like this at a young age from surfing at such a variety of waves within her life so far.
Yeah, that wave that we just saw ridden was really nicely done. Not overly critical, but just super clean and precise surfing. You could tell she did exactly what she wanted to do. There was no second guessing. There was no forcing the issue.
Scores are in quick. It's a 4.57, takes her into the lead. And now a little bit of a lull, a couple sets sort of approaching. We'll see if any of them are big enough to break maybe that outside set, as it's going to be green with first priority. And at this stage now, Rachel, Mill is chasing an 8.73.
And at this stage, in heats that she was surfing yesterday and the day before, the heat would have 20 seconds remaining, a 15-minute heat, you know? So that's how much I'm sure she's enjoying this 25-minute heat, playing that patient game. But at this point now, there are just 10 minutes remaining, and you can start a heat with 25 minutes going, I can be extra patient. At some point, you do have to start getting the work on the board. Earlier the better, because it's the less pressure you put on yourself. She should get a score on the board soon. Use that priority. And this is where I think sometimes we see priority being that bittersweet situation where you then get too picky. And some of these smaller, more unsuspecting waves have turned into decent scores for these girls.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen that throughout the entire week where, you know, some of that judging has really rewarded a big section with a single or, you know, a combination of just maybe those two turns. But there's been a lot of excellent scores dropped from the surfer under priority, kind of just sneaking into a wave that they're not even deep enough to have gained priority necessarily to their name. And they're able to drop something in a decent scoring range because the shape of those smaller waves can run so well off the cobblestones here.
It really can, and it's about giving yourself every single opportunity. And wave selection is really important. Patience is really important. It is the hard part, though, is performing under that pressure of patience that patience gives you.
9 minutes remaining on the clock. Zabrowski sitting out in that leading position. A big opportunity today for both Nicaragua and for the Netherlands to get an inaugural gold medal on the board. For Candelaria, she found herself in the finals last year and walked away with the first ever medal for Nicaragua in an ISA event, which is really awesome to see it come, especially for one of the Rosano sisters, because Candelaria and her two sisters have been competing in these events since they were so young. You know, she's got a decade worth of ISA experience now. Her first events she was competing in as an 8-year-old.
That is insane. I was just going to say a decade worth of experience, and we're not at the World Surfing Games. I mean, I have a decade worth of ISA experience now, but I'm not 16, you know? That is crazy.
Pretty wild. She's now 18 years old, finds herself as an Olympian, qualified for Paris 2024. But that whole journey started for her as just a little girl at 8 years old. And it's been exciting, Rachel, throughout this whole week as well to see, you know, the 54 nations represented, 441 surfers in the draw. And we had a lot of really young competitors. The youngest this week, we had a couple of 10-year-olds competing, and those looking for that opportunity to just start to find what it means to be competing at this level. As we take a look at Tia, up and riding on her forehand. Oh, looked hard to come out of that turn, and she'll take a fall. We've got a mistake out the back as well.
I just wonder if I am at a loss of words of what might be happening to Miller right now, if it's nerves or if something's happening with her equipment. This is not the performance we have been seeing from her so far.
Yeah, it's a real shocker for her right now with 7 minutes on the clock. Zoe up and riding, just gets those couple quick snaps, but she's caught in that section where it's not really giving her any speed from the wave. She was going to have to generate it all herself, so she's going to kick out quickly, which is a smart call. And we're waiting for that last score for Tia to drop in, but it was a fall on that opening turn. Now Zoe locking into this one on the paddle back out, straight into another one. Sets herself up after that opening turn, and she'll tag the section to finish. That's going to feel nice, and she's only needing the 5.81. Now Milla with an opportunity in front of her. So it's been a quiet heat. Now is she going to be able to kind of breathe through this wave? I would say she's back into that rhythm. First two turns, perfection. Sets herself up for the ending, and she is back in it. She's digging herself out the hole, and that 8.73 requirement will be gone.
I am so happy for her that she got that. That's the best feeling. You can see that passion from her, and so well deserved. That was an amazingly surfed wave. That opening turn, wow. We haven't been seeing that sort of variety from the girls so much this event, digging that back arm into the face of the wave. And you can see she's like, okay, land this takeoff, and just then as releases, drags that back arm so stylish, so beautiful, straight into this second turn and finishing it out clean and strong, so passionate. There weren't any double bottom turns. There wasn't any necessary need to generate her own speed. She was able to draw rail to rail. That's something I really love to see from these surfers.
That opening turn with that style and that arm back was like a Steph Gilmore moment for the Australian. Candy now up and riding, chasing a 3.9 to take the lead away from Zabrowski. And those couple of turns will certainly do the job.
Oh, wow.
Little cross arm claim. So the girls getting part of the claiming action as well today.
I was just going to say that the last heat we were saying, wow, the boys claim a lot. We don't see it so much from the girls. But I think with all this energy, the team action too, you have your team on the beach screaming so loud. And I'm sure these are points of conversation at night over dinner at home going, well, what about this claim? What about this?
What kind of variety can we bring to the judges with that
variety of claims? We're seeing tons of variety. I don't think we've seen one that is actually matches the other.
Not much repetitive nature within the claims this week. Now scores to drop for Milla and for Candy in that second place position. Candy will take away the lead, but we're going to wait to see where the scores go. As we've taken a look at this last wave of Zoe, it's a 5.60, her highest score.
Yeah, it's all about that second turn, really. That the first turn was kind of mid-face. Let's look at this replay of our surfer in white. A really just controlled wave. She got the job done here. Nothing overly critical, but really nicely surfed and really, really controlled. This one, I am just in awe of. This turn is beautiful. I'd love to see that over and over in slow-mo, and navigating this foamy section so well. And I would love to be in her mind right now of the heat that she's had so far, and that's what she produces.
Up and riding now, Zabrowski driving down the line, finds herself in second, and she hucks it up for a big single re-entry to start. She's going to make it around to the face again, not with enough time to get a completed maneuver in, so she'll exit. Looking to improve with a 6.01 requirement to take first. If she can get herself a 5 on the board, she'll be putting more pressure on the rest of the field. The last score of Zoe was a 5.6, the last of Candy a 5.33, but now the best wave of the heat has dropped in for the young Milla Brown out of Sydney, takes herself into a position only needing a 2.57 to get an advancing spot.
Wow. Was it this heat that we started out, I think maybe it was the last heat we talked about. Actually, Dane Henry did something very similar. And the fact that Sarah from USA earlier basically surfed a 5-minute heat, a 4-minute heat in her heat this morning, and was able to manufacture 2 scores within those 4 minutes that got her to that advancing position. Taking a look at this replay of Tia, it really is just this one turn, but what a beautiful turn it is. Getting up to that lip late, but almost going a little bit upside down, extending those feet above her head and then bringing them quickly back down underneath her. She's looking to improve upon her situation and make those requirements a lot higher for Zoe and Milla, especially that requirement for Milla, only a 2.57, and she does that.
She gets the score she needs. A 6.07 takes her into the leading position for Zabrowski. Pushes Rosano into second, now needing a 5.4, and the more important requirements being on Zietz and Brown. Zietz needing a 5.91, and now Brown needing a 4.00. We're down to the final couple minutes. All is going to have to be left on the line here as we start the countdown on the clock. And we already have 2 of our 4 finalists decided for the under 18 girls. It's Vahidi Enzo for Hawaii and Sarah Freyer for the USA, putting together really great performances in their run to that final throughout this week. And now we could have a couple surfers from their age division. You could have a couple slightly younger looking to get themselves in that conversation as well. As Tia Zabrowski up and riding, driving down the line. She's looking to improve now on the 5, puts in that finishing touch. Just looks so stable with that board glued to her feet.
Yeah, she looks like she's having fun, getting lots of spray and energy out of that wave. And I know she'd be desperate to get this one pulled together. As we see some lines approaching in the final minute, will there be more opportunities for our surfers? I am excited to see what happens here.
This is wild. 50 seconds on the clock. And each of these surfers with their own huge, accomplishments up until this stage, but looking to put themselves into the finals. A paddle for Zoe. She's going to lose priority with that one as well, and she's not going to be able to get herself at least the wave to chase down the requirement. Heat leader is going to be on the inside, already finished in Zabrowski. Can Rosano find herself a score to try and steal away that win? And now Brown up and riding. As we take a look at this first cutback, sets herself up, looking down the line. She only needs a 4-point ride, and a finish with a turn like that could be getting her that advancing position over Rosano. 5 seconds to go. Will Rosano have an opportunity to answer back as well? We don't see any priority next to the name for Cande, and it looks like she went, but she's so far out there she would have fallen on that opening turn, Rachel. And now the question will be on Milla Brown. We've got a score to drop for Tia as well, but we know that she's in that leading position and will be advancing regardless as we wait to see the last of Milla.
I wish she had some more opportunity on that wave mid-face to maybe get a second turn in. Let's see, this opening carve brings it around and then just has to be patient here. Would have been nice if she had another opportunity right there to connect it through, but she does finish this one out clean. So the energy she's trying to convince the judges, she really, really wants this one to come through as a 4.
It's in. It's a 4.37. The Australian will just be finding out that she's advanced into the finals here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. All of that emotion coming out now and getting the job done in another 3-minute heat out in the lineup today.
That legitimately was. I mean, in a 25-minute heat, what are these surfers? You have 25 minutes finally to make all of, take the stresses off your family watching at home, especially, and your team on the beach. But Tia has surfed 4 heats now today. She'd be exhausted.
Oh, she would be so exhausted, but she's officially qualified for one of the finals in the under-18 girls. The 13-year-old taking out the victory with her sights set on gold. We've got more action when we come back. We're into the under-16 boys final. Paul Evans, Barton Lynch on the call. Fireworks in the lineup, and we cannot wait to see how this day will finish.
So depending on the side of the waves, it's super raw. It just breaks like right on the dry reef, and it's super like intimidating.
Nature, you got to be careful. You just can't take things for granted.
You can feel the energy, and it's really strong. It's probably one of the strongest places in the whole world and the whole French Polynesia.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
And it all comes down to this under-16 boys final out in the water. And the way still delivering the goods and blistering speed for the Argentinian.
Oh!
Passeri, who gave that loads, loaded up the board and went hard into the lip. Pokes it, almost looked like he recovered that turn. And he'll go down. That'll be an incompletion. Couple of quick numbers in. Let's just set this final up. We're looking at Dylan Donegan of Spain, had a Lanzarote in the Canary Islands, Alexis Owen from the South Island of New Zealand, Lucas Skinner from Cornwall in England, And Thiago Passeri, who we just saw in live action. This is a replay of the Kiwi, Owen.
Pumping down the line into that last closeout turn. 3:17, 5 extra minutes on the clock for the finals. 30 minutes. Donegan on the replay, snaps out of the top. Looks so comfortable in all of that frothy white water, just still able to get the rail in the water. That's another 3:5.7. Best of the opener, but Lucas Skinner waiting with first priority, ready to strike. Last year's runner-up. Will he go one place better this year and get the gold? Silver last year. Having a look, here is Lucas.
Here goes. It's Lucas Skinner loading up the speed on a glassy looking opening section off the bottom. There's that turn off the top, whips it back and sets up again. He'll jam down into the white water and hope for something on the inside. It goes a little deep there and he'll keep flying across this section. And then he'll throw up that reverse and spin it, just adjust the feet to finish. So on a nothing of an inside section, we were probably thinking about kicking out. He manages to get that reverse done, chucks the tail, blows it out, reverses it. Great start for England.
Yes, it was. And we noticed that the walls on the waves are a little softer today. It's not quite as strong in the wall. It's a little more peaky. So that wave faded out as he got the cutbacks going. Somehow spun on the inside. I don't know how he did that on such a small section. Kiwi.
Alexis Owen here loads up the left. First turn, whips it with the power and then opens up the body. That was technical stuff. Great surfing. The backhand turn combo into the lip. Let's see where that one goes. This is breathless stuff. Donegan, here he goes. Didn't see quite the best of him in his last heat. Let's see if he brings it for the final. That's sick as he goes up late and whips that one around. So, two lefts ridden and an opportunity for the judges to compare a similar looking kind of wave. Obviously, they're always making comparisons, BL.
Yes.
But just in terms, there were two lefts, the backhand turns. Let's see how this comes in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Both good rides, both better than anything that has been banked already. Lucas Skinner's maybe not as impactful on the outside. The lefts and those big walls on those left provided nice, big, spectacular final moves. Hard to believe we're in the final. It feels like we've been at this for 9 days straight. And a big shout out as he finishes that one. Beautiful timing. I love the drama as he disappeared in the whitewater. Came out really clearly. Look at the teams there, Team Argentina. They've got everything they could find. Lids, frying pans and pots, water bottles, anything to make some noise and cheer their man on.
Love this energy. It is the final of the under-16 boys, and after a massive competition, a behemoth of an event which had 440-something competitors in it, there's just 4 heats that remain, and they're the most important. They're the 4 finals for our categories. This is under-16 boys, and surfers that have been outstanding throughout this event. Names like Skinner, Donegan, Passeri as well. Alexis Owen, who maybe was at a touch under the radar until that performance that he just put in, dropping 2 8s. And he's bang up for this. He'll be full of confidence. We know he's got power and strength. Here's Donegan, who I think's been electrifying throughout this week of surfing. Let's see what he does here on a fast-paced right, and he'll go to the air and get about 3/4 of that rotation done. The last bit is the crucial bit, which is incomplete. So not quite what he's hoping for in terms of the finish.
Looking speedy, sharp on those first 2 turns with a completion. It was going to be a great score. Lucas Skinner wins the opening exchange with the 5.67, but then that gets eclipsed just ever so slightly by the ride of the Kiwi, a 5.9 for the 2 backhand turn combination. The judges still considering that ride of Dylan Donegan's.
Key takeaways you'd probably take from that, though. There's Ben Skinner. I think that means calm down,
Let's
chill
just
out.
take it easy, wait your turn, wait your time, make sure they're the right waves.
You probably have to say Lucas's wave was a much poorer wave. So just in terms of how close the scores are compared with that wave that Alexis Owen got that was steeper, had a lot more on it, it's less than half a point in it. So from that point of view, that bodes well for Lucas Skinner when he does find a little bit of quality.
Yeah, when he took off on the wave, it looked good, but it just quickly tapered off. And we're seeing that a lot in the right-handers today, which is really the opposite of what we've seen all week. Surfers, similar conditions. The wind has stayed off. We've got beautiful offshore conditions, which is the first day that we've had those. So Mother Nature appreciating, respecting the finals. Look at the score for the 2-turn combination of the Spaniard.
Throws away the air at the end. It doesn't matter. He goes excellent. 8.17 for Dylan Donegan. Here's Thiago Passeri. Look at this wave. He's got It is oily glass on the face, and that is a powerful, aggressive turn. Air drops back down to the flats. He's a strong surfer, absorbs that impact, and then gets back on the tools and just slicing this thing up through the inside here. Passeri, we talked about his competitive instincts. It's all very well and good having that. You've got to have the surfing too. He's got loads of surfing, BL.
Fantastic technique. It's so low, and he's for a young man, he's able to drive the rail like an adult, and the way he just buries his turns, and particularly the way he carves out of the top on the backhand is unlike most of the surfers his age. Donegan's wave, he's second. The right-hander comes in as a 5 with the incompletion at the end. An 8-1-7 for the two-turn combination. Let's look at this on the replay. Beautiful, committed, right in the pocket first turn. Carves this one back to the pocket, waits for it to stand up, snaps on the inside, coming around the section again. Another turn there. Long, completed ride. The first turn was critical. There'll be big points in that. Skinner up and riding.
Here goes Lucas Skinner from England, loading up here. What's he got for us? Off the bottom, there's that first turn with the whip through the lip, and then here, a nice little section for him, and he'll catch the rail and go down. Haven't seen him do much of that this event.
Got a little on the front foot, and that front rail just buried on the flat top of the wave. That was unfortunate, and I felt like with the speed he was generating that he was heading towards an air, and then the wave stayed open, and I feel like he had to sort of refigure what he was going to do. Went for the carve, caught the rail through the confusion. The interesting thing for me is the 5-9 for Alexis Owen, the two turns, compared to the 8-1-7 for the two turns of Donegan. So big separation there for quite similar rides. Must have been the Christmas. Now have a look. Watch how far he gets forward. You see the whole body actually falls forward because the weight was so on the front foot to drive. Needed to stay connected with the back foot and the fins to lift that front end of the board out and slice it through the water. Unfortunate fall. Still 20 minutes on the clock. So for all of these guys, they could sit there and go, well, this is like every other heat I've had, regardless of what has happened so far, and you would consider the only thing of absolute relevance is the 8-1-7.
Yeah, massive advantage that for Team Spain with Dylan Donegan, the two backhand hits.
Do you think it must have been because of the speed and the crispness of those turns, particularly the second one? I personally didn't see such a spread between New Zealand and Spain. This is a replay here. First turn just snaps it back into the pocket. Waits for it to stand up, hits it at the perfect time, right into the lip, as perfect as you could do on the second one. Big score, really, when you consider that the first turn was, a snap on a sort of softer shoulder. So some big scores. Here's New Zealand.
The man who went excellent twice in his last heat. What's he got for the final hit? And he'll hit that one and bring it down. So a nice combo for the Kiwi. 5-9 for him. 3-1-7, those are his two numbers. Of course, right now, it's all about going for that gold and getting in first place position. Sitting there, it's the Spaniard with that excellent number locked in. So all of our need requirements are obviously for that first place position. Owen in second, looking for a 7.
6.83 for Passeri comes through, so that's the second best wave of the heat, and rightly so. And again, when you consider the first turn of Passeri's to the wave of Donegan's, the old two-turn backhand combination, again, achieving an 8-point ride. The judges loved that. It's a go-to, and Passeri and Owen both with good backhand rides themselves.
Well, we're expecting a strong heat from these four, given what they've shown us throughout this, and really that big number coming in and setting this one up, and they'll be processing on that. How do you react? You're in a final, you're hearing 8 go down. What's your next thought, BL?
Are you the surfer with it or without it?
For the other 3.
Well, you just ignore it and you go, hey, you know, and you're in a final, you know you need 2 8s. You know, there's the chance that it's an inconsistent final and it's scrappy and you can win it with whatever, but the way the ocean is here in El Salvador, you know that's not going to be the case. You've got 10 more minutes than you used to. You've got 30 minutes in these finals. So really you just go, well, it's only an 8. I'm going to get a 9. And if I'm Lucas Skinner, I am now going to my airs. You're in the final. There's no use keeping anything back at this point in time. We haven't seen them from him, and that's where the potential for massive scores is. The difficult part is going to be able to find a ramp and a wall on them right-handers that are tapering more than they have all week.
Yeah, interesting to see that exit number came on the left, a steeper left. It was the reverse of that situation first thing this morning, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But right now, there's plenty of power and meat into some of those lefts when they come through. It really is open in terms of which direction surfers will go. There was one heat a couple of days ago when Lucas took to the air and went excellent, got really high score, 18-something, posted big numbers. But other than that, his go-to has been that set-up turn, that whipping top turn with the speed, and then he waits for it to set up and he takes on the lip, doesn't he? That powerful section has been good enough for him throughout. Will he start to punt here? Let's see, as we'll check out Owen. Here he goes with a load of wall in front. Big, powerful turn. His board continues without its pilot for a little while. It'll be an incompletion for him. Having a scramble, Skinner tries to get on the right. Passeri looking around at the left.
5-6 drops for the Kiwi. Uh-oh, Donegan.
Loading up here, swoops down, and look at the speed. He keeps straight into the bottom turn.
Nope, forced it. Really, there was only time for 2, wasn't there? He tried to make it a 3-turn, but that was not the answer in that particular situation. When you've got the 8 and you've still got 15 minutes, takes the pressure off. You can go for it like that and try and push a big second score. Will Skinner get to the shoulder of this one? He's got second priority, Passeri with first. Both of those surfers have to duck dive.
Donegan going again here on a wide one. So after falling, didn't paddle all the way back out. Saw an opportunity, thought he'd just take it while he was there before he got back in priority rotation.
And when you're the one that's got the 817, that's like a great relief, but at the same time, it's a great pressure because your mind instantly goes like, I could win this. Oh no, I could win this. And it's a, you know, at that point, you've got to ignore that as well and just go, no, let's just, like his dad said, and he said it, that his dad told him in his post-heat interview as we see his teammates there on the beach. Dad said, just even if it's a final, treat it like a heat. Just keep surfing them one heat at a time. And that's what he's going to need to do. Just settle it down. Got a little rattled there. That second takeoff under the lip was forced, wasn't it? You know, and it felt like pressure at that point in time. Coming to bear. Already having ridden 6 rides.
So by far the busier competitor here, the Spaniard Donegan. And that number of 817 just sits weighty in the scoreboard right now. Patience required from the likes of Passeri with first priority, Skinner with second. This one will just simmer down a touch now and everyone will kind of reflect, think about what's gone before when you're catching waves and getting scores and finding other ones come through, adjusting in the line. Not a lot of time for contemplation. What happens now in your head when you're sitting at the top of the peak of priority?
Oh, well, you've just got to concentrate on yourself at this point in time. It's no one's really in a position where it's time to play defensive tactics with the priority. Now it's time to just focus on the ocean, connect with yourself, breathe, calm the mind down, stop any mental activity and just feel your way to your positioning. Try and feel and connect with the ocean and understand where you need to be to get the score.
It sounds so easy when you say it like that. How easy is it actually to do in a final, particularly, you know, under 16? We're not talking about seasoned, wily professionals here. We're talking about kids, essentially.
Exactly. It's super difficult. But at the same time, it depends on how you live. If that's how you live and all of your surfs and your connection to your wave selection, your positioning in the lineup is based around your feelings and you're able to know that and identify that and feel that, you know, then it becomes second nature and it's not that difficult because it's habitual. But if you're used to sitting in your head and thinking and scientifically trying to understand what next to do, that activates the mind and then you start thinking and you find yourself in that position where you get really nervous because of the thoughts. So, you know, it comes down to practice, rehearsal, and these young guys, best young surfers in the world. Interesting, when you look at the countries, New Zealand, Argentina, England and Spain, not a powerhouse nation, not Australian and New Zealand, Australian, American, Brazil, you know. So this is an interesting final because it shows you that the established guard of nations that have been owning the sport for so long in this under-16s has been diluted by incredible performances from nations around the world as that globalized surfing culture starts to take place in places that it hasn't been as strong, and particularly from a competitive point of view.
Donegan from wide will just spin it. Here he goes. He's up.
Oh,
gets a little caught just on that outside rail. And he recovers that pretty well, and he'll go for a swoop and a cut down. Looking to try and wash off the 5 is the order of business here, and good enough to flare that into the lip. So Donegan just getting a little release on the end, so a weird start to that wave. 5 is the number he's trying to improve on. I don't suppose he's really looking for 5s right now. He was just trying to surf the best he can, and basically that was an opportunity. Didn't want to go at the peak where everyone else was. Saw he got a bit of a free hit wide on the right.
Yeah, he was in third priority. So the distance, that was, you know, that looked like a moment where he tried to relax himself, but he almost tried to relax too much and lost the connection with his board and the moment on the wave. First snap was nice. Drives around. Look at the rail work. So clean, crisp. And it's been a long event, we've said that before, but for this young man, still finding that spark and electricity in the performance to go all the way. Will he improve on the 5? There's a fair chance of it, I would think.
Spain looking for another gold here in the under-16s. They're going all right with it at the moment. Dylan Donegan, he's got an 8.17 and a 5, which the judges will work to see if there was improvement. A little error at the start of the wave. Good work done at the end. Mima on the peak. Priority with Passeri, the Argentinian. He'll use it here. Look how glassy this wave is. It's a smaller wave, but nice and tight, and that's a really powerful turn as he redirects with good spray. And then he's patient, finds a crumble of a lip, and good enough to apply a bit of back foot pressure. He'll tag that 6.83 is high score, and he's sitting on a 1 still. So certainly he'll move up significantly here. Obviously, to bring down his requirement, he will need to improve on that 6.83 though.
And what, you know, the second best score of the heat, so that puts you in a good position. If you can get something that moves that to your backup score, then you're going to be looking really healthy. I don't think that last ride does that, but it obviously improves on the 5. And wherever you get to, and in those rankings in the heat, will put pressure on your opponents and let them know that you're on the charge, you're coming to get it. The gold medal on the line here. And even 4th place gets a medal, copper. So, you know, medals for all nations going to go home for Argentina, New Zealand. That is a big thing. Fantastic for those smaller surfing nations to be on this stage. There's the score, it drops.
Yeah, number in for Passeri, a 5.6, moves up to 2nd. His requirement is still an excellent ride to the tune of 8.47. One of those locked in already early on in this for the man on screen, Donegan, as he leads this one for Spain at the moment. 10 on the clock. Lucas Skinner with priority. He's had a little while on the peak to think about things. We talked about that mental game and the head noise and that kind of stuff. Let's see how he responds here. We've been anticipating, speculating that he might, well, certainly try and go to the air if the ramp comes his way. The ocean will have something to say about that. And let's see, after a period of sort of relative inactivity, you mentioned just kind of calming that brain down using the subconscious brain. After sitting for a while, we'll be able to fire up and do the stuff that, you know, he does pretty routinely in free surfing. He'll need to bring his best in. He'll want to get into that excellent range.
And really, he can do that without priority. So the use of this priority to get a score of consequence needs to be a 7 or above. And then without the priority, just go on the hunt and find some ramps. And you could get massive scores without priority. But when you've got that priority, you're obliged to kind of wait and turn it into something that really is going to influence and affect the outcome of the heat. All 4 surfers out the back now. A little slower moment to over 2/3 of the way through. I'm nervous, to be honest. There's the score, the 2nd for Donegan. The wave with the little stumble at the start really didn't get too penalised for that stumble at all. A 7.13, big score.
A massive number for Donegan, and his total is huge now, and that's put everyone in trouble. Excellent numbers across the board required. 8.35 is in 3rd priority. Getting that from wide after getting that long right down the point here. And then taking a couple of opportunities. Saw that one misfire, but he was kind of signalling his intent. And then finding that wave, and again, we talk about potential of waves and scores on offer. You'd have to say, forgetting the stumble, just squeezing every bit of opportunity out of that. And look at the noise from the Spanish crew, they love it.
Look what they've got. They've got pots and wooden spoons and all sorts of stuff. Just bringing the vibe, bringing the energy, bringing the stoke to the 60th anniversary of these World Surfing Championships.
Well, it's all quiet out there in the lineup right now. We see Passeri just trying to force something, kicking the legs, trying to get going, just wants to get in motion essentially, and the scoreboard reveals big pressure from Spain. This is a slopey section here. Passeri just wanting to keep surfing, and there won't be anything of major significance there. As he tries to attack an 8-4-7, he's going to need at least that.
Glad he got out early. Didn't want to make more of the paddle than you needed for no improvement on your score. You know, in this heat now, you're thinking 8s. You can't think anything but 8s. And there is no second place for an advancement. You know, up until this point, you could surf for second and get through and advance to the next round. There's no advancing anywhere. This is the medal heat. This is the medal final. And so, given the scores on the board already, you need 2 8s to put yourself into it. Donegan, a 15.30 total already. And so, pressure on all of the other 3 surfers, and particular Lucas Skinner, because in the back of your mind, you start to get that, oh no, not again. It happened last year. Is it going to happen again this year? Oh no. And even though you're trying to not pay attention to the fear of failure that comes over you in those moments, you know, you got your dad on the beach, your team, your country, everyone at home watching, all of those pressures that come to bear on a young surfer, they're going to be right where Lucas Skinner is sitting on his shoulders. Let's see him get a good one. I just want to see some aerial antics from this young man, because he is one of the most amazing young surfers in the world right now.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing from his point of view, all the while he's had that priority, it's been no sets. So the only wave we saw ridden was that wide one. That was an in-between one for Donegan that he got the score on, but no sets coming through. So he's just had to sit there and stew on it, basically. There's nothing really he can do. He's got to try and keep cool and calm. But while you hear opponents putting up numbers around you, and particularly, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if someone else got a 7 from his point of view, but the same surfer getting an 8 and a 7, that really is a tall order. You can see the number Lucas needs right now, 9.63.
And the 6.83 for Passeri, one of the other best scores of the heat. The 7.13 and the 6.83, very similar scores. I feel like the surfing on the left from Passeri was a little more committed, perhaps, particularly in the first turn. So what you build is momentum for your campaign, and the momentum and the energy that you can build off the back of the 8.17 can carry along, and that's what he's done by staying busy after it. He's ridden 4 waves since the 8.17, so he's just kept throwing because he hasn't been in the first priority, hasn't had the opportunity really just to sit and wait. Once the 7 was dropped, he's sitting there going, well, I hope it just doesn't break again. I hope it just goes flat for the final 5 minutes. You don't need to perform anymore because you've already done what you needed to do.
Just a little splash on the water there from Lucas Skinner. Possibly
really?
It's a little sign of frustration. Maybe just he paddled, just maybe starting to get a little rattled. He's been unlucky. There's just been no sets. He's had that priority for so long and nothing's come through. So it's probably the longest lull of finals day so far.
Or of the whole event, potentially, so far. But it comes to challenge you, and you just got to keep the faith and believe that whatever it is, oh, look at this, wedging upright, looks pretty short in the wall as you look across, but there's a second bit to it wide. He's too far inside. The lull is, oh, will he? Get it. Whitewater chip.
Skinner goes here, use this priority, 4:20 on the clock, looking for 9.63 right now, opens up with a nice carve with speed. And then the bottom turn puts him onto a softer section. He just have to be patient. Now he needs a strong finish. And he'll hammer that with a big turn with loads of power and loads of back foot aggression into it. The English squad like it. Where does this go score-wise?
It's a good score. I feel like it's going to match the 6.83 and the 7. It's going to be around there. Maybe it's better than the 7 of Dylan Donegan's. And it'll be a score that puts him into contention primarily off the last turn. We've seen big scores come for those last turns. There was a skip of the rail and that showed that the weight was forward on that bottom turn on the second turn. We'll see it in the replay. And that, to me, indicates that the mind is active. It's thinking. It's ahead of the physical body trying to drive with ambition. We'll watch it here. First turn. Nice big tall wall. Beautiful carve. So that's got points. See that slide there? That was the indication to me that the head was involved. He's anxious, but then he pulls it back. Beautiful layback snap. Gorgeous off the top. And 3 turns to a completion. That's going to be a good score. That's a score that will put him into it, get him out of 4th place for sure, but put him into contention there. Second turn, a little bit mediocre, but then this turn is money. Beautiful layback snap off the whitewater.
Loads of speed and venom in that, and pushing hard, gets the 7
There it is.
3-7, a crucial number for him, puts him up into second.
Good judging.
Brings his number down, and even just by the fact, but not by much, but it comes in just under that excellent. It's a 7.94, call it an 8, but maybe even just sort of psychologically going, all right, I need a 7. I need a good one, but similar sort of score to what he just got with a little more on it, or do it. The bad news, 2:30 on the clock.
Well, but the good news in my mind is he doesn't have priority. That's a good thing, mate. Just get on the hunt, move around, even if you make them chase you. As you can see now, Donegan moving towards Skinner with the second priority. He's not going to let him sneak away, but Lucas's job now is to sneak away. Inside wave, will he go this? Will an air be on offer on this one?
Here he goes, finds something on his way out the back of the putt here, and if he lands this and puts it down right at the end, that was big, it was lofty, he had loads of pop, and that's what he needs to try and do. He might get another shot here wide on that right.
He'll get another shot. I feel like he's still got enough time. You can see the emotion and the passion from Team England. Lucas Skinner, last year's silver medalist, sitting in the silver medal right now. Will he get another chance? Sets approaching, 1 minute 30.
What does Dylan Donegan do? Does he go down and try and find him? Is he too far away?
100%. I'm trucking towards Lucas Skinner right now. If he'd made that, he would have got the score. He has the potential. He just needs the wave. Passeri on an inside one, kind of a wave where you were frustrated and you just wanted to kind of surf something before the final is over in these dying moments. There's Donegan. Lucas is paddling towards him. Donegan's paddling towards Skinner, and he will sit as close as he can. Alexis Owen with the first priority, got caught inside by that set. Tense times, nervous times, but Donegan, I like the idea. Sitting outside Lucas Skinner, not so good on the positioning. Sitting inside Lucas Skinner, yes it is, and here's a wave approaching them.
Final minute here, and a frantic jostle for position. Skinner just tried to maybe pretend he was looking at a left to try and force Dylan to go. I think both of them realised all day long there wasn't a score there, just 40 on the clock here.
And I don't see much outside. There wasn't a significant set line coming. 30 seconds. Donegan's not going to let him get a wave. Smart tactical surfing. Great surfing from both of these guys.
Yeah, they're two, to me, I mean, it feels obvious saying that now, given that they're first and second in the final, but the outstanding surfers throughout the competition here.
Oh, look, look, look.
And there's a nice moment where Lucas offers up the congratulations. So well done to Dylan.
Bravo. What's the one behind it, though? Don't give up yet, mate. Do not give up yet. You're hugging when you could be paddling. Seriously, mate, I'm not hugging till that siren goes. I'm never giving up hope.
Well, he's not going to get there in time, and he joins in splashing with the celebrations. That's a really cool sporting moment, and another great victory for Spain in the under-16 boys. Odriozola couldn't defend that title, but it went down to Dylan Donegan. And Spain absolutely delighted here. The first gold medal for the World Juniors in 2024. You're looking at a world champion right now.
And to back it up after Hans Odriozola got it last year for them, proving that in the future Spain is going to be a powerhouse very soon. Congratulations to all four surfers. Alexis Owen in fourth place, Tiago Passeri in third with the bronze, Lucas Skinner, silver again 2 years in a row. Gold will come his way one day.
A brilliant performance from Donegan. He will be absolutely stoked. You can't quite believe it. These moments when you're just fresh off a victory, obviously elation, I'm guessing, BL, it takes a little while for this to truly sink in. When will he really kind of grasp the impact of what he's just done?
No, I think he had enough time sitting out there to realise where it was and what was going on. I've got tears in my eyes. It's a wonderful thing to see young people achieve their dreams, mate, and what a fantastic event for Spain and for surfing in general. The under-16 boys showing that the future of surfing, all of these names we just watched in this final we'll be watching for many years to come.
Yeah, incredible level of surfing. And just having the quality waves as well has just been a real treat throughout this event. Be able to see beautiful glassy conditions, plenty of power in the waves too, and really a blank canvas for the best in the world. You know, we look to the young generation to innovate and show us kind of new things and kick the sport on, and we've seen a bit of that as well. We've also seen some classic staples. I think Dylan Donegan, the rail work that he does, a timeless surfer in lots of ways. He's got all the new progressive stuff too, but really looks so complete.
And to get to this point, just to make the final, as we see his teammates, there's Hans Odriozola, last year's winner, just elated for his teammate to duplicate what he was able to do in Rio de Janeiro. They're all just scrambling through the rocks to share in this embrace. Fantastic moment.
Gold for Spain in the under-16 boys. Congratulations to this man, Dylan Donegan. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, under-16 girls final. Shannon and Rachel on the call.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's finals day, and we just saw Dylan Donegan for Spain take out a U16 gold medal as we now are into the under-16 girls gold medal heat with Eden Walla, Ziggy McKenzie, Lulu Louise Laprant, and Clément Sorge out in the lineup for France, USA, Australia, and South Africa. And we've got a little set to kick things off at the start of this heat with Louise now up and riding on her forehand, driving through that first turn, times it for the second, just gets a bit of air coming out of the drop, and she won't be able to ride out complete. Ziggy McKenzie now with a paddle, and she's unable to get into that wave again. A 0.5 on the board for Clément. And for Eden out of the USA, she opened up with a 5.17 on the board and currently sits in leading position. Shannon Hughes in the booth for the call, alongside Rachel Tilley, who walked away with that silver medal just over a week ago for the ISA World Longboard Championships. And now, Rachel, we're into the heat with where it's all on the line.
This is that 5.17 from our surfer from USA, and did really well to hold on to that final section, staying nice and strong. Yeah, being in this position last week, Shannon, as you were just saying, I mean, everything, honestly, partly when I was paddling out, part of me, it's such a long week for us too, not even nearly as long as what these surfers have been, but the pressure that you feel, also just you're exhausted after competing for an entire week. And part of me was thinking, okay, 30 minutes until I'm finally done, you know, like this is when you can finally do the last sprint, and then you're finished, the job is over, you know, and what will happen will happen. Let's just enjoy ourselves out here. Let's just enjoy this very last heat of the event. And, you know, oftentimes you don't get that opportunity to know it's your last heat of the event, you know, because you paddle out hoping to advance,
right,
and maybe you get knocked out.
For this, you want to be advancing.
Exactly, but for this time, you know it's your last time in a jersey at this event, and I always look to just appreciate what we get this opportunity to do here.
Well, an opportunity for Ziggy. She'll go down on that opening cutback, trying to engage the rail, and she'll just have a quick kick out. And we've still got Eden sitting with that high score on the board so far, but I love that approach and that way of looking at it, because at the end of the day, the reward, there's a slightly bigger reward being that win, that gold medal on the line right now, but there's also that rewarding feeling of having made it into the finals, especially into an event that's this big, that has 4 different, you know, categories, the under 16s, each having the boys and the girls divisions, with the potential for 12 surfers per team across that. This week we started out, Rach, with 54 different nations in the draw, 441 surfers. Now that splits up amongst the different packs, but to consider being one of those elite surfers, one of the 16 that will be surfing in the finals today out of 441 athletes, well done to each and every one.
Yeah, well, I mean, statistics are against you, I suppose, to be
wildly against you.
Yeah, and so to just have that belief in yourself all week, and I mean, that's never something you want to think about at the beginning of the event, going like, how will it be me? Look at all these amazing surfers. You just have to focus on yourself, and sometimes you go into a really hard heat and you're going, oh gosh, how am I going to win? These girls have been surfing so good, and maybe they have a shocker. Like, you can't control what anyone else does. You can only control yourself. And we have another paddle by our surfer in blue, and quite not scratching into that one as well. So little things that happen like that can really make you a bit stressed. She drops now down into 4th priority. So some paddle mistakes, but we have white up and riding.
As we see France now up and riding on her backhand. Clement walked away with the copper medal in last year's juniors division. So for her to make the finals again, very impressive. Really straight-legged on that finishing turn, but those first hooks looked really nice.
Yeah, it's a wave that had some great opening opportunity, didn't get to ride out of it, so definitely will be one that she looks to not have in her scoreline by the end of this heat.
So she, being the surfer with the most consistency in her appearances here at the ISA World Junior Championships, making it into finals now, back-to-back years in the under-16s division for Team France. Clémence Scorch found that copper medal last year, would love to go one better, similar to the storyline that we saw drawing through in that under-16 boys final, with Lucas Skinner being one of the surfers who had finaled last year. As we take a look now at Ziggy, this is her opportunity to really get her campaign opened up. Couple falls on the start, or kind of paddles without being able to get into anything, and now she's got that opportunity to set up a score on the board to get herself rolling. Still 22 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time as she goes down on the inside section.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave. Lots of opportunity that she maximized there. Like you said, there were some of those that it can, when you paddle and you don't catch waves, by the time you're paddling, that means you've identified that as a wave you want to take off on. And so to not catch those and to have that happen a couple times over can, for me, give me anxiety out there and go, oh no, it's all not going to plan already and we've just started. So the fact that she was able to, we're not even nearly halfway done with this heat, we're still in the very beginning, and she was able to find this would help wipe off anything that happened there at the beginning. A nice opening turn, a second turn to follow. Not a ton of variety, but she finishes it off strong here, and that's where it went critical. So nice turns, not super critical, but very, very nice. And then she goes critical with that end maneuver. So that will look good in comparison to what everyone else has as well. It will definitely be comparable and put her right there in the running.
Yeah, we're sitting on that 5.17 and the 4.6 now for the first of white drops in on the board. 21 minutes on the clock. And for each of these surfers competing in the under 16s division, we've got 3 15-year-olds between Louise, Clement, and Ziggy. And the younger surfer, Eden, just 14, currently sitting in that leading position. For Eden, she's out of San Clemente, and for Ziggy from the Gold Coast, those two coming from real hot spots within the surfing community and locations that have kind of really large surfing populations as well, to be battling out those free surfs, to be getting that time in the jersey and that time, with that experience to put on big performances here. As we can see Team USA down on the shoreline, standing on those slippery rocks, wanting to keep their balance just as much as they want Eden to keep her balance out in the lineup.
Yeah, but they're not stressed. So many of them are from San Clemente, and this is what we live on over there in San Clemente, cobblestone mania.
Great looking wave in comparison to lower trestles as well that we've been talking about throughout the week. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see Eden feeling really comfortable now into the final. She's been putting really structured heats together throughout the entire event as well, and now gets the opportunity to compete for a World Junior title at a wave that's very, very similar to her home break.
Yeah, and Eden and Ziggy are the two surfers coming straight from that main final. They didn't have to surf one repecharge heat. Louise did get knocked just this morning, though. So she was still in that main round this morning, and she was able to make it back. Let's see what she does here.
As she is up and riding, driving hard off the bottom, throws that tail around, starting to just push things a little bit more here in the final.
Yeah, nice control, nice gaining that control back. She looked like I thought she was going to lose it. We were going to see her go down, but alas, we did not. And sometimes in those moments, too, where you just hold on to it and you complete a wave, completing a wave out strong is the best feeling, especially when you almost lose it, and that kind of gives that confidence in your mind. It's all about building this house of confidence of your ability to get first place here, because these surfers, they're not looking for that second place or third, but, It's not about advancing anymore in those top 2 positions. All these requirements that we see that these surfers need are to get into that leading position.
The Gold Coast local now, Ziggy up and riding on her forehand. Beautiful composure as she's just working her way through this wave. Nice clean snap on the inside section. A lot of great work done on the outside as well. And she's going to put a solid score on the board race. Chasing right now a 3.28, as we've seen that last wave for Lulu Laprant drop in as a 4.77. Takes her momentarily into the lead, and we'll have another score to drop now for Ziggy. For Lulu, she's out of a small town in South Africa, just south of Durban, called Scottsburg. They've got a great right-hand point there, and she's got the opportunity, especially through the winter, to get really, really high-quality waves. As we take a look at live action with Eden Walla now up and riding, flares the tail around for the single turn, and she'll go down. Now Clemence up and riding, and great snap on her backhand to start off on this wave. Sets it up down the way, looking to just find that consistency as she kicks out through the inside section. We've got 17 minutes on the clock, and now Lulu, already out the back, is up and riding on another wave. Throws it up into the section, drives it around for that second turn. Now she's looking to time out the finish as well, and she'll get that job done on the inside section. Well, we've got scores to drop. Still early days here in our under 16 girls final, but we did just see the wrap up of the under 16 boys. It's Dylan Donegan from Spain, your U16 boys gold medalist. He's with Mitchell Salazar.
And it's back-to-back world championships for Team Spain here in the boys U16. Dylan Donegan, muchas felicidades. Congratulations. It was a big heat for yourself. You hadn't lost a single heat up until this point, though. It didn't change in the final. Congratulations.
Well, thank you so much. Wow, super happy. Like you said, won every single heat that I went in, and yeah, just have no words. Just thanks to everyone.
How important was it for you to not be trailing at a point of the heat? Lucas Skinner, very talented, 2-time silver medalist now. You had Thiago Passetti, who was competing great all event long. So getting the quick start, was that just as important as keeping it afterwards?
Yeah. First of all, congratulations to all the finalists. They served so good throughout the whole comp. Lucas Skinner was amazing. Thiago, Alexis as well. And yeah, getting the quick start, that quick 8 on the left, just put the final in my hands, and I didn't let it go.
And what about the incredible recovery you've made in the last month, too? The last year. You were injured a good part of 2023. Bouncing back right here with 2 appearances for Team Spain. I think this has got to be feeling good for you after the injury.
Yeah, I remember I got injured like 3 or 4 months before the ISAs last year, and I got there. I was surfing already good. Like the injury wasn't like on my mind, but I didn't do a good comp. So this year I just trained so hard and came here with such a good mentality. My team was just amazing. The energy that was in it, all the messages back home, and all the supporters. So it was just like, it's been a perfect week here.
We'll let you celebrate with the team, but before we do so, un mensaje para la gente de España.
¡Vamos, lo hicimos! ¡Vamos!
Well, a huge congratulations to Dylan Donegan. Team Spain going back-to-back with those gold medals for the under-16s division after the result from Honj Odriozola last year. And now back to live action. We're watching Ziggy McKenzie from the Gold Coast of Australia. Goes down on that second turn. She's had a great few weeks, Rachel. She walked away with the wild card win at the trials for the Gold Coast Challenger Series event, which was a huge opportunity for her to get to compete really at the highest level of her competition up to that stage. Now coming in and making it into the finals here to back it up a couple weeks later is incredible.
And not getting knocked in a heat at all this entire week. So what we're seeing from our surfer from Australia is just pure consistency, and that is a really hard thing to manifest. You know, that means she is a strong heat surfer. She's a strong surfer in general. So many things have to come together in order to be consistent like that. And it's all coming from her knowledge, her mental game, and her ability here. So she's sitting in the lead now, but not huge scores yet. You know, like we just saw, I loved what our surfer Dylan just said in that post-heat interview, that he got that 817 and that put the final in his hands and he didn't let it go. And so it'll be interesting to see at what point one of these surfers really starts running away. Maybe we'll see an excellent score.
Clement now up and riding. Great snap to start on the outside section. Lines it up down the way as she drives back into the pocket, just with that kind of cut back to set her up here down the line for another snap. Looking for an opportunity to put the finishing touches on, and she'll do just that. She's also from a small town in France in the southwest near Hossegor called Vieux-Bakou. And she said in the winter time and kind of out of the season, it's a small population, it's a small community. In the summers, they get all the tourists and it gets a bit overcrowded, but there's lots of waves around in the region for her to be able to search out and kind of get away from some of those crowds when need be.
And talking about consistency, she's a surfer that has also been consistent, as you were pointing out earlier in this heat. Let's take a look at this replay. Nice opening hook, bringing it down, having to get around this section, but has lots of speed to do so. Carves mid-face, not super critical, but she's able to wait and line it up for these final maneuvers, and this one finishing it off strong. There was never a doubt that she was going to fall off that. But talking about that consistency from her, she has been in multiple medal finals now, being in this one. However, being an experienced ISA surfer, I think really lended to herself in this week, because she's someone who got knocked out early into those repechage rounds. So out of all these other surfers, everyone else made it to the main round as of this morning. Our surfer from France actually fell into that repechage round back in round 6. So she started surfing the repechage rounds. There's out of 10 repechage rounds, she started at round 6. So she surfed 5 extra heats than all these other girls out there. So again, we were talking about this earlier today, Shannon. It's all about spinning what your position, your specific position, and how that's a strength to you. So these other girls who would have surfed less heats are feeling better, well rested, and they're feeling stronger. And, you know, I've had a lot of successful heats, where our surfer in white is going, I've had more heats out there, so I know exactly how to win a heat and make it happen out here.
Yeah, she would have been out there in all conditions within the jersey this week, as Louise Laprant is now up and riding. Big open carve for that first section, does the same for the second. Looking for this wave to give her something a little more valuable on the inside, and it doesn't open up. She's looking to improve on a 4.77. At the moment, Ziggy's in that front running position because she has the 6.83 from her second to last wave on the board. And that last score of white for Clemence drops in as a 5.43, has her in third, now chasing a 4.74 to go into that gold medal finish. And for Eden Walla, she's been really quiet, sitting with priority for a long time. Rach only chasing a 5-point ride now to take herself into gold. Like you were saying, you know, there hasn't been really that breakaway moment that we saw from Dylan in that last heat just yet. We've still got 10.5 minutes on the clock, though.
Yeah, wow, 10 minutes. That's flown by. This is a 30-minute final.
Yeah, 20 minutes gone. Every other heat of the week, pretty much, we'd be finished.
Yeah, we would be. There would be 35 seconds remaining. And that extra time is a real pleasure, unless you're Ziggy. If you're Ziggy right now, you're like, let that heat finish. I want it to be over. Let's just call it now. But still 10 minutes to go, which means a lot of action still to come. A great, great dynamic. No one has run away with it yet. It's basically how I look at that when I'm sitting out there in that exact scenario, is everyone's starting from scratch again. When everyone has their single highest score to be pretty much just versions of each other, now it's like, okay, everyone now needs a second wave in order to break away. And that's what they're all thinking, to really try and separate themselves and put that pressure on everyone else and hold that control and then not let it go, just as we heard Dylan say earlier.
Well, this event has been a huge pathway to the world's greatest surfers, you know, across so many different events, across so many different wins. Specifically, Rachel, in this under 16 girls division, for Team USA, they've had 2 previous winners in this age division. Actually, sorry, 3. Caroline Marks took out the win in 2016. Another USA surfer in 2017, Alyssa Spencer, found herself with the gold. And then Caitlin Simmers in 2018 tied up that 3-peat for Team USA. Each of those surfers with championship tour experience now and a world title in the conversation.
It is. It's amazing what the results here, or just the participation more so at the ISA World Juniors, does for these surfers' experience in lending towards that professionalism in the future.
Clement now chasing a 5.74, opening turn successful, catches a little bit of that kind of speed bump and wobble as she's working her way down the line, but smooths it out very well for the finish.
Yeah, brought it back and was able to project into that final turn with speed. That was really great. Normally when a bobble happens like that, you lose your speed and you can't get back to that final section and progress through it. And that was what she was able to do. I don't know how, but she did it. So she's just looking to improve upon that 4.6. We'll leave that into the judges' hands to see what that makes of the situation. And our next finalists putting the jersey on.
We'll have the under 18 boys heading out next. Fletcher Kelleher, Iko Watanabe, Hickson Falco, and Dane Henry. 2 Australians up against Japan and Brazil for the under 18 boys final. Some huge scores have been dropped through for Hickson throughout this event, Rachel. Finding himself the largest heat total of the entire event in that 18.17 range. And he'll be looking to try and find himself a few more big scores here now that there's a gold medal on the line.
Yeah, it is. It's something exciting, stressful, nerve-wracking, but exciting when you're paddling out into a gold medal match. I think us as competitors, this is the moment that we live for, and making it really a point to really appreciate this opportunity to, and enjoy every moment. We're here because we love competing, and being able to enjoy this moment of you don't know what's going to happen, but there might be a gold medal on the line. That's exciting. It is nerve-wracking, but it's also exciting, and being able to revel in that emotion is, I think, a huge benefit.
Oh, it's an incredible opportunity, especially for juniors to now be able to have that shot at a world title, a world championship. As we've seen France go into the lead with a 5.93 for last of Clemence. Now Eden Walla uses her priority here, Rachel, for her first real mistake of the heat.
Yeah, that's a bummer to do with 6 minutes remaining, still plenty of time, but maybe under priority that'll give her some freedom. It is a shame, and we see this happen in so many heats, as you sit with priority for so long that you kind of, maybe the nerves freeze up your legs a little bit, you're not as agile, and that's kind of, I think, what we saw happen there.
Ziggy now up and riding on her forehand. Quick snap back in the section, drives around for the second snap, and looks really loose on this wave, favoring those right-handers back at home on the Gold Coast, and making it look pretty simple as she finishes off down the inside section.
That looked like she was just at a wave at snapper, honestly. That thing just kept reeling down and had a lot of energy to it. It did really get small at the end, so not a lot of scoring potential at the back end of that wave there. She is just looking to replace a 3.33 though, so could go into her score line to solidify that second. Maybe it'll even go into that 4-5-3 range to go into that first position.
She's pretty new to competition specifically, been surfing for a long time and splitting her time between Indonesia and Australia, but only really started putting the jersey on consistently back in 2022. That's 2 years from now. Taking out a trials victory on the Gold Coast for the Challenger Series and getting herself into the finals here with a shot at gold is an incredibly maybe natural approach to competitive surfing.
That's astounding, honestly, because to be in a gold medal match here, that means you had to keep it together mentally for 9 days so far and be here and pull it off, and that is so not easy to do, and that's usually results that we see coming from experienced heat surfers. So for her, only lending on really 2 years of competition and just great surfing is something she can feel really proud of no matter what the result is, but right now it's looking like a win.
Well, right now she's now into that first place position. Dropped a 5.93 for her last wave, takes her into the lead, pushes France down into second, chasing a 6.83. And we'll take a look now at Eden Walla. Eden found herself with the bronze medal in last year's event. She's now checking off the top and driving herself down the line, looking for a nice and dynamic way to kick off this final couple turns. She's chasing a big score though now, with that last score of Ziggy dropping in and taking that heat total into the 12-point range. it's really increased the requirements on 3rd and 4th place. For Eden, who walked away with that bronze in this division, the under 16s last year, she's now chasing nearly an 8 to get herself into that winning position. Similar story can be said about Louise, who's now up and riding on her backhand. She's taken out the wins at the SA Opens, the under 14s and the under 16s. So a great bit of competitive history for her as well. Now looking to try and get the job done here. Really nice surfing throughout that wave, sends it through with a claim as well. And the girls are starting to light it up in the final few minutes of our under 16s final.
Yeah, and I think she'll get another chance, another opportunity to get back out there in time. I think that wave was a little bit more sleepy, didn't allow a lot, we're not finishing going like, wow, bang, bang, bang. It was a lot more waiting and kind of mid-face carves, but she finished it out strong nonetheless. And if she improves upon that 5.37, that means that lowers that requirement. And if she gets back out there in time and she has a lower requirement, or even not, there's still opportunity to get that score.
Now, in the last 2 years in the lead up to this year's event, Erin Brooks from Canada took out the victory right here at La Bocana for the under 16 girls. And then last year, it was the Australian in Sierra Kerr who walked away victorious in Brazil. Neither of those two surfers are in the draw this week. They're both competing at other events around the world. And so it's opened up this opportunity, as well as, them aging out of the under 16s and graduating to that 18s conversation. It's exciting to see that we have the opportunity for a new gold medalist today, even given the fact that we've got 2 previous finalists from last year in Clement and Eden.
I love that. I love when we get to see a brand new gold medalist because it changes your life, I mean, just in the terms of one of these girls will always be able to walk around for the rest of their life saying, I am a world champion. And just to have that at such a young age too. This is the under 16s division. Wow, what an opportunity for all 4 of these girls to be in this final right now.
And the quality of surfing has been all time, all of the basics, up into those real flaring moments as we take a look at a dug-in rail from Ziggy. Goes so hard on that opening turn, sets herself up down the line now, looking to put together a nice finish. Quick snap. She's got a lot of speed as she drives through that next section. Doesn't get the projection she needs to go complete. But how crazy was that opening maneuver?
That made me think of her teammate Milla in the last heat where she did that opening carve as well, drops that back arm and added some flair. This is where we see the surfers bring out that variety, bring out that point of difference in order to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. And so certain maneuvers maybe that they've been keeping within their repertoire, a little bit hushed and not using them, this is the time to use them. And I love seeing that attempt at variety and really keeping the judges interested and excited. These judges have been doing their job now for 9 days straight. And so finding any point of difference to make them go, wow, is really, really beneficial to you and your scoreline.
And today it's certainly been harder to get those excellent scores than earlier in the event. And that is a great opportunity for the judges to be able to say, all right, show me to the surfers, show us why we need to be handing out excellent scores.
That's a great point. And you know what? Let's see what happens here.
Eden, well, she basically needs an excellent. She would need a 7.59 specifically to take herself into that leading position. And a great looking wave in front of her, kind of small in size, really sharp, fast, powerful rail surfing. Wave selection maybe being a bit questionable when it comes to that excellent side of things. And we're looking now at just 15 minutes remaining on the clock.
Wow, and there was potentially that opportunity for her to get into that wave. And unfortunately, she was kind of watching Clemence to see if she was going to catch it. And Clemence didn't catch it, and then it was too late for her to catch it. And it looks like time might run out.
Time will run out, and we do have one final score to lock in for Eden Walla for Team USA. Rachel, she would be needing the highest single score of the heat to get that 7.59.
Yeah, that's true, and it might be a big ask. It could change around her position otherwise, because all these girls will be leaving with medals.
That's right. They'll be leaving with medals. Score is locked in for Eden. It's only the 4.33. She'll remain in 4th. And officially, it is the Australian and Team Australia with back-to-back victories year after year for the under-16 girls. Ziggy McKenzie joins Sierra Kerr in back-to-back victories here for the Irukandjis in the under 16
Wow.
girls division. And what an incredible performance she put on.
So incredible, so exciting to see them. I love seeing the team too. I mean, it is an entire team effort. And these girls started out by getting sick at the beginning of the event too. Team Australia kind of had, the girls from Team Australia had a tough run at the very beginning, pushing through all of those different hardships throughout the week, and to see it all come together for our surfer Ziggy from Australia is it's a powerful moment to see this happen.
Well, what an incredible result. So it's Ziggy with the win. It's Lulu Leprant in that bronze medal position. And we'll hear from Ziggy soon. A huge victory for her to back up as well that opportunity to surf in the Challenger Series, now with a gold medal. And we'll be right back after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Just 2 heats remain here at Surf City, El Salvador. We've crowned champions from Spain and from Australia in the under 16 category. Australian team taking out the team win as well. Right now, we'll focus our attention on the under 18 boys. Having a look at the Aussie, Fletcher Kelleher, Iko Watanabe from Japan, Rickson Falcao of Brazil, Dane Henry, the second Aussie out in the water. Paul Evans, joined by Barton Lynch. We see out here right now, mate, power, athleticism, competitive nous, aggression, all of those key ingredients. This is going to be smoking.
It's going to be a smoker. Yes, mate, it's going to be a smoker. We see up and riding early, Dane Henry wrapping it back to the white water. We know the air game he's got. This is a replay of this. Pumping through, goes for the layback carve just to add some variety. Coming to the inside, goes for the air, pulls that. Well, he turned what was, you know, a fairly average wave into quite a good start. 2 Australians out there, Japan and Brazil. 2 natural footers, 2 goofy footers.
How's the number already in for Henry? 717 for him, so a deft touch, nimble footwork, and milking that thing all the way through. 717 for Dane Henry. Guess what? He's going again here, tags that first one hard, and then he's got some meat on the face to deal with. He goes up late, and he won't go complete in there, but just finding a wave on the way back out. That's the rhythm that we saw from Donegan in the under 16 boys, getting a wave and then finding another one straight away and trying to really pile on the pressure here.
717 for the creativity, some good variety there. There are definitely bigger and better waves out there. This is going to be a high-scoring final.
All right, Rickson Falcao here, cruising off the bottom. We saw the emotion from him about what it meant to get here. Let's see what he can do now. He's in the final. Not a lot is the answer on that particular wave as it shoulders off and goes soft. Let's see if he'll go to the air as well. He's got a wicked backhand reverse. Big rotation from him. Let's see if we'll find something to do that with. Just that one talking point for us. We haven't had the wind that we've seen throughout the previous 9 days, pretty much. Maybe pretty much all of them. I'd say the 8 previous days had a bit of wind around this time, and that would be blowing into this right. And we were expecting surfers to go to the air more. And just for a slight reflection on that, we haven't seen loads thus far, though obviously we've got that rotation on the inside for Dane Henry there.
Yeah, and Dane Henry with the best single wave of the whole event, a 10-point ride for a massive air reverse. He is a absolute expert of that. He's got some crazy flips with all sorts of tweaks. So he'll stay busy in this one because he doesn't need the best waves to turn them into a big score.
And I guess one of the things that makes more significant as well is that use of priority in the set waves and the quality. When it's going to the air, you mentioned in that last final as well, it's finding things under priority. It's going on the hunt, looking for ramps, trying to come from behind, the old, go right on a left and vice versa. When it's not so much about that and it's about that classic, traditional, beautiful rail surfing and hitting the lip, then it is that patient game as well and using that priority and finding that real quality.
Yeah, because the wave, the wall on the wave, the shape of that wave is going to determine the quality of your rail surfing. Without a good wall, you just don't get that chance. And the thing that we noticed today is that the ocean's a little softer. It's a little gentler. The walls are a little more tapered. It almost feels less ground swelly, a little more wind swelly today, peaky, and not the same power and strength that we've seen on most of those days. So with that in mind, the bigger sets tend to taper more than they have. So sometimes they may not be the best ones, and it might be the ones in on the reef that end up being the tall stand-ups that give you a good ramp.
We could also start to get some bombing sets as well. We're gone an hour after the low tide, so this will push back up the reef, pushing hard on the back foot, releasing spray. It's Falcao from Brazil, and then getting on the front foot, get that board into a steep section. It'll sting that hard. So the speed he generated allowed him to go vert. Good stuff from him. Henry now off the top with power and loads of flow too. He'll bang that one. And look at that turn, just stings it.
Wow, what a mistake.
Loses the bottom turn. Good enough to just clean that up by here. He'll get into a steeper little section eventually, and he'll throw in a little jam to finish, maybe one more as well. So recovered pretty well.
Yeah, but that loss of control, loss of the rail in the bottom turn, it'll be interesting to see how the judges consider that. Fletcher Kelleher up and riding.
Okay, the second Aussie in the final, wanting to get in on this. Goofy, backhand attack is vert from him to open up. This will stay steep now. Ooh. Another one. And down he goes.
Critical fall, 2 big turns on a big face. That was the recipe that we've seen. Drop big 8s all through the event. The second turn and the fall will cost him dearly. The 2-3-3 for Falcao. Before that, last one definitely better. Be interesting to see where his last ride comes in comparison to the 717. And then Dane Henry's, there was still points in that, wasn't there? He's going to improve on that 3. There it is, a 5.73. So there are points in it, but there were definitely some points left on it as well.
22 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this. The real quality is from Dane Henry. This is his compatriot Kelleher. The early work was good. It just got a bit wrong in here.
Well, and it all looked like it was going so well. He hit it at the perfect time. Just need to be on that back foot. Here is a 6.67 for the Brazilian. Snaps out of the top. Look at that weird warble go through that wave right there. He pumps and drives because he knows he needs to build the speed into the last section. Gets there early. There was most probably a more spectacular line out of the top on that one, but the quick whip made it a completion. There's a beautiful whip there. He gets up into the lip here, flares the tail. You're thinking things are going great. Then he loses control, and that really shaved a point off that wave for sure in the end. Comes through to the inside, little layback snap off the white water, and calls it a day. 5.73 and a 7.17 in the bank already for the Australian.
Let's look for an entry, some participation from Watanabe here. He goes loading up, backhand float, and he'll have enough speed to glide around the section here, and then a whipping turn on a short pocket, and he's out. So the first wave for Japan gives them something to give a little extra impetus as they figure out the rising sun flag. Live action from Henry again here on another block. He's chosen great waves. Look at this thing. This is a runner here. And he'll go down again with power and just open up that body and engage that rail. Steep, big, thick section. And he's good enough to go up there hard and fast, and he loves it.
And rightly so. Brazil on the next one.
Whoa, check that big first whipping turn with loads of speed. That board is knifing through these sections here. Cracks this one hard. Great exchange this. And this final is firing up big time here. 2 combo in the finish, gets 2 turns in a short section, and another. That's going to be another good number. We're absolutely game on. Hold the phone. Fletcher Kelleher, a bomb for him. Driving so hard. That first turn was sick. Loads of spray. Then again, Goes up, floats that down. Look at the drive. He gets into this next section. He'll clip one, and this will just run away, so he won't quite get that finish. What an exchange.
What an exchange. Boys 18's final, and they're surfing like their lives depend on it. Incredible wave selection, great waves. Iko Watanabe missing in action, went left, and everybody else is going those incredible rights. He's way out of this, but there's plenty of time, still 20 minutes, so an ordinary heat still in front of him. But the judges have got a lot of work to do. I can't wait to see the replays because I don't know what was better, what wasn't. There was just incredible surfing from all three.
Let's see how this goes with the panel. Still 20 on the clock, more or less. Thick lines. What we can see from above is plenty of lines coming through. That tidal flood back in the reef here. And this was another bomb from Henry.
Big set wave, first turn. Clean. I thought he was going to hit it earlier. He got kind of pumped around the section, so he lost something right there to me. But then he comes down this inside, massive section, free-falling floater. We know the judges love that. He loved it, pumping the chest. Great ride. It's going to back up that 717. You know what he got? He got a 923. Here we go, Fletcher Keller on the replay. Frothing on this, out of the lip. Beautiful second turn. As you said in the live call, kind of missed the last turn. Got there a little bit early, was trying to keep the flow of the first two into a third. Got there a little early, but still a wonderful ride with those two big early turns.
Watanabe wants to join the party here. Just misread the room a little bit by going left. Now he's on the forehand and he's swinging on a right. Crisp turn. Didn't get loads of it, but kept his speed crucially to allow him to do this kind of stuff. He'll swoop back while it gets a little slopier. He'll try and get back up quick and combo it for the finish, and he won't get that done. So again, just by comparing that to those bombs that are really drawing off the reef, he had a bit more time kind of redirecting and waiting. Didn't quite have the speed or the power in the wave.
No. Where does the Brazilians' wave go? It was a cracker too. As we see Surfing Australia's team, the gold medal team right there, representing their country. Ziggy McKenzie just taking gold for Australia. So she's got 2 golds in the team and in the individuals for the girls under 16. Congrats to her and her family, friends with her mum and dad, and very, very proud of them.
2 Australians in the water right now. Much more traditional kind of powerhouse in terms of personnel coming from nations that we see representing on the CT with Australia, Brazil and Japan. All contrast to the under 16 boys.
Yes.
Different sort of story with England's and New Zealand's, Spain.
Argentina.
And Argentina. So different sort of story here. And very much electrifying performances already in this. Having a look at the under 18 girls. Hawaii, USA, France and Australia.
Pretty much the powerhouse nations right there as well.
And that is the American Sarah Freya getting some instructions. I think they'll take a particularly keen interest in that exchange going down. Courtney Conlog, who knows a lot about power surfing on steep right-handers.
Still thinking about the third ride. There it is, a flat 8 for the Brazilian. We haven't seen that one on the replay, but it was so beautifully surfed. And that last section for Dane Henry, just piling the points on there, sending it up into the 9s. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. Drops in, first turn. Beautiful wrap out of the top. No lip contact, just a wrap. Same with the second. This is where things get beautiful, that turn. Could not be done better. Out into a nice clean wrap, into the final. Great job from the judges. Can see that difference between the 8 and the 9.23 for the critical end of Dane Henry's. This one's on track to be a cracker, as you said earlier. Here we go. Dane Henry wrapping it. This is where the majority of the points come. The early work was nice, but that was a critical end. 1.23 advantage. So the critical end, the free-falling drop on the closeout section, really adding a lot of points.
Hickson Falcao in flow here, stings that first one really hard. I love the venom he has. That board looks so blady, but it's just the one turn.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, a mistake with priority. Fletcher Kelleher now in first. Iko Watanabe's been very quiet in this one. And once this second score, they're considering the second score of Fletcher's now, the 8 and the 9.23 in. It's going to be interesting because the work of Fletcher Kelleher's was on the big face, on the outside, whereby Hickson started to get his work done on the inside and really started to connect with the lip after a couple of nice carves on the outside. So more work on the outside, but not the length for Fletcher Kelleher, but every chance this is a significant wave of consequence for the Australian in 4th place.
Yeah, well, a good final so far for Australia. Massive numbers on the board. Huge total for Dane Henry already. 16.4, so whoever wins this is going to need to go 2 excellent numbers to get past him in terms of that 2-wave total out of 20, and there'll be good value for the win. He set down the marker here, and he's done it early on, finding the power, finding the best waves, and it'll be really good to see the response from Higson Falcao, because we know how much this means to him and the emotion and representing Brazil.
Fletcher's comes in as a 6-7-7, so missing that 3rd turn really costing him, and the rhythm with that wave. The first 2 turns were pretty much perfect, but the back end lost its way a little bit, whereby Hickson's was the opposite. He kind of just was in rhythm the whole way, but nothing too spectacular out on the outside. Then the inside work was as good as it gets.
Kelleher will go here, so he put himself on the left. And here he swings back to the pocket, little steep section here. What's he got? Pumps off the bottom into the lip and releases that tail. It's really stylish. He disappeared for a while. We didn't get maybe the full impact just because of the white water that was around him. And he'll tidy things up for a finish with a couple of stabs on the inside. Well, the 3 is gone. How does that go compared to the 6-7-7?
Yeah, but it's not a heat winning, a final winning wave. If you were surfing for 2nd place, I can see that wave having some kind of impact. A final, you're surfing for 1st place, and at a point like this, you're just under the halfway mark. I take that mentality that I'm going down with the ship. I'm going to win or go down with the ship, and I'm going to make sure I'm on really good waves. That wave was restricted by the quality of it from the very start. The kind of cutback at the start was slow, and he'd already lost me at that point, and I'm sure he kind of lost the judges as well. But a 6-2-3 comes in, consolidates his 3rd place, but it's not going to get you the win.
And that's the great thing about getting excellent numbers in early as well. It just means everyone knows they need to up the quality. Falcao chasing down 8-4-1, and that's what we want him to do. We don't want to see him surfing for 4s and 5s for a final, for a gold medal. We want him to bring his best. We know how good he is. Let's see if he maybe tries to go to the air. Otherwise, just in terms of the rail turns and what he's doing in the lip, he can do that. He can get 8s doing that on both the rights and the lefts, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, there's going to be a certain type of wave, isn't there? And when you catch your wave, you make the decision, you're going to decide whether it's an air wave. The wave will tell you what to do if you listen to it enough. It's like your dance partner. And as we see a replay here of the 9-2-3, just a recap on that beautiful surfing. Flared the top. I feel like there's an opportunity right here to go up into that lip, and it was surfed a little conservatively at that point. That's why I didn't see it going quite as high as it did, because there was a missed opportunity there. 2nd turn, just a cutback, not a lot of points in it. So the majority of points coming right here. The 1st turn, fantastic. The 2nd turn, the floater out of the lip, critical. He loved it, we loved it, and you can imagine how much his teammates on the rocks for Australia loved it.
All right, 12 on the clock here. First priority is with the leader. Henry's got a massive lead in this, and he sent everyone chasing to the form of excellent numbers. 2nd, 3rd combos for Japan in 4th, trying to hunt this down. A blue ocean with plenty of lines as well. Let's hope we get more of them. I mean, that exchange just really fired us up here in the booth.
Absolutely.
We saw everyone just going at it, hammer and tongs on those rights. Here's Henry at the moment in the gold medal position. Flares out with style and panache, and a little exit for him.
He's going to continue going to the air because he's so good at it, and that's going to be the way he's going to improve. Kelleher
on the left here, and knifes that 1st turn. Very nice control from him. That was really, really sick up until the point when it was an incompletion, but trying to push really hard and use his technical surfing, not necessarily waiting for huge bombs, and really trying to sort of go through his repertoire and show us something different that he can do in the lip line by being dynamic with his board. I mean, it looks great. He needs a 9.63 though.
Yeah, and I feel like the 6.77 score on the backhand almost put him off going backhand a little bit, and he's gone to the left since, and he's sitting on that side of the peak. I wouldn't be doing that. I'd be sticking with my backhand and be banking on it. Watanabe needs this one. Go. Woo-hoo-hoo! That's what you got to do from his position. Fletcher Kelleher and Iko Watanabe need to just do something crazy to get themselves in it. Watanabe 16.4, it's a big total to get, so his heat hasn't really even started, but you could have a 10-minute flurry and get to that point, no doubt. 9.632 for Fletcher, that's a big score, and he needs to alter that wave selection a little bit.
Potentially a bit of freedom for Japan there, and the chance that, he need a couple of extra numbers. He might as well punt. He's not going to match Dane Henry for power. I think we'll say that, but he can flare up, he can go high, be acrobatic.
Imagine he made that air. Then you're going somewhere. So I feel like that's what we're going to see from Watanabe from here on in, is just crazy high performance antics.
Here comes the pulse as that swell fills in with the tide. A little wobble through that one. Dane Henry paddled and let it go. Hickson Falcao in first priority. This one will slope towards him. It will bend in a bit, and he'll put himself close to the pocket, but won't go it. He can see more stuff out the back as we see Team Hawaii getting ready. And what a performance she put in. Vaihiti Inso in that last heat that we saw her surf. The power that she surfs with, the flow, everything looks so clean. Speaking of which, here goes Kelleher on a left again. So a clear tactic here, and that was great surfing from him. Really nicely done. Just putting a little extra rather than just going fast and hard up in the lip and pinging down. He's carving those top turns through the lip line. It's really dynamic. Falcao having a paddle. Henry from way deep on a wave here. He's loading up. He's got a ton of speed. Has he got a ramp? He's looking for something. Here he goes. He's already gone perfect 10 in this event. He'll get another rotation, and he'll land that one pretty clean.
I love the way he's thinking. I love the way he has structured his heat, and the fact that he's going to his strength, which is the air. Falcao in and out. Will that improve on the 717 for Dane Henry? He has still got room to improve. A big air there, took a while to get to it, and we'll see how the judges react to it and what it looks like in the replay.
Whoa, tube there. Haven't seen loads of those this event. That was Watanabe trying to drive through a section, and he'll go down. What a position to be in for Dane Henry, and pretty much the dream situation. You got a massive 9, a 7 as well, and really just a chance to express himself. He's not going to paddle into anything if he doesn't feel it's got at least a 7 on it.
And perhaps the best air game in the event. You put all of that together, and you would feel like with 8 minutes on the clock, you should be able to ride her on home. But you've got to keep improving, you've got to keep building, and using the priority to make sure. Look at this wave, double overhead, big section here. Just holds back, because he knows what he wants to do, knows what he needs to do, throws it, lands it. Where are the judges going to go with that one? We're still waiting to see a score. 7.57, he does improve.
So an improvement for Australia there. We've got a brand new, freshly minted world champion. Let's go and hear from her. She's with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Ziggy Loha Mackenzie, girls U16 ISA gold medalist. Congratulations. Coming into this week, relatively new name for Team Australia too, but congratulations, you get your first gold medal here at the ISA.
Yeah, I'm blown away. I'm so stoked. And to be here with Australia as well, it's been an insane experience, and I'm so happy to have come out on top, and for Team Australia to come out on top as well. Everyone's stoked.
Have you realized how well you contributed to the team overall too? I mean, a massive performance, and not without adversity either. You had to fight back in that final right there.
Yeah, I think a couple of my last heats, didn't really go as planned, and I kind of in the last couple of minutes had to get a score or needed to back up my score, and I kind of tried just to keep calm and collected, and I knew we had the gold already, so I kind of just wanted to go out there and surf how I surf and show the world Ziggy. And yeah, I'm glad it ended this way, and I'm so happy.
Ziggy, you showed them the last 2 world champions before you, Aaron Brooks, Sierra Kerr. They've gone on to do amazing things. What can we expect from you within the next 6 months to end the year and maybe future years to come?
I love both Aaron and Sierra. They're such inspirations, and I hope to fill in their footsteps. They're such cool people, and they absolutely rip. And so maybe challenger, maybe just chilling and surfing insane waves. Yeah, we'll see.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Ziggy Mackenzie heads back to Australia with a pair of gold medals here.
teammates down on the rocks watching this final while the interview was on.
So down to 5 minutes 40 to go in this. Look at the numbers on the board. Any kind of final, particularly your crowning world champions, just how important it is, how much is at stake means it's always going to be entertaining. But what you really hope for as well is to have good waves, a good opportunity, and particularly excellent surfing. And just look at those scores there. Incredible stuff. It's been such a show that's been put on so far in this. I love another little flurry of excitement at the end as well. Still over 5 minutes to go. Let's get some waves.
We need it. We want it. 787 for Fletcher Kelleher on the two-turn left. Beautiful carving. Tommy Carroll type snap in the lip there for a big score. His best score drops the arse to an 894, so that's possible. He's reopened the door that little bit. Dane Henry continues to close it with the 757, and he can do better.
We've been speaking about priority. It's Rickson Falcao with that at the moment. First prio, looking for a number, and he needs an 881. We're having a look here at the work of Fletcher Kelleher, so smooth and clean on the rail.
And a little drift of the tail on the first one that kind of almost represented a tiny loss of control. That final turn right in the pocket was fantastic. Live action. What do you know what's happening here, Paulie?
Henry with a double up bowl from the takeoff, and he'll load up and go down towards the inside. That's a really nice turn as he just opens up the body, lays it back, and gets the whole of that rail through the water. And just tried to, I'm not exactly sure what he was after on the inside there. Don't think he'll improve with that kind of stuff, so he'll remain way out in front, though. This guy needs a combo. He's chasing a couple of 8s, and we won't see that there. 4 on the clock, just as we were saying before. Be interesting to see what comes next from surfers like Kelleher and Falcao. Here's the former of those two, the Aussie, and putting it up nice and vert on the backhand again now. 894 is the number he's looking for. And a whip on the inside, and he'll get a finishing turn too. Down in here, it's much of a smaller wave, so the magnitude of those turns, smaller kind of turns, but good work done out the back on the hefty section.
Beautiful surfing, such a great style, so clean with his technique. Both Australians there on the inside, wanting gold and silver. The Brazilian holding on to the silver position at this point in time. I knew Dane Henry was going for the flip. I was about to go flip, because he has got them on lock. He is incredible at them, and he recognises that that's something nobody has done, nobody has seen this whole event, and if he can put one of them together, it's a real point of differentiation for he. Not that he really needs it at this point, but you've got to keep building, you've got to keep applying the pressure. 3 minutes on the clock.
Pretty brave going upside down in there on those rocks, isn't it? Just goes to show he backs himself.
You'd do it for gold, wouldn't you?
I mean, he's pretty much kind of got like one hand on the gold medal already.
Yes. Well, he's had it on there for 20 minutes, hasn't he?
It's more just about the performance, it feels like, for him right now. He's a showman, and he just wants to demonstrate what he's got, and that's important for these surfers too. Obviously, the accolade and the title, that's significant, but there's a lot in surfing to do with rep and cred and all those kind of things. It's much harder, obviously, to quantify that. But he wants to show the type of surfing he's able to do right up there with the very best in the world, and that's what we've seen this event.
And great to, continually pushing himself, pushing performance. That's what we want to see. And these are the world's best junior surfers. We are 2 minutes off deciding a world champion. Decided 2 already. The women's under-18s final coming up after this as well. And that will see us close the event. We'll go to the presentation and the closing ceremony. Always a fantastic moment to see our medalists get crowned. What did you get, mate? What did we get?
Kelleher's chipping away. The 8-1 is chipping away at that score. He brings it down a touch, and a paddle from Hicks and Falcao, and not what he wanted to do after waiting for ages with priority. We're talking about what he's going to do next, and that's not what he was looking for. Here's another look at Fletcher.
Floats. There was a big turn before that. Comes up into this section beautifully. 8-1-0, great score, gets the wrap around. As you said in the live call, it goes small, but he just keeps going, gets a couple of turns there and gets a nice closeout down the inside here. Calm, casual, relaxed, beautiful backhand re-entry, gives himself a pump. Australia currently in gold and silver.
The Aussies going all right here in El Salvador currently. Dane Henry's leading this by miles right now. He streaks ahead. He's been that way since the beginning of this under-18 final heat. One last exchange is what we'd love to see, just for the entertainment factor. surfers chasing down desperately in the form of one. Tanabe's got first priority, but he needs a 16.8, and he won't be doing that with a wave.
And you can tell by the way Fletcher Kelleher is paddling. He's not happy with silver. He's looking for another opportunity. 8.71 for he, 8.81 for Hickson. Both of those are achievable for these incredible, talented, young goofy footers. They're going in opposite directions right now. Dane Henry is going with Fletcher. Even though it's his teammate, he's got second priority. He just wants to protect his lead. Sets approaching, 25 seconds on the clock. Feet kicking for Japan. And on the inside, Brazil looking to create an opportunity late. Get out of the bronze.
Here goes Hickson, Falcao, so last chance for him. He needs an 8-8. He loads up, stands on the tail, gives it a first big crack. This one will taper off quick, though. And the first turn was great. If there was a runner down the line, a big section for an air, hey, maybe. But
paddling.
Won't be it. This is Kelleher. It looks like he was up. We'll assume he was. And he looks around and gives a little shaka or a thumbs up to his mate. And Dane Henry, you have to say, after getting that 10 early on in the event, throwing down a serious marker. But right here, we've got a brand new world champ. Look how much it means to him. Australia.
Oh, I want Fletcher on this wave with him. Here go the two Aussies, gold and silver, going to celebrate. Woo-hoo-hoo.
What a great moment that is. Dane Henry there, under 18 boys world champion here in El Salvador, and not just getting the gold medal, but doing it with a performance and a massive scoreline, and just showing everybody what an incredible talent he is. You talked earlier in the week about Australia. It'd been a minute for them, for the team, and also in terms of other nations coming back with quality, and I think we've seen the reply right here from the Aussies.
Yeah, the 10th year without a win. If they didn't, they won the gold. They won the girls 14s. Now they've got gold and silver in the boys 18s. Congratulations to those two young men. What a performance. Dane Henry in particular, a 10-point ride earlier. The best surfer really from round one to now, holding on. Tough thing to do in a 9-day event. Congratulations, Australia.
Yeah, the team will bring this in. Cool to see. Also, Jackson Dorian down there as well, getting involved. Of course, there's one more heat yet to come. We're going to see participation from Team Hawaii, but right now, it's all about congratulations for Australia. Dane Henry with an unbelievable performance, just a blistering start in that. And we know we've been talking about wave selection, how key that is in terms of getting good scores, but that rhythm with the ocean, just able to generate that and just unlock massive numbers. Brilliant surfing on real quality waves. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here and call this with you, BL. We've been treated to unbelievable surf this week, which I don't know if I really had an idea of just how consistent this place is. Well done to Australia, and particularly your new world champ, under 18, Dane Henry. Just one more heat left to go, the under 18 girls final. The waves are absolutely pumping. We'll bring in Shannon and Rachel for the call. Stay tuned.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Well, into the final of finals day here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley to call the action. And Rach, what a great day it's been to see Dane Henry find himself with a gold medal for Australia with Fletcher Kelleher in the silver as well. They are truly owning that gold medal win for the team. As we now take a look at live action, we see Vahiti Enzo for Hawaii laying it on rail for this opening turn. And just an incredibly beautiful wave for her to start off with, throwing in a bit of variety in her surfing. Glassy, clean conditions, which could only be given to the ISA on finals day. The one day with no wind having puffed up yet, and we're just about to finish out our day of competition.
Well, and we were talking about this earlier, the fact that the wind did start to like puff a little bit, and then it glassed off. Like wind has it actually, not when has it, because it never has, glassed off at, 9 o'clock in the morning, like a puff of wind at 8:45 and then glass off at 9 for the rest of the day. It is so beautiful. That opening wave by Vahiti, so nice. I love her style. I said in the last heat that she surfed this morning, she has that free surfing style that just looks relaxed and poised, and I love the lines that she draws. They're different, they're interesting, and I think the judges will like that for her opening score.
She's in the lineup up against the young Sarah Freyer, now up and riding from Team USA. Locks into her first hook and kind of gets stuck on it, somehow makes the reappearance from the whitewater. Now drives down the line as she's looking to put on the finishing touches here for her opening ride. And Tia Zabrowski for Team France up and riding now, looking to put on a really powerful layback for her final maneuver. Those three waves will now see the Australian Emilla Brown sitting out the back with priority.
And it was a great start for Vahiti. Oh my goodness.
An 8.5 on the board now for Vahiti Enzo. What a way to kick off the final, a gold medal campaign. Rachel, I had this feeling in calling the action earlier today for her that she was that surfer that was just getting primed to peak at the right time.
It totally is about that, finding that time to peak at the right time. Look at these lines that she draws, that opening turn, so critical. She drags it around there, so nice. You could just watch the angles that the nose of her board points in all different directions, releases the fins up there and cuts out clean. She just, look at her upper body, the way she positions here too. She uses that upper body when she needs that power through it, and then keeps it relaxed in the transition of maneuver to maneuver. And every single turn looked different to the one before. I loved that. That just looked fun and flary to way to finish off that turn. Sorry, that wave. And I think it makes sense that they went excellent with that. Putting the pressure straight onto everyone else right away. That is not what you want to hear as you are the other surfers. That's exactly what you want to hear if you're a Vahiti paddling back out in the gold medal match. This is it. It's not about first or second. It's about first here.
It is all about that first place finish. Vahiti out of Honolulu and on the island of Oahu, proudly representing her family and her Hawaiian heritage as well. She loves surfing at Kaiser's on the South Shore with her siblings and her parents every day of the week when she's not wearing a jersey, and spending as much time just celebrating, the lifestyle that they get to lead right there on the beach. She's sitting in a great position now to be walking away with that gold medal as she's opened up with an 8.5 on the board. Now, Tia Zabrowski, the young surfer out of France, just 13 years old, she's got a 5.33 that she backed up her 3.5 with for her opening two waves, has her sitting in the lead. For the young surfer who's more a global citizen than anything, proudly representing France and splits a lot of her time now between Hossegor and Tahiti, surfing at Teahupo most days of the week. But her family has spent a lot of time on the road, and she's one of those surfers that just feels so comfortable pretty much anywhere, which would be pretty similar to the woman we're looking at on camera, Courtney Conlog, the coach now for Team USA, but very long-time championship tour competitor who has spent more time in the last 10 years of her career, or maybe 15, sleeping in beds aside from her own.
Yeah, exactly. All around the world, she has been traveling, and she's someone who really stands out at Teahupo as well. And we know her for her excellent heat strategy, for just the opportunity that these kids have on Team USA to have her in the sharing her knowledge to them is an amazing opportunity.
As we take a look at this first wave from Tia, this is the second one, the wave, the 5.33.
Yeah, 2 great turns, very simple. This is that replay of that 8-5 that we saw, that opening turn going critical right off the bat, straight into a nice hook, bringing it around. And I love her flow from maneuver to maneuver, roundhouse there, brings it back to the power source, and then just a nice fun flick, throwing the arms up and cutting out clean. That's the benchmark at the moment. The judges have made it. She knows it. The other girls don't know what she did on that wave, but everyone here in this heat has gotten excellent scores throughout this week. They're no stranger to getting that, so they're just looking for those opportunities to get on the right wave. A little bit lowly now, but the opportunities are there when they come.
Well, let's take advantage of a lull in the action here for the under 18 girls final and head down to the beach to check in with Dane Henry. The Australian has taken away a gold medal.
Yeah, one of the most talented surfers within the event. Congratulations, Dane. There was no doubt in my mind that you were the person to beat right here in the boys U18. How satisfying is this result after being named team captain before the event and competing at your first ISA World Junior Championship?
This is one of the best days of my life. It's been a real long, hard comp, and just before my semi with Fletch, I think we got the call that we won the group gold. I'm so proud of everyone in our team, and it's been the best experience of my life. And honestly, I couldn't have done it without my mum. She's an absolute legend, and I wouldn't be up here without her. And shout out to my nan as well. Happy Mother's Day for the Other's Day, and Pop down at home, and my dad, my sister, my brother, everyone watching. Sorry, this is the best moment of my life, and thank you to everyone, all the coaches, everyone back at home, and yeah. Bottom of my heart is the best thing I've ever done in my life, and yeah, I just owe it all to everyone, and yeah, thank you so much.
No need to apologize for being emotional. This is the biggest moment of your life, no doubt. Seeing great leaders like your mother, like the people around you, how were you able to lead by example by being team captain this week?
I just tried to be down there for everyone. I'm friends with everyone. I knew everyone before, and we did a big camp at the start, and we laid out our three team roles, and it was support, being deadly, and having fun. And I think we checked all those boxes with everyone doing so well with the group gold. And Ziggy McKenzie, shout out to her, she won gold as well. I got my first wave, my 7, and then she was coming in, and I was just screaming. That fueled me so much, and yeah, it's been the best thing in my life to captain this team. And with Australia, we won it after 10 years. Let's go! Oh, God, it's huge. It's huge.
If you could give a piece of advice to the 10-year-old self that was looking to be crowned world champion like you are right now, what would you say to that kid?
Yeah, just keep doing it, Gummy. You just keep training. I've come so far. I've been training for this for so long, and yeah, I can't believe where I am at now, and I'm so satisfied. Thanks to everyone. I can't believe it.
Congratulations, you deserve this moment. Let's hear it, guys. Dane Henry, you're under 18 World Junior Champion.
Well, a huge result for Dane Henry and an emotional interview. I don't think there's many dry eyes after listening to that, Rachel. And
not between us.
Not between the two of us, that's for sure. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, ours included, as well as just an incredibly well-spoken and the journey of him throwing those airs at a young age to just see what he could do with his surfing now to walk away with that gold medal. And Rachel, especially a team captain with so much, kind of resting on his shoulders in that responsibility of setting an example for the rest of the team this week, that support system as well, walking away with a gold medal is really a beautiful moment.
Absolutely.
We'll get back to that in a second because we got Sarah Freyer now from the USA, Huntington Beach, jumps out of that wave quickly.
What an addition that Team Australia has in that surfer of Dane. I mean, that was incredible. We see what a strong surfer he is. Let's look at this last wave of Tia that happened while we were at that interview. A great single maneuver turn, but that goes into her scoreline.
All right, so in the water, in the moment, we've got 18.5 minutes remaining. A 5.93 drops in for Tia Zabrowski for Team France, sitting in the leading position with a couple of 5s. We've got that 8.50 on the board for Vi Inzo out of Team Hawaii. patient before catching on to her next wave or putting a backup score down. We've got a 3.9 and a 0.5 on the board for Sarah for Team USA. She would be chasing right now a 7.36 to take away that winning position. And Milla Brown for Australia. Really quiet in this heat so far, Rachel. Looking now for a combination situation as our heat leader has broken through that double digits and over that 10-point heat total specifically, but still so much time, and she's being selective as she waits for that first wave to come through for that surfer out of the northern beaches of Sydney. Having a look now for Milla, up and riding, just 16 years old, the reigning under 16s champion, but also, just a quick kick out there, having taken out the under 18s division just last year, has her qualified for the under 18s group right here this week. And she's been able to put together some really impressive consistency back at home in the Australian Nationals.
Well, and she's had to be consistent here too. She got knocked into that repechage round pretty early on. Back in round 3, she lost her main round 3 heat, got thrown into repechage round 4. And so compared to our surfers of Vahiti and Sarah, that means she has surfed 7 extra heats this week compared to red and blue out there. So Shannon, we've talked about spinning your situation all to be a positive and something she would be looking at. She's trying to not think about how exhausting 7 extra heats would be for her. She's trying to lend, okay, I have that experience to help me win out here.
As Vahiti is now up and riding, opening wrap, sets herself up for a second one here, just staying in that top third of the wave, looking to build some speed as she drives down the line, and that section grows for her for a finishing punch.
A nice second wave for her. She's been patient too, and she was able to be patient because she has an 8.5 as her top, as her only wave ridden so far, an excellent score, and that will be a strong one to back it up. Taking another look at this on her backhand, wrapping it around, gets a little high, but stalls there to look for that energy source, and then progresses forward through that foamy section, not quite advancing all the way through to the lip. She carved underneath it and just kind of finished off nice and strong.
So we're going to have a backup score now for our surfer out of Hawaii. It's going to be blue in that 3rd place position for Sarah Freyer out of the USA, sitting with that first priority next to her name. She's currently chasing that 7.36 to take away the leading position. She's had a great run at NSSAs and at nationals through the years competing in the USA. A lot of those events taking place either at home for her in Huntington Beach or just down the road at Trestles in San Clemente. She also competes for her varsity surf team at Huntington Beach High School, which is such a great opportunity for surfers around the United States. As we take a look at Tia, up and riding on her forehand, connecting the dots as she hammers this wave down the line and finishes on the inside.
One thing that stood out to me from Tia's surfing all week is her impeccable timing and reading the wave and being able to not just take advantage of one single maneuver, but and how she lines it up. Stopping a little bit short there, and so that way she can progress here, gets lots of spray straight into her 3rd turn there, perfectly timed and cutting out strong. That was a really just you know, when they get 3 really nice turns and it's like bang, bang, bang. It wasn't hard. They made it look really easy and effortless. And when it looks effortless, you know that means they're doing their job right and they're doing it really well.
Really nice surfing to see from Tia, as there we can see Vahiti putting herself out in position. A 5.17 dropped for her last wave, a great backup score to that 8.5, and now puts big requirements on the rest of the field, which means they're going to have to be more careful, Rachel, with that wave selection, and also there's going to be a lot more pressure every single time they stand up.
Yeah, I mean, with an excellent score on the board, that means everyone does need to get an excellent score. Obviously, that's in the requirement, but Vahiti straight up and riding again.
Oh, just eggs that inside rail. Unfortunately, she'll get sucked over the falls as well, so she'll just wash that one off, but she's already sitting in that leading position. Team Hawaii down on the beach. We've seen each of those teams represented with their colors, their kit with their flags as well. Rach, you've been in that position to have your crew on the beach in an ISA format. Of course, you got your WSL World title, which was an individual win. But in the comparison, what's it like to be out there in moments like this and to be able to turn back and see your country flag flying on the shoreline?
It's a really special thing. It's so rare in our sport. You know, you have your friends that maybe you travel with, that you've bonded with on tour, but at the end of the day, that's still very individual. And to be here in an opportunity with them all there standing on the beach for you because they want to see you do well, it's really, really special.
We'll see the USA flags on the shoreline as Sarah goes in for a big re-entry. Just that single maneuver, but it's going to chip away at the now 977 requirement on the board.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And these surfers, unlike all their other heats before, going for that first or second position, everyone's going for gold now. So these requirements that we see are just for them to jump straight into that leading position. And it does decrease her requirement with that score dropping.
A 5.9 on the board now for Sarah for Team USA. Now only chasing a 7.78, so it does do good to chip away. If she's able to tag a first turn in with a big finishing section like that, she's well on her way to an excellent score from a big two-turn combination if there's the right set that comes through. Can see this, the surfers, the support there for Team USA down on the rocks, keeping their feet maybe just slightly cooler in the water than it is in the air temperature because, you know, especially competing at midday, it's really the hardest time of the day to be surfing.
Seriously.
The wax can literally be melting off your board if you're sitting there for too long with the sunshine.
Yeah, and some of these surfers have really dark boards too. And that just sitting in the water, like you said, it starts to melt, not just because of how hot the air is, but the water temperature is almost 90 degrees as well. So being in a heat, a 30-minute heat where you're going to give everything that you have, and you've already surfed multiple times. In Mila's case, she has surfed 11 heats this week. In Tia's case, she has surfed 15 heats in total. This is her 15th heat because our surfer in green here made it all the way to finals day in under 16 and under 18 division.
She has been surfing double time the entire week, and it's paying off with the finals day opportunity here in the under 18 girls. Really solid, sharp surfing from the young competitor. She's also the surfer with actually the best experience on the ground here at the World Juniors. Only 13 years old, but she found herself in the finals 2 years ago as an 11-year-old in 2022, and she walked away with the copper medal in the under 16s. Let's take another look at this one.
That's unbelievable. She's showing all of her experience here right now, especially with this second turn, keeping it nice and critical. Unfortunately, it doesn't really line up for a really impactful ending maneuver. She's still very happy with it. It will go into her score line, but it doesn't look like it will really chip away at that requirement.
Yeah, she still needs the 6.68, but a 6.4 on the board does mean that she's in a better position in that silver medal slot when it comes down to the finish of this heat. But of course, right now, silver's not on anyone's minds. They're all going for that gold medal.
And a 6.68, that puts her, that's a very doable score. I mean, with that that last wave was just a 6.4. It only was just shy of that requirement. And so she's going to go back and go, okay, I just need to do a little bit more. An end section on the wave providing that would have done that. And that is great information that you can then use out there to find, okay, let me find a wave then that gives me 3 maneuvers, 3 powerful maneuvers, score, job done, easy.
Down to 9 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And Tia is part of that new generation conversation, but she's still just a little bit younger than the likes of a Sierra Kerr and Erin Brooks, and then those just ahead of them, and a Katie Simmers and a Molly Picklum. And to think of where girls surfing and women's surfing is heading nowadays, those young women that I've just listed, they're all out there taking out wins on the biggest stages possible, but be it the championship tour, they'll be battling for world titles this year. They've already taken out gold medal victories here at the ISA juniors in the past, and they're looking to take away those Challenger Series victories as well. For someone like Tia coming in as that next generation who's possibly got even maybe more style within her surfing than what we're already seeing from some of those others in that contingency from a young age, she has little to sort of grow in within her surfing that will be added to her as she just kind of naturally start surfing more heats, growing more in her heat strategy, growing more in even just her physical size and power that she's able to bring into her surfing.
Yeah, not just growing in her ability, but just growing in general. She's only 13 years old, and naturally more power and ability comes the bigger and more powerful you become.
As we see the 16-year-old now, and Vi, she's got so much power already within her surfing. Links it up for that second turn. This is a great way to back up that 8.5.
Absolutely. She's not just surfing these waves excellent, but she's having excellent wave selection, finding these lefts. And the lefts haven't been really so much the ones throughout the day in entirety that we've been seeing those excellent scores come from. And clearly her and her coaches in Team Hawaii have been sitting and watching these heats prior to it and making this game plan, sticking on her forehand. She looks really nice.
And for Team Hawaii, specifically in the under 18 girls division, they've taken away 7 gold medals in the past. Dax McGill did it back in 2012. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Brisa Hennessy have both taken away 2 gold medal victories here, and that was when they were still competing for Team Hawaii before splitting off to represent Brazil and Costa Rica. Mila Brown now up and riding, needing to get her campaign underway. We saw this in her heat leading up to the finals, and this is the moment where we can see that comeback. Rachel, she did it earlier today. We knew we couldn't count her out, though we haven't had much conversation around the young surfer out of Sydney. She's going to be right back in the fight.
She just surprised herself getting that. I cannot believe that. You saw her land that, and all of a sudden she looks up and she's like, I'm still riding this wave.
I'm alive.
Let's go. Wow, that is going to be a big score dropped.
Well, you've got to kind of feel that the family back at home, that the team on the beach as well is going, okay, please don't put us through the stress that she already had earlier today. She's kind of done that with just 7 minutes remaining, but then answers back with a wave like this.
A strong opening turn and straight into this. So much speed and power progressing out of that turn. Let's look at it from this drone angle, stalling on the bottom so that she's in the perfect critical section on the opening turn. And she doesn't have to pump or anything from maneuver to maneuver. I really like that. I love when the surfers are able to draw from rail to rail, and that just goes towards that flow component. That had speed, power, flow, and that's what the judges are looking for.
Well, we've got some scores dropping. Now Tia's up and riding, chasing a big 9.67 to take away the gold because Vahiti is backed up an 8.17. She's on her way to another nice looking ride here, putting in what she can in those critical sections of the wave. But with that last score of the Hawaiian, Vahiti is getting that much closer to joining the likes of Gabriella Bryan and Eve Luella Wong, who have taken out that gold victory for Team Hawaii in the past.
Yeah, I saw that going excellent as well. That was a beautiful wave that she got, and like we were talking about before, she's having excellent wave selection. And with the conditions right now, all these surfers we know can get excellent scores. So it's about having the right wave to be able to present that surfing to the judges and to the crowd and all of that. And I think that's what we haven't really been able to see from Tia so far in terms of wave selection. She's been surfing the waves fantastic. That's why she has a 7 and a 6.4 in her score line. I think what has been holding her back from going into that excellent range is those waves haven't really offered those powerful, critical sections from maneuver to maneuver. Maybe there's one strong opening turn, but it's not back to back to back like we just saw, let's say, from Vahite or from Mila, and we'll see how that one drops. Oh, it's in.
It's in. It's a 7.83. It breaks the combination situation that she had just gotten locked back into. So she's now chasing an 8.84. A near 8 for that 2-turn combination for the Aussie puts herself right back in the conversation. And though she's sitting in 4th, Rachel, right now in that copper medal position, she actually has the easiest shot at taking away the gold.
Yeah, having the strongest single wave score in terms of everyone but Vahiti. And I think, too, you know, she only needs like a 5 or so to go into that silver. And we did talk about that none of these surfers yet are thinking about anything but gold. But, I mean, at least I know in my heat, there was a point when you start thinking, okay, but if not gold, then I definitely want the highest position that I can have here.
And you did that, walked away with that silver medal.
Yeah,
just about 10 days. Well done.
You
got the second goal achieved.
Yeah.
Just narrowly missed out to the Hawaiian in Honolulu Bloomfield, a 3-time world champion and found her second gold medal. She had taken away that juniors gold medal in a mixed division many years ago in Peru, and she was just a little grom. So for her to get that win was really special. And for Hawaii as well. I mean, thinking about that, you know, the nation of Hawaii coming into this event and finding themselves with the opportunity to put another gold medal down. We've already seen Australia snag 2. We've seen Spain grab 1 as well. There's 1 more remaining in today's competition, and Hawaii is looking very strong to take it home after taking away that team's victory in the longboard event just a couple weeks ago here for the ISA World Longboard Championships, and with Kai Salas and Honolulu Bloomfield, both Hawaiians taking those gold medals.
Yeah, I mean, there's no surprise that they come with a strong team, that they come with not just strong surfers, but experienced competitive surfers as well. And that's exactly what this heat is proving right now in their team member of Vahiti and current leader for a world championship to her name.
World title just right out of reach, kind of within reach. It's getting close, 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. This heat's playing out more similarly to that we saw just before in the under 18 boys heat, where Dane Henry found himself that 9-point ride relatively early in the heat and managed to just maintain control throughout it. Everyone else was sort of playing catch up throughout the entire heat, putting down some great scores and some great surfing themselves, but just unable to kind of eclipse what he had put down. We're seeing the same thing in this one, where there's a 9.67 requirement now on Tia to take gold from silver. There's a combination situation, meaning that Sarah Freyer, holding on to that priority, actually needs to get 2 new scores on the board, and that's going to be a tough ask for her with just those 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, we saw her surf a 4-minute heat, basically. Earlier, she got 2 waves within 4 minutes in order to be in this grand final heat right now. But with 2 minutes remaining and how slow it's been, that is a really tough ask for her. So like you said before, our surfer in white is sitting in the best position, although she's in the copper position at the moment.
Yeah, maybe stranger things have happened, but Sarah Freyer would have to have a 2-minute heat with 2 excellent scores on the board to get herself that gold medal. So that's seeming very unlikely at this stage. But for both Mila and for Tia, it would just take a single score. It's still within their reach. If there's a wave with that kind of quality that could come through in the final 90 seconds. And now, Rachel, we're seeing a lot more of that priority start to play out in the lineup.
It is. I mean, our surfer in blue having that third priority. Now at this point with a combination situation, she has said goodbye to gold in her mind. And she's like thinking, okay, now is there an opportunity for me to advance myself into that silver medal position? How can I use this right now? Mila now also trying to get away and to try and also go up the ranks, but she's sitting in that best position. Looks like waves might be coming. Will we see one more exchange? I don't know. I hope so, though. This is exciting.
I think that we will. 45 seconds on the clock. There's at least, one more wave that's going to come through in that time frame. Is it going to be big enough, though? Just not quite. It's so challenging to really tell the depth and the height of that wave when we're looking at it from that drone angle. Possibly the one before, 30 seconds. There's plenty of time on the clock. And this wave looks like it'll stand
30
up.
30 whole seconds.
30 whole seconds. Look at this. There's a wave. Someone's going to be able to ride it. Wow. It's going to be Sarah Freyer from Huntington Beach, California. Now up and riding. She's fighting really for that silver medal position. Kind of that soft turn to start, relying again just on that rail out kind of into the flats of that wave. And we'll lose sight of her now as we take a look at our current heat leader, and it will officially be the gold medalist as Sarah finishes off on the inside. She was needing a score to take herself into silver, but it is officially going to be the Hawaiian in Vahiti. Enzo, out of Honolulu, 16 years old, finds herself with a very first gold medal here at the ISA World Junior Championships.
This is so special to be here commentating these heats and sitting here with you in the booth, Shannon, and watching history be made and the emotions of all these girls out there. And I love the camaraderie too. I think that's something that is really special amongst girls, amongst teams. We see all these different countries meet together in sport, and friendships are made, and that's clear, you know, to be able to, right when that horn blows, switch into that congratulatory mode and giving those hugs and cheers. She'd be sitting on top of the world, a gold medalist in a world championship event.
Incredible result for the Hawaiian. She's going to have a scratch to look for a victory wave on her way in. Great to see both Tia and Mila just right there next to her. Of course, we knew that Sarah was catching a wave to go through on the inside. Sarah's last wave was just a 3-1-0, so she'll stay in that bronze medal position. As your gold medalist,
beautiful.
the Hawaiian who loves to practice hula when she's back at home in Hawaii, bringing that grace of the dance into her surfing every wave she catches.
I even love just how she took off on that wave, her arm positioning. She's so relaxed, so beautiful to watch. And that lined up in my eyes of watching that heat. Look at them all swimming out and so excited. Oh,
an incredibly proud moment for Team Hawaii here as they grab hold of that final gold medal available in competition. And we're going to see some tackles out in the water today.
That is so special to be watching, bearing witness to this. Look at how happy they are, and that's what's special about the that's what's special about the ISA is when someone on your team wins, everyone wins in terms of this camaraderie and this excitement. I love being able to watch Team Hawaii, and they've had a really great camaraderie all week. They're always together before each and every surfer's heats, down there on the beach doing their chants with the team members, with the coaches. So that camaraderie just making it all the way to the end.
And even, you know, we've been talking about the fact that Team Australia clinched the gold medal earlier today, but there was a tight battle coming into these final few heats between Hawaii, USA, and France for that silver medal position. And so we don't have those official results in yet, but we would expect that a win for Team Hawaii here would help them stay in that conversation to walk away with the silver medal and put in a great strong fight up against two other powerhouse nations overall, with the USA and France in that medal conversation.
And we do know that a gold medal really ups the points overall. It's worth a lot in terms of points.
Right, 1,000 in total. So taking away that win has a big impact in the overall scheme of where those teams will complete. We've had a huge week of surfing, and it's capped off on day 9, finals day here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've seen 4 medalists crowned with the gold, and we now get to just lay back, Rachel. We've had a great time calling the action, but let's appreciate the highlights, because there have been so many big scores, so many important moments in the you know, the kind of current stage of these young surfers' lives who are the future of our sport. a huge day of competition, and Team Hawaii is down there just celebrating together as Vahiti Enzo has taken away the 4th gold medal to be handed out today. In the journey to that, we saw Dylan Donegan of Spain take out the 1st, and Ziggy McKenzie from Australia the 2nd in the under-16 divisions. And then we saw Dane Henry from Australia claim that 3rd gold medal, and now the 4th being handed to Vahiti Enzo here in the under-18s.
What an exciting day. It has been 9 days of competition, all leading to this moment, and today did not disappoint at all.
It certainly did not. It was great to see as well, Rachel, just the way that the conditions stayed so clean, the opportunity for each of these surfers to be able to get some really prime conditions here at La Bocana.
Yeah, it's been, and at El Sunzal, I mean, all week, these surfers balancing back and forth between competing at completely different waves. El Sunzal being a right-hand point, La Bocana obviously being that peak situation, offering the right and the left, and the surfers having to stay adaptable enough in order to bounce back and forth and also have that energy to run back and forth, not just for their own heats, but watching their teammates' heats throughout the day at the different podiums. Look at Team Hawaii just enjoying their moment all together. This is their moment, and I love looking at this I guess mentality of one wins, we all win.
Yeah, really an incredible way to wrap things up and to really hit to the heart of what the ISA is all about, of making a better world through surfing, of continuing to develop all of the different nations around the world with that heart of getting more people in the water and crowning those gold medalists as we go. Team Hawaii getting that opportunity to really just celebrate it down on the beach, and one of those nations that has, surfing at the very heart of their culture.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a nation that you look in kind of expecting to be dominant, but with so much excellent surfing and so many nations represented this week as well. 54 is
54
that?
In
54 total. Nations, the record for an ISA Junior World Championships, and we've seen so many excellent surfing that, for those countries that you expect some dominance from, I think this week it makes it like, are they going to be able to rise to the occasion? Because we saw so many amazing names and new faces that just delivered beautiful surfing.
It was really incredible. We're just waiting now for Vahiti to make her way across the rocks. We know that can take a little while, but we really want to be able to hear from our gold medalists on that side. It was really special, Rachel, to be able to hear from each of those champions as they got crowned over the last 2 hours.
Yeah, Dane's interview sticks out to me. That was really beautiful. We both had tears in our eyes, and this is a really special moment for these surfers. It's a moment they're going to remember for the rest of their lives, and this moment here that they're living, they're replaying over and over, and something they'll carry with them. I've said it before, but it changes your life. Now they can go about saying that they're a junior world champion.
It's so true. When we look as well at the pathway that this event has created for so many of the great surfers, there's plenty that we could name, but the reigning world champions in Felipe Toledo and Caroline Marks being two of those who took out those junior golds early in their careers really set them up, I'm sure, with that confidence to continue going, all right, I'm going to show up day after day. I'm going to wake up early in the morning. I'm going to get those waves in before I start my school, and everything that a junior surfer needs to consider while looking with those hopes and those plans for a future as a professional.
And talking to just the participation level too, not just those gold medals as you just claimed, or as you just named, but 40 out of our 48 current Olympians right now that will be competing in Tehopo in just 2 months' time competed in an ISA Junior World Championship. So it really shows that the experience here that these surfers get really has a huge impact on their career moving forward, their professional career, and the achievements that it's a great indication on the achievements that we can expect from these surfers.
It's so true to know that Olympic conversation was cracked open at Tokyo 2020, and a long road and a long journey to get that across the line. And now we get to see so many of these young surfers. You know, we had 441 athletes in the draw this year. We had some new nations for the juniors event as well, with British Virgin Islands, Latvia, Lithuania, and Slovakia, who have had those opportunities to compete at the World Surfing Games. But the first time to be able to put their push forward from a juniors team, each of these kids here this week, they now have that opportunity to start visualizing themselves as an Olympian one day. And I guess the proof within it.
Pudding.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding, exactly. With how many of those surfers that we see as current Olympians having come through this pathway.
Yeah, it's so impactful. And being here in El Salvador, too, it is an amazing wave to compete at. We were just talking about longboard before. That happened just last week, 2 weeks ago. That was here at El Sunzal. And now to be back here right after back-to-back events, going into the juniors at Bocana and Sunzal. Everyone here has been enjoying their time competing. The consistency of the wave, the quality of the wave. El Salvador is just an amazing place to continue to return to compete.
It's an incredible location from a waves perspective, also from a local community and a culture perspective. You know, the amount of local support that comes out of this small town at El Tunco that facilitates each of these surfers feeling welcome, feeling at home when they're far away from their actual home is a really special part of the world and a really special piece of the puzzle for making the world a better place through surfing.
It is. 54 nations coming together. That's super special. And I know what we're going to be seeing later as well is everyone celebrating. The ISA puts on an aloha party for all of these surfers to come together, and they're no longer competitors. You see these friendships blossom all week, and to finish off the week with a fun experience like that it's really fun.
And of course, ISA President Fernando Aguirre always stoked to come back to El Salvador. The government here has put so much support in behind the scenes. And for this week, it's really allowed the future stars of our sport to be able to shine and to take their place on the global stage. And we've seen 4 of those surfers taking out their place on the global stage. Now the 4th and final one for the day, Vahiti Enzo out of Honolulu, Hawaii, your under-18s gold medalist.
Yeah, world champion Vi Enzo, congratulations. The only heat where you need to be a bit more strategic. You opened up with an 8th, though. Congratulations, the biggest performance of the event. You left it for the final.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I was so nervous before this whole event. I was so nervous. I don't even know what to say right now, but I fell on a wave. I swear I can't hear any of the scores. I thought I was comboed. I don't know what was going on. I was just surfing at the end of it.
What about this team effort, though? Look at the people behind you. Look at your teammates so far. It's really been incredible, but the re-addition of Jason Shibata to the team, too, seemed like it had a lot of impact to your performance here on finals day.
I mean, the most important thing about this contest is the team, and we all represent our own countries, and we're proud to represent it, and this is the best team every year, or the other year I came here too was one of the best teams. It's the atmosphere of having everyone and being so proud of where you come from. I think I really wouldn't be here without all these guys, and especially our coaches, Uncle Shane and Uncle Jason. Without them, I think I'd be a nervous wreck for every heat, but they calmed me down, and they're the reason why I'm here for sure.
Would you say that representing your culture is just as important as getting the result here this afternoon?
I really wanted to come here and win, but most of all, I wanted to represent Hawaii over everything. That's the place I come from. It's the place my ancestors are from. This is my culture, and I'm proud to represent it. There's nothing better than raising a Hawaiian flag at the end of the day.
Anything you'd like to say back home before we let you go celebrate?
Hi, Dad, sister, brother. Thank you for watching. You guys are the reason why I'm here too. And aloha, wauiaoe. I love you guys so much.
Congratulations, guys. Let's hear for Vi Enzo.
Team Hawaii taking away that gold medal here for Vi Enzo. An incredibly strong performance for her, peaking in the moment when she needed to, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, I get emotional every time I watch these post-heat interviews because it's so impactful for them, and you can see just the power of what this is that we're watching of the team, and them being able to rely on that and appreciate that and enjoy that. It's just like it's a really, really cool thing what we've just been able to sit here and bear witness to.
It is the future of surfing.
It is.
These Groms have risen to the occasion this week. So many exceptional moments, some of those great highlight performances, but also to be able to see those new surfers in the draw, those developing nations return to the shoreline here in El Salvador for all of those 54 flags down on the beach to represent what surfing means to our global community is an incredibly beautiful thing. Now, we're finished out with competition. It's been a big week, but we have our final thing that we always wait for at the end of the event. It's going to be the closing ceremonies. For those of you that are tuning in right now, thank you so much for being part of our journey throughout this week. Stay tuned. We will be wrangling the Groms as quickly as we possibly can to get that closing ceremonies underway, likely within the next half hour to hour. And we'll be crowning our champions, handing out those medals, and that will be a really special thing to see witnessed at the end.
It is. It's so special to see the formalities of it all, see them actually accept those things that they just worked so hard for out there, and I can't wait.
Well, stay tuned. The closing ceremonies will be up shortly. A big day of surfing, and what a great way to close it out. We'll be back very shortly.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognised event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Para-Surfing Championships gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The World Longboard Championship showcases traditional longboard surfing, highlighting the style, flow and grace of this classic discipline. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardised certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their communities and aids them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all, and together we can all create a better world through surfing.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Just 2 heats remain here at Surf City, El Salvador. We've crowned champions from Spain and from Australia in the under-16 category. Australian team taking out the team win as well. Right now, we'll focus our attention on the under-18 boys. Having a look at the Aussie, Fletcher Kelleher, Iko Watanabe from Japan, Rickson Falcao of Brazil, Dane Henry, the second Aussie out in the water. Paul Evans, joined by Barton Lynch. We see out here right now, mate, power, athleticism, competitive nous, aggression, all of those key ingredients. This is going to be smoking.
It's going to be a smoker. Yes, mate, it's going to be a smoker. We see up and riding early, Dane Henry wrapping it back to the white water. We know the air game he's got. This is a replay of this. Pumping through, goes for the layback carve just to add some variety. Coming to the inside, goes for the air, pulls that. Well, he turned what was, you know, a fairly average wave into quite a good start. 2 Australians out there, Japan and Brazil. 2 natural footers, 2 goofy footers.
How's the number already in for Henry? 717 for him, so a deft touch, nimble footwork, and milking that thing all the way through. 717 for Dane Henry. Guess what? He's going again here, tags that first one hard, and then he's got some meat on the face to deal with. He goes up late, and he won't go complete in there, but just finding a wave on the way back out. That's the rhythm that we saw from Donegan in the under-16 boys, getting a wave and then finding another one straight away and trying to really pile on the pressure here.
717 for the creativity, some good variety there. There are definitely bigger and better waves out there. This is going to be a high-scoring final.
All right, Rickson Falcao here, cruising off the bottom. We saw the emotion from him about what it meant to get here. Let's see what he can do now he's in the final. Not a lot is the answer on that particular wave as it shoulders off and goes soft. Let's see if he'll go to the air as well. He's got a wicked backhand reverse. Big rotation from him. Let's see if we'll find something to do that with. Just that one talking point for us. We haven't had the wind that we've seen throughout the previous 9 days, pretty much. Maybe pretty much all of them. I say the 8 previous days had a bit of wind around this time, and that would be blowing into this right. And we were expecting surfers to go to the air more. And just for a slight reflection on that, we haven't seen loads thus far, though obviously we've got that rotation on the inside for Dane Henry there.
Yeah, and Dane Henry with the best single wave of the whole event, a 10-point ride for a massive air reverse. He is a absolute expert of that. He's got some crazy flips with all sorts of tweaks. So he'll stay busy in this one because he doesn't need the best waves to turn them into a big score.
And I guess one of the things that makes more significant as well is that use of priority in the set waves and the quality. When it's going to the air, you mentioned in that last final as well, it's finding things under priority. It's going on the hunt, looking for ramps, trying to come from behind, the old, go right on a left and vice versa. When it's not so much about that and it's about that classic, traditional, beautiful rail surfing and hitting the lip, then it is that patient game as well and using that priority and finding that real quality.
Yeah, because the wave, the wall on the wave, the shape of that wave is going to determine the quality of your rail surfing. Without a good wall, you just don't get that chance. And the thing that we noticed today is that the ocean's a little softer. It's a little gentler. The walls are a little more tapered. It almost feels less ground swelling, a little more wind swelly today, peaky, and not the same power and strength that we've seen on most of those days. So with that in mind, the bigger sets tend to taper more than they have. So sometimes they may not be the best ones. It might be the ones in on the reef that end up being the tall stand-ups that give you a good ramp.
We could also start to get some bombing sets as well. We're gone an hour after the low tide, so this will push back up the reef, pushing hard on the back foot, releasing spray. It's Falcao from Brazil, and then getting on the front foot, get that board into a steep section. It'll sting that hard. So the speed he generated allowed him to go vert. Good stuff from him. Henry now off the top with power and loads of flow too. He'll bang that one. And look at that turn, just stings it.
Wow, what a mistake.
Loses the bottom turn. Good enough to just clean that up by here. He'll get into a steeper little section eventually, and he'll throw in a little jam to finish, maybe one more as well. So recovered pretty well.
Yeah, but that loss of control, loss of the rail in the bottom turn, it'll be interesting to see how the judges consider that. Fletcher Kelleher up and riding.
Okay, the second Aussie in the final, want to get in on this. Goofy, backhand attack is vert from him to open up. This will stay steep now.
Ooh.
Another one.
Oh!
And down he goes.
Critical fall, 2 big turns on a big face. That was the recipe that we've seen. Drop big 8s all through the event. The second turn and the fall will cost him dearly. The 2-3-3 for Falcao before that. Last one definitely better. Be interesting to see where his last ride comes in comparison to the 717. And then Dane Henry's, there was still points in that, wasn't there? He's going to improve on that 3. There it is, a 5.73. So there are points in it, but there were definitely some points left on it as well.
22 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this. The real quality is from Dane Henry. This is his compatriot Kelleher. The early work was good. It just got a bit wrong in here.
Well, and it all looked like it was going so well. He hit it at the perfect time, just need to be on that back foot. Here is a 6.67 for the Brazilian, snaps out of the top. Look at that weird warble go through that wave right there. He pumps and drives because he knows he needs to build the speed into the last section, gets there early. There was most probably a more spectacular line out of the top on that one, but the quick whip made it a completion. There's a beautiful whip there. He gets up into the lip here, flares the tail. You're thinking things are going great. Then he loses control, and that really shaved a point off that wave for sure in the end. Comes through to the inside, little layback snap off the white water, and calls it a day. 5.73 and a 7.17 in the bank already for the Australian.
Let's look for an entry, some participation from Watanabe here. He goes loading up, backhand float, and he'll have enough speed to glide around the section here, and then a whipping turn on a short pocket, and he's out. So the first wave for Japan gives them something to give a little extra impetus as they figure eight the Rising Sun flag. Live action from Henry again here on another bomb. He's chosen great waves. Look at this thing. This is a runner here. And he'll go down again with power and just open up that body and engage that rail. Steep, big, thick section. And he's good enough to go up there hard and fast. And he loves it.
And rightly so. Brazil on the next one.
Whoa, check that big first whipping turn with loads of speed. That board is knifing through these sections here. Cracks this one hard. Great exchange this.
What?
And this final is firing up big time here. 2 combo in the finish, gets 2 turns in a short section, and another. That's going to be another good number. We're absolutely game on. Hold the phone. Here goes Fletcher Kelleher, a bomb for him. Driving so hard. That first turn was sick. Loads of spray. Then again, goes up, floats that down. Look at the drive he gets into this next section. He'll clip one, and this will just run away, so he won't quite get that finish. What an exchange.
What an exchange. Boys 18's final, and they're surfing like their lives depend on it. Incredible wave selection, great waves. Iko Watanabe missing in action, went left, and everybody else is going those incredible rights. He's way out of this, but there's plenty of time, still 20 minutes, so an ordinary heat still in front of him. But the judges have got a lot of work to do. I can't wait to see the replays because I don't know what was better, what wasn't. There was just incredible surfing from all 3.
Let's see how this goes with the panel. Still 20 on the clock, more or less. Thick lines. What we can see from above is plenty of lines coming through. That tidal flood back in the reef here. And this was another bomb from Henry.
Big set wave, first turn. Clean. I thought he was going to hit it earlier. He got kind of pumped around the section, so he lost something right there to me. But then he comes down this inside, massive section, free-falling floater. We know the judges love that. He loved it, pumping the chest. Great ride. It's going to back up that 7.17. You know what he got? He got a 9.23. Here we go, Fletcher Kelleher on the replay. Frothing on this, out of the lip. Beautiful second turn. As you said in the live call, kind of missed the last turn. Got there a little bit early, was trying to keep the flow of the first two into a third. Got there a little early, but still a wonderful ride with those two big early turns.
Watanabe wants to join the party here. Just misread the room a little bit by going left. Now he's on the forehand and he's swinging on a right. Crisp turn. Didn't get loads of it, but kept his speed crucially to allow him to do this kind of stuff. He'll swoop back while it gets a little slopier. He'll try and get back up quick and combo it for the finish, and he won't get that done. So again, just by comparing that to those bombs that are really drawing off the reef, he had a bit more time kind of redirecting and waiting. Didn't quite have the speed or the power in the wave.
No. Where does the Brazilians' wave go? It was a cracker too. As we see Surfing Australia's team, the gold medal team right there, representing their country. Ziggy McKenzie just taking gold for Australia. So she's got 2 golds in the team and in the individuals for the girls under 16. Congrats to her and her family, friends with her mum and dad, and very, very proud of them.
2 Australians in the water right now. Much more traditional kind of powerhouse in terms of personnel coming from nations that we see representing on the CT with Australia, Brazil and Japan, in all contrast to the under-16 boys.
Yes.
Different sort of story with England's and New Zealand's, Spain.
Argentina.
And Argentina. So different sort of story here, and very much electrifying performances already in this. Having a look at the under-18 girls, Hawaii, USA, France and Australia.
Pretty much the powerhouse nations right there as well.
And that is the American Sarah Freya getting some instructions. I think they'll take particularly keen interest in that exchange going down. Courtney Conlog, who knows a lot about power surfing on steep right-handers.
Still thinking about the third ride. There it is, a flat 8 for the Brazilian. We haven't seen that one on the replay, but it was so beautifully surfed. And that last section for Dane Henry, just piling the points on there, sending it up into the 9s. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. Drops in, first turn. Beautiful wrap out of the top. No lip contact, just a wrap. Same with the second. This is where things get beautiful. That turn could not be done better. Out into a nice clean wrap, into the final. Great job from the judges. Can see that difference between the 8 and the 9.23 for the critical end of Dane Henry's. This one's on track to be a cracker, as you said earlier. Here we go. Dane Henry wrapping it. This is where the majority of the points come. The early work was nice, but that was a critical end. 1.23 advantage. So the critical end, the free-falling drop on the closeout section, really adding a lot of points.
Hickson Falcao in flow here, stings that first one really hard. I love the venom he has. That board looks so bladey, but it's just the one turn.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, a mistake with priority. Fletcher Kelleher now in first. Iko Watanabe's been very quiet in this one. And once this second score, they're considering the second score of Fletcher's now, the 8 and the 9.23 in. It's going to be interesting because the work of Fletcher Kelleher's was on the big face, on the outside, whereby Hickson started to get his work done on the inside and really started to connect with the lip after a couple of nice carves on the outside. So more work on the outside, but not the length for Fletcher Kelleher, but every chance this is a significant wave of consequence for the Australian in 4th place.
Yeah, well, a good final so far for Australia. Massive numbers on the board. Huge total for Dane Henry already. 16.4, so whoever wins this is going to need to go 2 excellent numbers to get past him in terms of that 2-wave total out of 20, and there'll be good value for the win. He set down the marker here and he's done it early on, finding the power, finding the best waves. And it'll be really good to see the response from Hickson Falcao, because we know how much this means to him and the emotion and representing Brazil.
Fletcher's comes in as a 6.77, so missing that third turn really costing him. And the rhythm with that wave, the first 2 turns were pretty much perfect, but the back end lost its way a little bit, whereby Hickson's was the opposite. He kind of just was in rhythm the whole way, but nothing too spectacular out on the outside. Then the inside work was as good as it gets.
Kelleher will go here, so he put himself on the left. And here he swings back to the pocket, little steep section here. What's he got? Pumps off the bottom into the lip. and releases that tail. It's really stylish. He disappeared for a while. We didn't get maybe the full impact just because of the white water that was around him. And he'll tidy things up for a finish with a couple of stabs on the inside. Well, the 3 is gone. How does that go compared to the 6, 7, 7?
Yeah, but it's not a heat winning, a final winning wave. If you're surfing for second place, I can see that wave having some kind of impact. A final, you're surfing for first place, and at a point like this, you're just under the halfway mark. I take that mentality that I'm going down with the ship. I'm going to win or go down with the ship, and I'm going to make sure I'm on really good waves. That wave was restricted by the quality of it from the very start. The kind of cutback at the start was slow, and he'd already lost me at that point, and I'm sure he kind of lost the judges as well. But a 6-2-3 comes in, consolidates his third place, but it's not going to get you the win.
And that's the great thing about getting excellent numbers in early as well. It just means everyone knows they need to up the quality. Falcao chasing down 8-4-1, and that's what we want him to do. We don't want to see him surfing for 4s and 5s for a final, for a gold medal. We want him to bring his best. We know how good he is. Let's see if he maybe tries to go to the air. Otherwise, just in terms of the rail turns and what he's doing in the lip, he can do that. He can get 8s doing that on both the rights and the lefts, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, there's going to be a certain type of wave, isn't there? And when you catch your wave, you make the decision, you're going to decide whether it's an air wave. The wave will tell you what to do if you listen to it enough. It's like your dance partner. And as we see a replay here of the 9-2-3, just a recap on that beautiful surfing. Flared the top. I feel like there's an opportunity right here to go up into that lip, and it was surfed a little conservatively at that point. That's why I didn't see it going quite as high as it did, because there was a missed opportunity there. Second turn, just a cutback, not a lot of points in it. So the majority of points coming right here. The first turn, fantastic. The second turn, the floater out of the lip, critical. He loved it, we loved it, and you can imagine how much his teammates on the rocks for Australia loved it.
All right, 12 on the clock here. First priority is with the leader. Henry's got a massive lead in this, and he sent everyone chasing to the form of excellent numbers. Second, third combos for Japan in fourth, trying to hunt this down. A blue ocean with plenty of lines as well. Let's hope we get more of them. I mean, that exchange just really fired us up here in the booth.
Absolutely.
When we saw everyone just going at it, hammer and tongs on those rights. Here's Henry at the moment in the gold medal position. Flares out with style and panache, and a little exit for him.
He's going to continue going to the air because he's so good at it, and that's going to be the way he's going to improve. Kelleher
on the left here, and knifes that first turn. Very nice control from him. That was really, really sick up until the point when it was an incompletion, but trying to push really hard and use his technical surfing, not necessarily waiting for huge bombs, and really trying to sort of go through his repertoire and show us something different that he can do in the lip line by being dynamic with his board. I mean, it looks great. He needs a 9.63 though.
Yeah, and I feel like the 6.77 score on the backhand almost put him off going backhand a little bit, and he's gone to the left since, and he's sitting on that side of the peak. I wouldn't be doing that. I'd be sticking with my backhand and banking on it. Watanabe needs this one. Go. Woo-hoo-hoo! That's what you got to do from his position. Fletcher Kelleher and Iko Watanabe need to just do something crazy to get themselves in it. Watanabe 16.4, it's a big total to get, so his heat hasn't really even started, but you could have a 10-minute flurry and get to that point, no doubt. 9.632 for Fletcher, that's a big score, and he needs to alter that wave selection a little bit.
Potentially a bit of freedom for Japan there, and the chance that, he need a couple of extra numbers. He might as well punt. He's not going to match Dane Henry for power. I think we'll say that, but he can flare up, he can go high, be acrobatic.
Imagine he made that air. Then you're going somewhere. So I feel like that's what we're going to see from Watanabe from here on in. It's just crazy high performance antics.
Here comes the pulse as that swell fills in with the tide. A little wobble through that one. Dane Henry paddled and let it go. Hickson Falcao in first priority. This one will slope towards him. It'll bend in a bit, and he'll put himself close to the pocket, but won't go it. He can see more stuff out the back as we see Team Hawaii getting ready. And what a performance she put in. Vaihiti Inso in that last heat that we saw her surf. The power that she surfs with, the flow, everything looks so clean. Speaking of which, here goes Kelleher on a left again. So a clear tactic here, and that was great surfing from him. Really nicely done. just putting a little extra rather than just going fast and hard up in the lip and pinging down. He's carving those top turns through the lip line. It's really dynamic. Falcao having to paddle Henry from way deep on a wave here. He's loading up. He's got a ton of speed. Has he got a ramp? He's looking for something. Here he goes. He's already gone perfect 10 in this event. He'll get another rotation and he'll land that one pretty clean.
I love the way he's thinking. I love the way he has structured his heat and the fact that he's going to his strength, which is the air. Falcao in and out. Will that improve on the 717 for Dane Henry? He has still got room to improve. A big air there, took a while to get to it. And we'll see how the judges react to it and what it looks like in the replay.
Whoa, tube there. Haven't seen loads of those this event. That was Watanabe trying to drive through a section and he'll go down. What a position to be in for Dane Henry, and pretty much the dream situation. You got a massive 9, a 7 as well, and really just a chance to express himself. He's not going to paddle into anything if he doesn't feel it's got at least a 7 on it.
And perhaps the best air game in the event. You put all of that together and you would feel like with 8 minutes on the clock, you should be able to ride her on home. But you've got to keep improving, you've got to keep building and using the priority to make sure. Look at this wave, double overhead, big section here. Just holds back because he knows what he wants to do, knows what he needs to do, throws it, lands it. Where are the judges going to go with that one? We're still waiting to see a score. 757, he does improve.
So an improvement for Australia there. We've got a brand new, freshly minted world champion. Let's go and hear from her. She's with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Ziggy Loja Mackenzie, girls U16 ISA gold medalist. Congratulations. You know, coming into this week, relatively new name for Team Australia too, but congratulations, you get your first gold medal here at the ISA.
Yeah, I'm blown away. I'm so stoked. And to be here with Australia as well, it's been an insane experience, and I'm so happy to have come out on top, and for Team Australia to come out on top as well. Everyone's stoked.
Have you realized how well you contributed to the team overall too? I mean, a massive performance, and not without adversity either. You had to fight back in that final right there.
Yeah, I think a couple of my last heats, didn't really go as planned, and I kind of in the last couple of minutes had to get a score or needed to back up my score, and I kind of tried just to keep calm and collected, and I knew we had the gold already, so I kind of just wanted to go out there and surf how I surf and show the world Ziggy. And yeah, I'm glad it ended this way, and I'm so happy.
Ziggy, you showed them the last 2 world champions before you, Aaron and Brooke, Sierra Kerr. They've gone on to do amazing things. What can we expect from you within the next 6 months to end the year and maybe future years to come?
I love both Aaron and Sierra. They're such inspirations, and I hope to fill in their footsteps. They're such cool people, and they absolutely rip. And so maybe challenger, maybe just chilling and surfing insane waves. Yeah, we'll see.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Ziggy Mackenzie heads back to Australia with a pair of gold medals here.
Teammates down on the rocks watching this final while the interview was on.
So down to 5 minutes 40 to go in this. Look at the numbers on the board. Any kind of final, particularly your crowning world champions, just how important it is, how much is at stake means it's always going to be entertaining. But what you really hope for as well is to have good waves, a good opportunity, and particularly excellent surfing. And just look at those scores there. Incredible stuff. It's been such a show that's been put on so far in this. I love another little flurry of excitement at the end as well. Still over 5 minutes to go. Let's get some
We
waves.
need it. We want it. 787 for Fletcher Kelleher on the 2-turn left. Beautiful carving. Tommy Carroll type snap in the lip there for a big score. His best score drops the arse to an 894, so that's possible. He's reopened the door that little bit. Dane Henry continues to close it with the 757, and he can do better.
We've been speaking about priority. It's Rickson Falcao with that at the moment. First prio, looking for a number, and he needs an 881. We're having a look here at the work of Fletcher Kelleher. So smooth and clean on the rail.
And a little drift of the tail on the first one that kind of almost represented a tiny loss of control. That final turn right in the pocket was fantastic. Live action. You know what's happening here, Paulie.
Henry with a double up bowl from the takeoff, and he'll load up and go down towards the inside. That's a really nice turn as he just opens up the body, lays it back, and gets the whole of that rail through the water. And just tried to, not exactly sure what he was after on the inside there. Don't think he'll improve with that kind of stuff, so he'll remain way out in front, though. This guy needs a combo. He's chasing a couple of 8s, and we won't see that there. 4 on the clock, just as we were saying before. Be interesting to see what comes next from surfers like Kelleher and Falcao. Here's the former of those two, the Aussie, and putting it up nice and vert on the backhand again now. 894 is the number he's looking for. And a whip on the inside, and he'll get a finishing turn too. Down in here, it's much of a smaller wave, so the magnitude of those turns, smaller kind of turns, but good work done out the back on the hefty section.
Beautiful surfing, such a great style, so clean with his technique. Both Australians there on the inside, wanting gold and silver. The Brazilian holding on to the silver position at this point in time. I knew Dane Henry was going for the flip. I was about to go flip because he has got them on lock. He is incredible at them, and he recognises that that's something nobody has done, nobody has seen this whole event, and if he can put one of them together, it's a real point of differentiation for he. Not that he really needs it at this point, but you've got to keep building, you've got to keep applying the pressure. 3 minutes on the clock.
Pretty brave going upside down in there on those rocks, isn't it? Just goes to show he backs himself.
You'd do it for gold, wouldn't you?
I mean, he's pretty much kind of got like one hand on the gold medal already.
Yes. Well, he's had it on there for 20 minutes, hasn't he?
It's more just about the performance, it feels like, for him right now. He's a showman, and he just wants to demonstrate what he's got, and that's important for these surfers too. Obviously, the accolade and the title, that's significant, but there's a lot in surfing to do with rep and cred and all those kind of things. It's much harder, obviously, to quantify that. But he wants to show the type of surfing he's able to do right up there with the very best in the world, and that's what we've seen this event.
And great to, continually pushing himself, pushing performance. That's what we want to see. And these are the world's best junior surfers. We are 2 minutes off deciding a world champion. Decided 2 already. The women's under-18s final coming up after this as well. And that will see us close the event. We'll go to the presentation and the closing ceremony. Always a fantastic moment to see our medalists get crowned. What did you get, mate? What did we get?
Kelleher's chipping away. The 8-1 is chipping away at that score. He brings it down a touch, and a paddle from Hicks and Falcao, and not what he wanted to do after waiting for ages with priority. We're talking about what he's going to do next, and that's not what he was looking for. Here's another look at Fletcher.
Floats. There was a big turn before that. Comes up into this section beautifully. 8-1-0, great score, gets the wrap around. As you said in the live call, it goes small, but he just keeps going, gets a couple of turns there and gets a nice closeout down the inside here. Calm, casual, relaxed, beautiful backhand re-entry, gives himself a pump. Australia currently in gold and silver.
The Aussies going all right here in El Salvador currently. Dane Henry's leading this by miles right now. He streaks ahead. He's been that way since the beginning of this under-18 final heat. One last exchange is what we'd love to see, just for the entertainment factor. Surfers chasing down desperately in the form of one. Tanabe's got first priority, but he needs a 16.8, and he won't be doing that with a wave.
And you can tell by the way Fletcher Kelleher is paddling. He's not happy with silver. He's looking for another opportunity. 8-7-1 for he, 8-8-1 for Hickson. Both of those are achievable for these incredible, talented, young goofy footers. They're going in opposite directions right now. Dane Henry is going with Fletcher. Even though it's his teammate, he's got second priority. He just wants to protect his lead. Sets approaching, 25 seconds on the clock. Feet kicking for Japan. And on the inside, Brazil looking to create an opportunity late. Get out of the bronze.
Here goes Hickson Falcao. So last chance for him. He needs an 8-8. He loads up, stands on the tail, gives it a first big crack. This one will taper off quick though. And the first turn was great. If there was a runner down the line, a big section for an air, hey, maybe. But
paddling.
Won't be it. This is Kelleher. It looks like he was up. We'll assume he was. And he looks around and gives a little shaka or a thumbs up to his mate. And Dane Henry, you have to say, after getting that 10 early on in the event, throwing down a serious marker. But right here, we've got a brand new world champ. Look how much it means to him. Australia.
Oh, I want Fletcher on this wave with him. Here go the two Aussies, gold and silver, going to celebrate. Woo-hoo-hoo.
What a great moment that is. Dane Henry there, under 18 boys world champion here in El Salvador, and not just getting the gold medal, but doing it with a performance and a massive scoreline, and just showing everybody what an incredible talent he is. You talked earlier in the week about Australia. It'd been a minute for them, for the team, and also in terms of other nations coming back with quality, and I think we've seen the reply right here from the Aussies.
Yeah, the 10th year without a win. If they didn't, they won the gold. They won the girls 14s. Now they've got gold and silver in the boys 18s. Congratulations to those two young men. What a performance. Dane Henry in particular, a 10-point ride earlier. The best surfer really from round one to now, holding on. Tough thing to do in a 9-day event. Congratulations, Australia.
Yeah, the team will bring this in. Cool to see. Also, Jackson Dorian down there as well, getting involved. Of course, there's one more heat yet to come. We're going to see participation from Team Hawaii, but right now, it's all about congratulations for Australia. Dane Henry with an unbelievable performance, just a blistering start in that. And we know we've been talking about wave selection, how key that is in terms of getting good scores, but that rhythm with the ocean, just able to generate that and just unlock massive numbers. Brilliant surfing on real quality waves. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here and call this with you, BL. We've been treated to unbelievable surf this week, which I don't know if I really had an idea of just how consistent this place is. Well done to Australia, and particularly your new world champ, under 18, Dane Henry. Just one more heat left to go, the under 18 girls final. The waves are absolutely pumping. We'll bring in Shannon and Rachel for the call. Stay tuned.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Well, into the final of finals
Wow.
day here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley to call the action. And Rach, what a great day it's been to see Dane Henry find himself with a gold medal for Australia, with Fletcher Kelleher in the silver as well. They are truly owning that gold medal win for the team. As we now take a look at live action, we see Vaihiti Enzo for Hawaii laying it on rail for this opening turn. And just an incredibly beautiful wave for her to start off with, throwing in a bit of variety in her surfing. Glassy, clean conditions, which could only be given to the ISA on finals day. The one day with no wind having puffed up yet, and we're just about to finish out our day of competition.
Well, and we were talking about this earlier, the fact that the wind did start to like puff a little bit, and then it glassed off. Like, when has it actually, not when has it, because it never has, glassed off at, 9 o'clock in the morning. Like a puff of wind at 8:45 and then glass off at 9 for the rest of the day. It is so beautiful. That opening wave by Vaihiti, so nice. I love her style. I said in the last heat that she surfed this morning, she has that free surfing style that just looks relaxed and poised, and I love the lines that she draws. They're different, they're interesting, and I think the judges will like that for her opening score.
She's in the lineup up against the young Sarah Freyer, now up and riding from Team USA. Locks into her first hook and kind of gets stuck on it, somehow makes the reappearance from the whitewater. Now drives down the line as she's looking to put on the finishing touches here for her opening ride. And Tia Zabrowski for Team France up and riding now, looking to put on a really powerful layback for her final maneuver. Those three waves will now see the Australian Emilla Brown sitting out the back with priority.
And it was a great start for Vahiti. Oh my goodness.
An 8.5 on the board now for Vahiti Enzo. What a way to kick off the final, a gold medal campaign. Rachel, I had this feeling in calling the action earlier today for her that she was that surfer that was just getting primed to peak at the right time.
It totally is about that, finding that time to peak at the right time. Look at these lines that she draws, that opening turn, so critical. She drags it around there, so nice. You could just watch the angles that the nose of her board points in all different directions, releases the fins up there and cuts out clean. She just, look at her upper body, the way she positions here too. She uses that upper body when she needs that power through it and then keeps it relaxed in the transition of maneuver to maneuver. And every single turn looked different to the one before. I loved that. That just looked fun and flary to way to finish off that that wave. And I think it makes sense that they went excellent with that, putting the pressure straight onto everyone else right away. That is not what you want to hear as you are the other surfers. That's exactly what you want to hear if you're a Vahiti paddling back out in the gold medal match. This is it. It's not about first or second. It's about first here.
It is all about that first place finish. Vahiti out of Honolulu and on the island of Oahu, proudly representing her family and her Hawaiian heritage as well. She loves surfing at Kaiser's on the South Shore with her siblings and her parents every day of the week when she's not wearing a jersey, and spending as much time just celebrating, you know, the lifestyle that they get to lead right there on the beach. She's sitting in a great position now to be walking away with that gold medal as she's opened up with an 8.5 on the board. Now, Tia Zabrowski, the young surfer out of France, just 13 years old, she's got a 5.33 that she backed up her 3.5 with for her opening two waves, has her sitting in the lead. For the young surfer who's more a global citizen than anything, proudly representing France and splits a lot of her time now between Hossegor and Tahiti, surfing at Teahupo most days of the week. But her family has spent a lot of time on the road, and she's one of those surfers that just feels so comfortable pretty much anywhere, which would be pretty similar to the woman we're looking at on camera, Courtney Conlog, the coach now for Team USA, but very long-time championship tour competitor who has spent more time in the last 10 years of her career, or maybe 15, sleeping in beds aside from her own.
Yeah, exactly. All around the world, she has been traveling, and she's someone who really stands out at Teahupo as well. And we know her for her excellent heat strategy, for just the opportunity that these kids have on Team USA to have her in the sharing her knowledge to them is an amazing opportunity.
As we take a look at this first wave from Tia, this is the second one, the wave, the 5.33.
Yeah, two great turns, very simple. This is that replay of that 8.5 that we saw, that opening turn going critical right off the bat, straight into a nice hook, bringing it around. And I love her flow from maneuver to maneuver, roundhouse there, brings it back to the power source, and then just a nice fun flick, throwing the arms up and cutting out clean. That's the benchmark at the moment. The judges have made it. She knows it. The other girls don't know what she did on that wave, but everyone here in this heat has gotten excellent scores throughout this week. They're no stranger to getting that, so they're just looking for those opportunities to get on the right wave. A little bit lowly now, but the opportunities are there when they come.
Well, let's take advantage of a lull in the action here for the under 18 girls final and head down to the beach to check in with Dane Henry. The Australian has taken away a gold medal.
Yeah, one of the most talented surfers within the event. Congratulations, Dane. There was no doubt in my mind that you were the person to beat right here in the boys U18. How satisfying is this result after being named team captain before the event and competing at your first ISA World Junior Championship?
This is one of the best days of my life. It's been a real long, hard comp, and just before my semi with Fletch, I think we got the call that we won the group gold. I'm so proud of everyone in our team, and it's been the best experience of my life. And honestly, I couldn't have done it without my mum. She's an absolute legend, and I wouldn't be up here without her. And shout out to my nan as well. Happy Mother's Day for the Other's Day, and Pop down at home, and my dad, my sister, my brother, everyone watching.
sorry, this is the best moment of my life, and thank you to everyone, all the coaches, everyone back at home, and yeah, bottom of my heart is the best thing I've ever done in my life, and yeah, I just owe it all to everyone, and yeah, thank you so much.
No need to apologize for being emotional. This is the biggest moment of your life, no doubt. Seeing great leaders like your mother, like the people around you, how were you able to lead by example by being team captain this week?
I just tried to be down there for everyone. I'm friends with everyone. I knew everyone before, and we did a big camp at the start, and we laid out our three team roles, and it was support, being deadly, and having fun. And I think we checked all those boxes with everyone doing so well. With the group gold, and Ziggy McKenzie, shout out to her, she won gold as well. I got my first wave, my 7, and then she was coming in, and I was just screaming. That fueled me so much, and yeah, it's been the best thing in my life to captain this team, and with Australia, we won it after 10 years. Let's go! Oh God, it's huge. It's huge.
If you could give a piece of advice to the 10-year-old self that was looking to be crowned world champion like you are right now, what would you say to that kid?
Yeah, just keep doing it. It's got me. You just keep training. I've come so far. I've been training for this for so long, and yeah, I can't believe where I am at now, and I'm so satisfied. Thanks to everyone. I can't believe it.
Congratulations, you deserve this moment. Let's hear it, guys. Dane Henry, you're under 18 world junior champion.
Well, a huge result for Dane Henry and an emotional interview. I don't think there's many dry eyes after listening to that, Rachel. And
not between us.
Not between the two of us, that's for sure. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, ours included, as well as just an incredibly well-spoken and the journey of him throwing those airs at a young age to just see what he could do with his surfing now to walk away with that gold medal. And Rachel, especially a team captain with so much, kind of resting on his shoulders in that responsibility of setting an example for the rest of the team this week, that support system as well, walking away with a gold medal is really a beautiful moment.
Absolutely.
We'll get back to that in a second because we got Sarah Freyer now from the USA, Huntington Beach, jumps out of that wave quickly.
What an addition that Team Australia has in that surfer of Dane. I mean, that was incredible. We see what a strong surfer he is. Let's look at this last wave of Tia that happened while we were at that interview. A great single maneuver turn, but that goes into her scoreline.
All right, so in the water, in the moment, we've got 18.5 minutes remaining. A 5.93 drops in for Tia Zabrowski for Team France, sitting in the leading position with a couple of 5s. We've got that 8.50 on the board for Vi Inzo out of Team Hawaii. Patient before catching on to her next wave or putting a backup score down. We've got a 3.9 and a 0.5 on the board for Sarah for Team USA. She would be chasing right now a 7.36 to take away that winning position. And Milla Brown for Australia, really quiet in this heat so far, Rachel, looking now for a combination situation as our heat leader has broken through that double digits and over that 10-point heat total specifically, but still so much time, and she's being selective as she waits for that first wave to come through for that surfer out of the northern beaches of Sydney. Having a look now for Milla, up and riding, just 16 years old, the reigning under 16s champion, but also, just a quick kick out there, having taken out the under 18s division just last year, has her qualified for the under 18s group right here this week. And she's been able to put together some really impressive consistency back at home in the Australian Nationals.
Well, and she's had to be consistent here too. She got knocked into that repechage round pretty early on. Back in round 3, she lost her main round 3 heat, got thrown into repechage round 4. And so compared to our surfers of Vahiti and Sarah, that means she has surfed 7 extra heats this week compared to red and blue out there. So Shannon, we've talked about spinning your situation all to be a positive and something she would be looking at. She's trying to not think about how exhausting 7 extra heats would be for her. She's trying to lend, okay, I have that experience to help me win out here.
As Vahiti is now up and riding, opening wrap, sets herself up for a second one here, just staying in that top third of the wave, looking to build some speed as she drives down the line, and that section grows for her for a finishing punch.
A nice second wave for her. She's been patient too, and she was able to be patient because she has an 8.5 as her top, as her only wave ridden so far. An excellent score, and that will be a strong one to back it up. Taking another look at this on her backhand, wrapping it around, gets a little high, but stalls there to look for that energy source, and then progresses forward through that foamy section, not quite advancing all the way through to the lip. She carved underneath it and just kind of finished off nice and strong.
So we're going to have a backup score now for our surfer out of Hawaii. It's going to be blue in that third place position for Sarah Freyer out of the USA, sitting with that first priority next to her name. She's currently chasing that 7.36 to take away the leading position. She's had a great run at NSSAs and at nationals through the years competing in the USA. A lot of those events taking place either at home for her in Huntington Beach or just down the road at Trestles in San Clemente. She also competes for her varsity surf team at Huntington Beach High School, which is such a great opportunity for surfers around the United States. As we take a look at Tia up and riding on her forehand, connecting the dots as she hammers this wave down the line and finishes on the inside.
One thing that stood out to me from Tia's surfing all week is her impeccable timing and reading the wave and being able to not just take advantage of one single maneuver, but and how she lines it up. Stopping a little bit short there, and so that way she can progress here, gets lots of spray straight into her third turn there, perfectly timed and cutting out strong. That was a really just you know, when they get three really nice turns and it's like bang, bang, bang. It wasn't hard. They made it look really easy and effortless. And when it looks effortless, you know that means they're doing their job right and they're doing it really well.
Really nice surfing to see from Tia, as there we can see Vahiti putting herself out in position. A 5.17 dropped for her last wave, a great backup score to that 8.5, and now puts big requirements on the rest of the field, which means they're going to have to be more careful, Rachel, with that wave selection, and also there's going to be a lot more pressure every single time they stand up.
Yeah, I mean, with an excellent score on the board, that means everyone does need to get an excellent score. Obviously, that's in the requirement, but Vahiti straight up and riding again.
Just eggs that inside rail. Unfortunately, she'll get sucked over the falls as well, so she'll just wash that one off, but she's already sitting in that leading position. Team Hawaii down on the beach. We've seen each of those teams represented with their colors, their kit with their flags as well. Rach, you've been in that position to have your crew on the beach in an ISA format. Of course, you got your WSL World title, which was an individual win. But in the comparison, what's it like to be out there in moments like this and to be able to turn back and see your country flag flying on the shoreline?
It's a really special thing. It's so rare in our sport. You know, you have your friends that maybe you travel with, that you've bonded with on tour, but at the end of the day, that's still very individual. And to be here in an opportunity with them all there standing on the beach for you because they want to see you do well, it's really, really special.
We'll see the USA flags on the shoreline as Sarah goes in for a big re-entry. Just that single maneuver, but it's going to chip away at the now 977 requirement on the board.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And these surfers, unlike all their other heats before, going for that first or second position, everyone's going for gold now. So these requirements that we see are just for them to jump straight into that leading position. And it does decrease her requirement with that score dropping.
A 5.9 on the board now for Sarah for Team USA. Now only chasing a 7.78, so it does do good to chip away. If she's able to tag a first turn in with a big finishing section like that, she's well on her way to an excellent score from a big two-turn combination if there's the right set that comes through. Can see this, the surfers, the support there for Team USA down on the rocks, keeping their feet maybe just slightly cooler in the water than it is in the air temperature because, you know, especially competing at midday, it's really the hardest time of the day to be surfing.
Seriously.
The wax can literally be melting off your board if you're sitting there for too long with the sunshine.
Yeah, and some of these surfers have really dark boards too. And that just sitting in the water, like you said, it does. It starts to melt, not just because of how hot the air is, but the water temperature is almost 90 degrees as well. So being in a heat, a 30-minute heat where you're going to give everything that you have, and you've already surfed multiple times. In Mila's case, she has surfed 11 heats this week. In Tia's case, she has surfed 15 heats in total. This is her 15th heat because our surfer in green here made it all the way to finals day in under 16 and under 18 division.
She has been surfing double time the entire week, and it's paying off with the finals day opportunity here in the under 18 girls. Really solid, sharp surfing from the young competitor. She's also the surfer with actually the best experience on the ground here at the World Juniors. Only 13 years old, but she found herself in the finals 2 years ago as an 11-year-old in 2022, and she walked away with the copper medal in the under 16s. Let's take another look at this one.
That's unbelievable. She's showing all of her experience here right now, especially with this second turn, keeping it nice and critical. Unfortunately, it doesn't really line up for a really impactful ending maneuver. She's still very happy with it. It will go into her score line, but it doesn't look like it will really chip away at that requirement.
Yeah, she still needs the 6.68, but a 6.4 on the board does mean that she's in a better position in that silver medal slot when it comes down to the finish of this heat. But of course, right now, silver's not on anyone's minds. They're all going for that gold medal.
And a 6.68, that puts her, that's a very doable score. I mean, with that last wave was just a 6.4. It only was just shy of that requirement. And so she's going to go back and go, okay, I just need to do a little bit more. An end section on the wave, providing that, would have done that. And that is great information that you can then use out there to find, okay, let me find a wave then that gives me 3 maneuvers, 3 powerful maneuvers, score, job done, easy.
Down to 9 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And Tia is part of that new generation conversation, but she's still just a little bit younger than the likes of a Sierra Kerr and Erin Brooks, and then those just ahead of them, and a Katie Simmers and a Molly Picklum. And to think of where girls surfing and women's surfing is heading nowadays, those young women that I've just listed, they're all out there taking out wins on the biggest stages possible, but be it the championship tour, they'll be battling for world titles this year. They've already taken out gold medal victories here at the ISA Juniors in the past, and they're looking to take away those Challenger Series victories as well. For someone like Tia coming in as that next generation who's possibly got even maybe more style within her surfing than what we're already seeing from some of those others in that contingency from a young age, she has little to sort of grow in within her surfing that will be added to her as she just kind of naturally starts surfing more heats, growing more in her heat strategy, growing more in even just her physical size and power that she's able to bring into her surfing.
Yeah, not just growing in her ability, but just growing in general. She's only 13 years old, and naturally more power and ability comes the bigger and more powerful you become.
As we see the 16-year-old now in Vi, she's got so much power already within her surfing. Links it up for that second turn. This is a great way to back up that 8.5.
Absolutely. She's not just surfing these waves excellent, but she's having excellent wave selection, finding these lefts. And the lefts haven't been really so much the ones throughout the day in entirety that we've been seeing those excellent scores come from. And clearly her and her coaches in Team Hawaii have been sitting and watching these heats prior to it and making this game plan, sticking on her forehand. She looks really nice.
And for Team Hawaii, specifically in the under 18 girls division, they've taken away 7 gold medals in the past. Dax McGill did it back in 2012. Tatiana Weston Webb and Brisa Hennessy have both taken away 2 gold medal victories here, and that was when they were still competing for Team Hawaii before splitting off to represent Brazil and Costa Rica. Mila Brown now up and riding, needing to get her campaign underway. We saw this in her heat leading up to the finals, and this is the moment where we can see that comeback. Rachel, she did it earlier today. We knew we couldn't count her out, though we haven't had much conversation around the young surfer out of Sydney. She's going to be right back in the fight.
She just surprised herself getting that. I cannot believe that. You saw her land that, and all of a sudden she looks up and she's like, I'm still riding this wave.
I'm alive.
Let's go. Wow, that is going to be a big score dropped.
Well, you've got to kind of feel that the family back at home, that the team on the beach as well is going, okay, please don't put us through the stress that she already had earlier today. She's kind of done that with just 7 minutes remaining, but then answers back with a wave like this.
A strong opening turn and straight into this So much speed and power progressing out of that turn. Let's look at it from this drone angle, stalling on the bottom so that she's in the perfect critical section on the opening turn, and she doesn't have to pump or anything from maneuver to maneuver. I really like that. I love when the surfers are able to draw from rail to rail, and that just goes towards that flow component. That had speed, power, flow, and that's what the judges are looking for.
Well, we've got some scores dropping. Now Tia's up and riding, chasing a big 9.67 to take away the gold because Vahiti is backed up an 8.17. She's on her way to another nice looking ride here, putting in what she can in those critical sections of the wave. But with that last score of the Hawaiian, Vahiti is getting that much closer to joining the likes of Gabriella Bryan and Eve Luella Wong, who have taken out that gold victory for Team Hawaii in the past.
Yeah, I saw that going excellent as well. That was a beautiful wave that she got, and like we were talking about before, she's having excellent wave selection. And with the conditions right now, all these surfers we know can get excellent scores, so it's about having the right wave.
El director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Pazulo.
And now it is my privilege to introduce you to the Minister of Tourism, Madam Morena Valdez.
Ahora es un privilegio presentarles a la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, la señora Morena Valdez.
Gracias. Thank you. Hi. How are you?
¿Cómo están?
What about the waves of El Salvador?
¿Qué les parecen las olas de El Salvador?
Thank you so much for coming El Salvador. Thank you, ISA, for coming El Salvador again.
Muchas gracias por venir a El Salvador y también muchas gracias a Santos también venir de nuevo a El Salvador.
Hoy llevo un collar que me acaban de regalar de Tahití, donde vamos a estar en los Olímpicos nuevamente con el surf.
Today I'm wearing a collar that has been provided to me. It was a gift from me. This is from Tahiti, which is the place where we are going to be visiting in the next surfing tournament.
Muchas gracias por el aloha de todos ustedes.
Thank you so much for the aloha of each one of you.
Estoy segura que cada uno de ustedes será un nuevo embajador del Salvador.
I'm 100% sure that each one of you will be the best ambassador of El Salvador.
Gracias por eso y gracias por todo lo que nos han dado en estos últimos 10 días en la competencia de Juniors 2024.
Thank you, each one of you, for that, for all the support and all that you have provided to us in all these 10 days that we have had in this tournament.
Todos los salvadoreños nos quedamos con las lágrimas, sonrisas de hijos, hijas, mamás, papás y técnicos al ver la tristeza de la pérdida y la alegría de ganar una medalla.
We will have it here, we will have the tears, the laughing, all everything that we have had since the loss of a medal that we have won here in El Salvador, in this tournament.
Fue emocionante ver ganar al australiano que lloraba y decía gracias mamá, porque detrás de un hijo o una hija siempre está una mamá y un papá apoyándonos.
It was so exciting to see the person from Australia who was crying when he won, because he was thanking his mom, because behind every son and daughter there is a mom and a father.
Thank you so much, everything. Thank you so much for Aloha, for the surf in El Salvador.
Muchas gracias de nuevo y muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Thank you so much and thank you so much again for the Aloha in El Salvador.
El Salvador siempre los estará esperando con la máquina de olas que nunca para.
El Salvador will be always waiting for you with the machine of waves that is never stopping.
Pero sobre todo con la calidez, con el amor de toda nuestra gente.
But on top of that, with the warmth and with the quality of all of our people.
Gracias a todo el gabinete del presidente Nayib Bukele por apoyarnos para que este torneo sea un éxito nuevamente.
Thank you to the board of the President Nayib Bukele for supporting us to make this event happen again.
Y gracias Robert, gracias Fernando por nuevamente confiar en nosotros. Y nos vemos en octubre con los Masters, con los mejores del surf, ya no tan joven como los juniors, pero igual los mejores del surf que hacen que este deporte sea una cultura y sea un modo de vida para el desarrollo de los pueblos.
And we'll see you again. Thank you so much, Robert, for all the persons involved in here. And we'll see you again in October in the next tournament. It will be not too young persons again, but the oldest one that have been practicing this for many years. So thank you so much.
Muchas felicidades a los campeones, pero sobre todo felicidades a todos los atletas que compitieron en este junior, porque todos son unos héroes y unas heroínas de las olas.
Thank you so much to all the persons who are participating in this tournament, to all the persons, to all the athletes that we will have here, and also to all the persons involved in here. All of you are persons who had a huge and important key point here in this event that we had.
Quiero felicitar a todos los latinos porque mostraron nuevamente de qué estamos hechos. Y sobre todo a Tiago Passeri de Argentina, que es el primer argentino y el primer latinoamericano que pasa en el medallero olímpico de la ISA.
And I want to thank everybody and every person here, but especially to Tiago, who is the first person from Argentina in winning this huge pleasure and this award that we have here provided.
Y a todos los amigos que han ganado, felicidades. Y recuerden que no es ganar medallas nada más, sino que vivir desde la cultura del surf para servir a todos los pueblos del mundo.
It is not only about the medals that you have won here and all the prizes, but about the adventure and the experience that you have others here. So this has had a great impact in each one of you.
Thank you so much. Aloha.
Muchas gracias y aloha a todos ustedes.
Thank you, Minister Valdez.
Muchas gracias, Ministra Valdez.
And now the ISA Executive Director, Robert Fasulo, will present a special gift to the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Marina Valdez.
Y ahora el director ejecutivo de la ISA, el señor Robert Fasulo, le presentará un regalo especial a la ministra de Turismo, la señora Morena Valdez.
And now the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo, will present a special diploma to the Minister of Tourism, Ms. Marina Valdez, that permanently commemorates the sands of the world to the country. It's the ISA's hope that with this diploma, the sands of the world takes a visible and prominent place in El Salvador as a legacy to this historic competition.
Y ahora el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fasulo, entregará a la ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdez, un diploma especial que conmemora permanentemente las arenas del mundo en el país. Es la esperanza de la ISA que con este diploma las arenas del mundo ocupen un lugar visible y destacado en El Salvador como legado de la histórica competencia.
Let's all welcome the medalists of the Under-16 boys.
Damos la bienvenida a los medallistas sub-16 de varones.
The medals will be presented by the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fasulo.
The copper medalist, representing New Zealand, Alexis Owen.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Nueva Zelanda, Alexis Owen.
The bronze medalist, representing Argentina, Tiago Passeri.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Argentina, Thiago Passeri.
The silver medalist representing England, Lucas Skinner.
Medallista de plata en representación de Inglaterra, Lucas Skinner.
And the gold medalist representing Spain, Dylan Donegan.
Medallista de oro en representación de España, Dylan Donegan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de España.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's now welcome the medalists of the under 16 girls.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a las medallistas sub-16 de damas.
The medals will be presented by the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Madam Morena Valdez.
Las medallas serán presentadas por la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, la señora Morena Valdez.
The copper medalist representing USA, Eden Walla.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Estados Unidos, Eden Waller.
The bronze medalist representing the Republic of South Africa, Louise Lepron.
Medallista de bronce en representación de la República de Sudáfrica, Louise Lepron.
The silver medalist representing France, Clémence Georges.
Medallista de plata en representación de Francia, Clémence Georges.
And the gold medalist representing Australia, Ziggy Mackenzie.
Y la medallista de oro en representación de Australia, Ziggy Mackenzie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Australia.
Let's now welcome the medalists of the under 18 boys.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a los medallistas sub-18 de varones.
The medals will be presented by the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fasulo.
The copper medalist representing Japan, Iko Watanabe.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Japón, Iko Watanabe.
The bronze medalist representing Brazil, Rixin Falcao.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Brasil, Rickson Falcao.
The silver medalist representing Australia, Fletcher Kelleher.
Medallista de plata en representación de Australia, Fletcher Kelleher.
And the gold medalist representing Australia, Dane Henry.
Medallista de oro en representación de Australia, Dane Henry.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Australia.
Thank you very much. Let's now welcome the medalists of the under-18 girls.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a las medallistas sub-18 de damas.
The medals will be presented by the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Madam Morena Valdez.
Las medallas serán presentadas por la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, señora Morena Valdez.
The copper medalist representing Australia, Mila Brown.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Australia, Mila Brown.
The bronze medalist representing USA, Sarah Frere.
Medallista de bronce en representación de los Estados Unidos, Sarah Frere.
The silver medalist representing France, Tia Zabrowski.
Medallista de plata en representación de Francia, Tia Zabrowski.
And the gold medalist representing Hawaii, Vaihiti Inso.
Medallista de oro en representación de Hawái, Vaihiti Inso.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hawaii.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Hawái.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
And now we present the final ranking of the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Y ahora presentamos el ranking final de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship 2024.
In 54th place, Hungary. In 53rd place, Latvia. In 52nd place, Czech Republic. In 51st place, Slovakia. In 50th place, Lithuania. In 49th place, the British Virgin Islands. In a tie for 47th, we have Finland and Greece. In 46th place, the Channel Islands. 45th place, Sweden. In 44th place, Norway. In 43rd place, Wales. 42nd place, Romania. In 41st place, Ukraine. In 40th place, Thailand. 39th place, Ecuador. 38th place, Trinidad Tobago. 37th place, China. In 36th place, Uruguay. 35th place, the Dominican Republic. In 34th place, Belgium. 33rd place, Indonesia. In 32nd place, Chinese Taipei. In 31st place, Guatemala. In 30th place, Barbados. 29th place, Nicaragua. 28th place, Venezuela. 27th place, Germany. 26th place, El Salvador. In 25th place, Puerto Rico. 24th place, Switzerland. In 23rd place, Italy. In 22nd place, Israel. 21st place, Panama. In 20th place, the Netherlands. 19th place, Colombia. In 18th place, Chile. 17th place, Costa Rica. 16th place, Mexico. In 15th place, England. In 14th place, Portugal. In 13th place, Tahiti. 12th place, Canada. 11th place, New Zealand. In 10th place, the Republic of South Africa. In 9th place, Argentina. In 8th place, Peru. In 7th place, Spain. In 6th place, Brazil. And in 5th place, Team Japan. And now, the World Team Championship medals will be presented by the ISA Executive Director Robert Fasulo and the Minister of Tourism, Madam Marina Valdez.
Ahora, las medallas de equipo mundial serán entregadas por el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fasulo, y la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, la señora Morena Valdez.
The winners of the copper medal with 4,988 points, Team USA, please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de cobre con 4.988 puntos, el equipo de Estados Unidos. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Big round of applause for Team USA.
Fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Estados Unidos.
Next, the winners of the bronze medal with 5,059 points. Team France, please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de bronce con 5.059 puntos, el equipo de Francia. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Round of applause for Team France.
Un fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Francia.
Next, the winners of the silver medal with 5,525 points. Team Hawaii, please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de plata con 5.525 puntos, el equipo de Hawái. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Big round of applause for Team Hawaii.
Un fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Hawái.
And now, the winners of the gold medal and the new world team champion for the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship with 7,098 points. Team Australia, please come up to the stage.
Y ahora los ganadores de la medalla de oro. El nuevo campeón del equipo mundial de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship 2024 con 7.098 puntos. El equipo de Australia. Bienvenidos al escenario.
And now the national anthem of Australia.
Y ahora el himno nacional de Australia.
And now the ISA president, Mr. Fernando Aguirre, will officially declare closed the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in a video message that he has recorded for us all.
Ahora el presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre, declarará oficialmente cerrado Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship 2024 en un mensaje de video.
Hello everybody, at the closing ceremony of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. What an incredible week. Some of the best waves in history in our ISA events in El Salvador, and we've done many. It's been a great partnership with the government of El Salvador. Thank you very much, President Bukele, and thank you to the people of El Salvador for receiving us as warm as ever. Congratulations to all the medalists. Now you're going home as champions. Or top surfers in the world in your junior divisions. You should be happy about it. You should be stoked. Some of you will be in the Olympics this year, just 75 days away in Tahiti. And most of you will not. But most of you have a chance to be in the 2028 Summer Olympic surfing competitions in Los Angeles, California. So I want to congratulate everybody. I want to congratulate your families, your friends at home that make this trip possible. And please rest assured that you're making history. So to everybody, thank you, and enjoy the way home. You travel home and go home as ambassadors of the beautiful country of El Salvador in Central America. Muchas gracias, everybody, and congratulations again. Bye-bye.
A better world through surfing. Thank you, ocean. Mahalo.
Down the face, beautiful.
One right here into the lip.